The AFL in 2026 on ABC Sport.
And the siren sound.
Here we go. Listen to the roar. It is showtime.
You take a seat because it don't get better than this.
On to the goal line. Jamie Elliott, the man who gravity forgot.
That's why we love AFL football.
On ABC Sport, this is the AFL. Sit back, relax, witness the greatest. It don't get better than this.
From 45 and rides it all the way home.
An ambitious effort. Unbelievable.
The left foot is a goal. Oh, yeah.
Take a seat because it don't get better than this.
Drives it, kicks on goal. The prancing pony.
What a goal.
He's off and running from 45 to get the party started.
Take a seat because it don't get better than this.
It's bouncing, it's through. Bailey Smith, he'll want the cameras on him right now.
Like camera action, baby. Countdown to contact.
Spins around and buries it. Loads up from 55. That's a monster bomb.
40 metres out, snaps towards goal. What a beautiful finish.
Baker goes square, goes for glory.
He eyes the goals and sends it home.
100% pure footy. Every minute of every match, all season long.
Gathers, snaps, goal.
She's just football at its best.
Take a seat because it don't get better than this.
Kick on goal, dribbles it through. What about that? Took them all on and said, I'll have some of this.
Bailey pinches his pocket and bang, bang, bang. That's the price you pay against the Premier.
Watson snaps. Oh, Watson puts it through. And the Wizard arrives precisely on time. He's built for the big stage. On his left boot, his kick is good.
AFL.
Inside 50, off a step, turns and goes bang. And snap.
And goal.
There's some bravery through the middle of the ground.
How good is that? What a goal. He wastes no time. He whacks it through for another. It doesn't have to be your night, but it can be your moment. Hands it to Charlie Cameron. He can walk it in. Show him your tail lights, Charlie.
Welcome to ABC Sports coverage of the 2026 AFL Premiership season.
Runs the 50 out. What a way to finish.
On radio
ABC Sport Digital Radio.
and ABC Listen.
You take a seat because it don't get better than this.
A pair of 1-1 teams open up round 3 of the AFL Premiership season. One off a bye, the other off a second straight 6-day break. Up to 15 mils of rain forecast. Geelong and Adelaide to open up the new round of the AFL Premiership season. The Crows without 4 of their 6 most experienced players. They're playing against a Geelong team always formidable at home. And they're also playing against a fair bit of history. It's been 23 years since Adelaide won in these parts. It's a long time ago when they're on a 14-game losing skid down here at the Cattery. They're up against it tonight. The Cats making a couple of changes of their own with Ollie Henry and Ollie Wiltshire, the two named at selection last night, in for Dangerfield and Close. My name's Corbin Middlemas. This is Thursday Night Footy on ABC Sport, and Matt Clinch is here to call the footy with me. Hello, Clinchy.
Hello, Corby. Nice to be alongside you. A bit of a trek to get down here from the city, but it's cold and windy, and as you touched on, both captains are not going to be there tonight. So who does that better favour? When you look at the Adelaide team sheet, and Jordan Dawson's out, over 900 games of experience, and you throw in Rory Laird and Tex Walker, who has made the trip as well, and Cal Archie, who's arrived from the Brisbane Lions. But Geelong are also losing 489 games. And you think of Brad Close has been the statement made by Chris Scott at the selection table and Patrick Dangerfield, who no doubt they'll manage him throughout the season. But historically, this has been such a hard place for Adelaide to win. Marc Rasciuto booted 5 the last time they were successful back in 2003. And history will be on their side if they can come here and just get the job done by any means possible.
It's an amazing list that Adelaide team had. So you got to go back to June 1, 2003. Crows by 17 points. They were coached by Gary Ayres, who's got these two teams in common, obviously having coached both teams. And Ronnie Burns, who played for both clubs, was in the Adelaide team that day. It also had a bunch of premiership stars like Hart and Bickley, Smart, Rasciuto, McLeod, Edwards, Goodwin, all rolling around in the Adelaide team. And tonight, as Clinchy mentioned, they got a boatload out. Walker, Archie, Laird, Dawson, the 4 from the last time they played Friday against the Bulldogs. And they get in Bond. Maley makes his club debut. Nankervis, who hasn't played in a minute, and Taylor. So hardly experienced ins on the Adelaide side of things. Speaking of experience, though, we've got plenty of that in our box here on ABC Sport. As always, for a Thursday night, our number 1 picks. First of all, the Richmond champion, former GWS footballer, Brett Deledio. Hello, Lids.
Corby, always a pleasure to be down here, back in the country, back to my roots. You know, I love driving down the highway when I'm getting out of that city.
Does this count as country? It's almost out of suburban nowadays.
Country town, Geelong, mate. They'll always claim that. My brother lives down the highway just in Torquay, and he says, mate, it's always a country town down this way. But it is a bit miserable out there. And I think we could have had an absolute cracker of a game, but with those outs for Adelaide, it makes me a little bit nervous. But coming off a bye too, so we're not really sure where Geelong sit. You know, they were wiped by the Suns up there on the Gold Coast, and then were good enough after a slow start against the Dockers here at home. So not sure what we're going to expect, but I know that Adelaide won't be full strength. But, you know, we've got some kids that have come in, and hopefully we can see some exuberance from them when they come out and play.
We are fully loaded, unchanged on a Thursday night, which means the 300 gamer from the Carlton Football Club. The former Carlton captain, the man the coaches voted as the premier player in the game back in 2011. Marc Murphy's here. Hello, Murph.
Corbin, Clinch, Lids, good to be here. I thought I was going to be mentioned first, probably the first time out of my illustrious
Lids says
commentating career.
If I'm first,
but always save the best for last, I guess.
I guess it just
the big build-up.
Build to the main event. Lids is first through the door, so I thought
it was a long road down here, Corbin. I haven't had great adventures down the highway.
No.
So last year I got done driving an unlicensed vehicle, and I didn't realise.
I was about to say, when did you realise it was unlicensed?
When the cops said, hang on, I think you have an unlicensed vehicle, Mark.
Ooh,
you can just rest here, thanks. So that wasn't a great start last year. But no, it's all smooth sailing today. Only got caught in the traffic for 2 hours, but great to be down here. Hopefully the weather's cleared. So we know the grounds these days, they do dry up pretty quick. So it won't become a bog, that's for sure.
Speak for yourself. I travelled down with Ben Cameron, who we're about to hear from in a moment, and we're not allowed to mention brand names on the ABC, but given they're no longer a company and they've gone under, Ripper Roast, which was like an institution. It's basically, it's opposite whatever the main drag is out here. Basically, it was
Burrable Street, was it?
Unbelievable, but basically that you could have, you know, your roast veggies and roast meats and everything else that basically went on there, and it was an institution, opened like 4 o'clock in Geelong, and it sort of made the trip for the night games down here during the week. We got most of the way down here. Ben tells me he saved a few calories today. He was ready to go all out.
Yes.
Permanently closed.
What?
No more. Apparently shut forever in December of 2025, and somehow the word never made it to us, and it was devastated.
It's a sad day.
And rightly so, because then you had to go for another option, which did not cut the mustard.
It wasn't what we
Yeah.
So
Economy's tough.
What'd you go with?
a few. We had a little pub meal, but
did you?
Didn't hit the spot.
Was my phone not working this afternoon, was it?
Can you imagine?
Didn't get the invite for that?
No, I didn't either, but that's okay. We're here now. We're all together.
Pub meal, but obviously no alcohol, so it wasn't really sort of what we're...
It wasn't a pub.
Just didn't feel right.
I think the moral of the story is leave early and get down to Geelong early, and then you're not battling with the traffic like Murph and I were.
Yeah.
What was your record coming down here as players? Was it a place that you were scared, intimidated by the venue?
Zipping about 20. They were pretty strong when I was playing down here.
You had one, so I think you played 7 games. I'm pretty sure you were 1-1-5. Does that sound about right?
Well, the game that we won, I went off in the second quarter with a medial ligament. So the boys won, but I didn't play a hell of a lot in that game. But otherwise, we got touched up a few times. Got close on a couple of occasions, but their experience was they were just so strong. And Carlton probably never played here.
I think I only played here twice, and it was during the COVID period. There was one game I think that I missed. I remember being in the coach's box, and I remember that not really that fondly, listening to some of the carry-on in there. And, COVID was not too bad for the Blues down here.
1-1.
1-1.
Your 2 games you played here, but 2 of 300. It's not many, is it?
Best strike rate of my career, I reckon. Happy hunting ground.
The stats I looked at, Corby, is the Cats have lost 11 of their last 47 games at home since 2021. So they don't lose here very often. So while the Crows don't play here all that regularly, the psychological challenge of coming here and just winning when you're missing some of your senior players, it's going to be fascinating to see how they deal with it. Can they push all that to one side and play with that freedom, that excitement, that energy in which they do when they play at home, or will they be like another side that comes here and it's all too much? And it's interesting, last time they played here last year, they were in front by 5 points at 3/4 time. Geelong booted the last 3 goals of the game. So the what-if moments for Adelaide, being so dominant at home last season, we expect they'll be similar again this year. This would be a big narrative to start the season if they can win away from home.
Yeah, well, I think if they come in and expect to try and take Geelong on at their game and how they defend the game, allow them to get a drop-off, and they, give that, try and get that themselves, then they'll make it incredibly hard for themselves. But if they come out with that youthful exuberance and that energy and try and take it off through the middle of the ground and try and score quickly against Geelong, I think that's the way to get past that stingy defence of the Cats. But without their best ball movers and players in the side, I think that's where it becomes a little bit more challenging. But as we know with young players, is they don't tend to care about where when you kick it into the middle, if it might turn over, they just go for it. Which is, you got to sort of go for that to get the game on your turn.
I think it's a really important the centre square bounce today, because when Geelong get yardage and it goes their way, they set up the ground really well here. They know how to play this ground shape. Obviously the best out of anyone, and it's hard to come here for an opposition side. But when you look at the way in which the Adelaide Oval almost looks, it's quite similar in terms of the shape, what
narrow
GMHBA Stadium is in terms of that narrow wing. So that's where sides get caught out when they try and exit and they kick it out of bounds in the full, or it gets too close to the boundary line. So, the centre square bounce game today is going to be crucial, and I think just yardage in general tonight is going to be really important. It is going to be very slippery, whether or not we're going to get more rain, but it won't be a bog. But in these games where it is a bit slippery, going forward is really crucial.
I don't get that. It's skinny, so we kick it out of bounds in the full. No, the line's the same as it is on any other ground, so why kick it so close to the line?
Well, it's narrower.
That doesn't matter. The line is the line. Like, why do you... it's never made sense to me. I don't think I kick one out of bounds in the full here.
But the facts are that teams kick it out of bounds.
They do, but why? Silly. Yeah. It's a silly mistake.
I feel like it's Geelong's defensive setup, that almost
they force you
makes
to go
teams to go wider, looking for that extra kick out wide, and therefore the skill error comes about. Yeah. But that's also the curiosity is Geelong's defence haven't started in great form as well, and while Taylor Walker won't be there, Riley Thilthorpe's spending some time in centre bounces. He attended 10 centre bounces in their loss to the Western Bulldogs. Darcy Fogarty's there in their forward 50, and Finbar Maley, who we know can clunk a mark.
Yes.
But can he bring it all together? And if he can, he might be a Crows cult figure.
Potentially. That'd be good.
His old man will be here tonight. So the mailman, Paul Maley, who won championships in the NBL. He was a US-born sort of basketball star, and obviously Finbar played basketball for much of his life until 5 years ago decided to pursue footy, and here he is now with he got a handful of games under his belt with North Melbourne. Played 7 games with the Roos, so 7 matches he's played here. 7 matches he played at AFL level all last year before making the move to the Crows. It is a fascinating psychology when you're without so many, and so no Dawson, no Walker in particular, but 4 of their top 6 in terms of experience on the list out. I think from the outside, expectations are super low. Place haven't won since 2003, even though they were the minor premiers last year. Is there a way that it can free you up? I know in a dressing room you look around, you think, all our stars aren't here, and sometimes that can go one or two ways. But how does it play in a dressing room when a team's in this kind of a position?
It can a little bit, but if I was wearing an Adelaide jumper tonight, you finished on top of the ladder last year. You're without Tex Walker, who's not going to be there forever, and you've got other key targets up there who sometimes, arguably, they play better when there's only 2 of the talls. I know they've got Finbar down there tonight, but it's the main loss is Dawson, isn't it? Being the skipper and he's a dual All-Australian, I think he is. So that's the one where then you call upon the rest of the midfield to try and fill that void as a collective. I'm not too worried, as in all due respect to Tex not being there tonight. I think they're still got to see themselves as one of the premier teams in the comp and come down here with expectations of actually performing against a side. Yeah, it is tough to come down to Geelong and win. But Geelong were terrible in their first week. They played a half of football and got over the line against Fremantle their second game. So they're not world beaters. Yep. So they should come down here with some confidence. And I thought they were terrific in that last quarter last week against the Western Bulldogs when the game was on. Yeah, the Bulldogs kicked away in that last little period and out of some just pure brilliance. So they should be pretty confident going into tonight.
I think also just on the back of that, Murph, is that there are going to be games where Jordan Dawson isn't, being as strong as a player, and you're going to need to cover him. So who else in this lineup is going to be the one that's going to be able to stand up and take that load off him and just making sure that he's not just the man who gets the job done for him? So perfect opportunity for, the young mids to stand up. Isaac Rankin, second game up. So, he'll be better for that run last week.
Yeah, looked a bit scratchy last week.
A little bit, but you expect that.
Football, but I think the best players are cleaner in the wet conditions, and he's one that stands up as being one of the cleanest going around. So I think these conditions really suit him. Rochelle will spend some more time through the midfield. I really like the look of Berry as well. I think he's just going from strength to strength.
No late change here at Cardinia Park, so 15 mils of rain expected. Ben Cameron's on the boundary. He's going to catch up with Andrew Mackie in a few moments. We'll also hear from Murray Davis inside the Adelaide Crows camp. So 4 changes at selection for the Crows. Bond, Maley, Nankervis, Taylor all come in for Walker, Archie, Laird and Dawson. While at Geelong, it's the 2 Ollies, Henry and Wiltshire, who come in for Dangerfield and Close. Just while we're still on the Crows and discussing them, we'll get to Geelong in just a moment with Andrew Mackie, but they are a fascinating watch this year, where their 2 heaviest defeats last year were the 2 finals. So they're the first minor premier since 1983 to go out in straight sets. They'd won 12 of their last 13 leading in, and that loss was by 3 points on a cold night in Launceston. Didn't win a single quarter in the final series. And so it sort of feels like they live a lot of this year to try and make up for it in September. And so you've got to tick off a lot of wins, obviously, just to get back to that point. But it sort of feels a little bit like, what have they got to prove until they get there? I guess that's an unfavourable position in a way to be in for the Crows, having to try and bank those wins again. Thursday night footy on ABC Sport. Corbin Middlemas to call the action alongside Matt Clinch. Our number 1 picks, Brett Deledio and Marc Murphy, and Ben Cameron is on the boundary. Good evening, Ben.
Yeah, thank you, Corbin. Great to be down here with the GM of footy at Geelong, Andrew Mackie. One of the big stories, Brad Close's omission. He's only missed 2 games in 5 years, 1 through injury, 1 through suspension. Why has he missed out?
Oh, I think it's just, unfortunately for Brad, you didn't get much continuity over the over the pre-season. Coming off the back end, he had a couple of niggles towards the back end of last year, and then ran into a couple probably in December and January. So it's just about some continuity, start to feel good about his game. Every now and then some players need a circuit breaker, and this is one of them. As you said, over his career he hasn't been in this situation, which is a credit to him. So I'm really confident that he'll be back pretty soon, just to go out and enjoy himself tomorrow night, play footy and do his thing.
We heard Chris Scott speaking about it during the week with regards to Patrick Dangerfield and this re-aggravation of the calf. What's been the decision made around Danger and how to best prepare him to come back and play his best footy?
Yeah, well, he needs to get some work into the strengthening around the calf and, hit that high-end speed and power that his game's built off. So it's time to get it right, so we'll make sure we do that. Obviously disappointing. We thought we were taking the cautious approach, missing the opening round game against the Gold Coast, and he didn't play in that. We thought he was cherry ripe for the Freo game, but obviously it didn't end up that way. But yeah, it's just time to get it right. So we've got a bit of a plan in place. Whether that means it's just this week or it's another week, we don't know exactly yet. But we do have time from Thursday to Easter Monday. There's a few sessions in there. So, but we'll need to see him up and going, and we'll work with him around how that looks.
David King pointed out on Fox Footy last night some of the defensive concerns, less structural and more about individuals and how they're tracking. How have you guys assessed your defence and their start to the season?
Yeah, I'm not sure we've helped our defenders out too much, especially the Gold Coast game and early on in the Freo game. So the individual part, I wasn't sure what was said, but yeah, we haven't helped them out. It's been a whole team defence thing that we need to continue to work on. A part of that is our contest work, and a part of that is how we move the ball in attack as well. It's all intertwined. So I'd like to think that in all phases of our game we've got some improvement to come, and that will lead to individual improvement as well. But that's the opportunity for us, where we're not sitting here saying we've got our game sorted. It's 2 rounds in, and I'd like to think that we'll keep evolving from here.
Some broader issues reported during the week that Geelong has blinked at Zach Butters' asking price. Have you blinked?
No, I don't think we've blinked. We're just really, if we need to get to a number, but we're not at that stage with any player, let alone Zach, around what it would look like. I'd love the conversation to be, hey, Zach would like to come, and what's the pay look like? That would be a great problem to have. Yeah, we're not at that stage, and if it gets to that, we'll have a chat about it. But look, I think what this club's got going for it is a region, a town that can provide a hell of a lot to a player like Zach Butters, and that's something that we make sure that through managers or through the individuals that we make clear, and hopefully we've got a group that people would want to come and play with. So that's what we'll be worrying about. As I said, it'd be a great problem to have Zach Butters come and want to chat about how much money he'd get paid.
Chris Fagan put on the record, I think today or yesterday, certainly in the last couple of days, about max contracts. Is that something you would like to see in the AFL?
Not necessarily, no. I think decisions that footy departments make are crucial, and whenever it's still a competitive advantage. There's so much equalisation. That's what the competition sets up. When you get to make genuine decisions on what you're doing with your money and your caps and soft cap and TBP, that's on the club. And if they want to go and load up on someone, good luck to them. It'll mean they get less flexibility elsewhere. Yeah, I think that's the art in what we're trying to create a bit. It's when you're winning grand finals, there's lots of ways you win them through, and it's ultimately a lot of everything coming together and making really good decisions and getting a playing group right and getting your coaching staff and high performance and all these sorts of things and getting the right playing list. So, yeah, I'm not necessarily in favour of that.
I like it. Andrew Mackie, best of luck tonight. Appreciate your time.
Good on you, Ben. Cheers.
Head of footy, Andrew Mackie, downstairs with Ben Cameron from the Geelong Football Club. Of course, the team that started a 13-point favourite going into last year's grand final. They have 18 of the 23 that played in the decider last year out there tonight. So 5 different. There's always a lot of turnover. The 5 that are different: Bruin, Edwards, Wiltshire, Ollie Henry and Tom Stewart, obviously, who would have been there if he wasn't concussed. And the 5 that are absent: close on selection, Stengel coming back after personal leave, Bose is in the 2s, Stanley's not playing, and Dangerfield is obviously the other one that's injured.
Well, you can't. I mean, the experience of Stanley and Dangerfield, obviously, that speaks for themselves in terms of games played and whatever else. But Geelong have always had a great knack of being able to regenerate and bring through players and making sure that they. I mean, Ollie Henry, I'm not saying he's like for Danger, but in terms of that forward craft and that ability to kick goals is a little bit similar. You know, and then you've got the other boys that have come into the side. I love the way they're able to do it, and that's where, you know, I like what he's saying about, you know, those super max contracts or whatever it may be. It's like, well, it takes a sum of all parts to actually get the job done, to win premierships, and that's where it is. It takes a whole list to be able to do that, and how you manage that, that's the art form. So
now played in 3 of the last 6 grand finals. They had 11 guys in last year's grand final that hadn't won a flag. So even though they won in 2022, played in the decider in 2025, that's the turnover that you're speaking about, Lids, during that time. All right, from the Geelong camp to the Adelaide camp, Ben Cameron's made the short walk over to his right. He's alongside Murray Davis. Ben.
Thanks, Corb. I'm down here with Murray Davis. 2003, the last time that the Adelaide Crows came down to the pivot city and won. What will it take today to change that record?
Yeah, be good in the contest. That's a pretty good starting point. So that's where we feel you have to match Geelong. You may not necessarily beat them in that area, but we certainly have to put ourselves in the contest.
You can't really cover the loss of Jordan Dawson, but how do you set about trying to minimise it?
Yeah, well, thankfully, I suppose, we've given a lot of guys opportunity through our midfield. Zach Taylor's played through there. Isaac Rankin has. Josh Rochelli's obviously done a little bit over the pre-season. So those guys will rotate a bit through there in Dawson's absence.
It has been a criticism of the Adelaide midfield that it doesn't bat deep enough. I know you just referenced Josh Rochelli and Isaac Rankin and maybe trying to get a bit more dynamism in there. How are you going in that respect, do you think?
Yeah, well, again, it's work in progress always. I mean, Dan Curtin's one that we'd like to have in there as well, but he's obviously out with injury at the moment. But, we think they're doing pretty well. I mean, the Fremantle game in the pre-season was good to be able to give the guys opportunity up a pretty good A-grade midfield. We've played some pretty decent midfield groups the first 2 rounds, and tonight will be no different.
I'll send you upstairs. The boys have a few more questions.
Murray, Mark Murphy here. Just the interesting selection to not have Riley O'Brien playing tonight. Is it something, a methodology around having the really extreme 2 ruckmen out there that you just don't think that can work? Or is it more just the fact that Finbar's been so impressive so far?
We're just having a few issues down here with the cans for Murray. I might swap them over. Oh. So just a little bit of think music. Sorry, Murph, as we change over the headphones. So as mine are crystal clear, and Murray was just having a bit of an issue with his. But ask your question again, Murph.
Jeez, it was a good question too.
I'm sure it was, Mark. I got the first bit about Riley O'Brien, but I didn't get the back end of it. I apologise.
Oh, it was just more about the prospects of having 2 genuine ruckmen playing in the team at the one time. Is Finbar just been so impressive in terms of playing forward and as ruck to why his selection tonight?
Yeah, that's right. We sort of feel that second ruck has to have that ability to be able to play forward. So we're seeing with Lockie McAndrew that he's building his game time. He's able to play longer minutes as he goes. We felt he was able to do that against Tim English last week, so he'll certainly have the lion's share. Yet Finbar Maley will go in and pinch hit in the ruck, and we still know that obviously Riley Philthorpe can go in there as well. But with Tex Walker out of the side, we'll certainly need Riley Philthorpe as a bit of a target for us ahead of the ball tonight.
Murray, Brett Deledio, good luck tonight. You spoke about a couple of guys that weren't playing tonight, and Mark Keane's one that probably stands out for me as someone who's been really pivotal for you in your back line. But I feel like the boys that are playing down there in Murray and Barts have stepped up, and it's only young in the season, but you must be happy with how they're going.
Yeah, we are, Brett. Yeah, don't get us wrong. We'd love to have Mark Keane out there. He's pretty important to our ball movement as well. So that's something that we've sort of been working on, and we'll have a look at Wayne Miller had an outstanding game against Collingwood, a little bit quieter against the Bulldogs, but where we can, we'd love to get the ball in his hands, and we'll see a little bit of Braden Cook playing across there at different stages tonight to help with that stuff as well. But Butts and Murray have started the year really well, and they'll have their hands full tonight.
Murray, it's Matt Clinch here. Do you make anything of the fact you haven't been able to win here at Cardinia Park, and do you do anything in the preparation to try and prepare yourself to try and break that hoodoo?
No, not specifically, other than we know that it's not quite as wide as some grounds we play on, but probably not too dissimilar width-wise to Adelaide Oval, certainly a little bit longer. The one thing that we did touch on and talk about is your ability to be able to get the ball into that launch zone area, if you like. You don't ideally want to be launching from two back of centre, so we have spoken about that. Being able to try and get into that launch zone and get the deeper entries is something that we'll try and achieve tonight.
Murray, it's Corbin Middlemas here. I noticed, obviously, Darren Burgess departed over the off-season, went to Juventus. Great for him, obviously. Highly regarded fitness boss. Last year, you spent most of the regular season with like one or two names on the injury list, and we're in the early part of the season, but I noticed there's sort of half a dozen to getting up to 10 guys already occupied on that list. Is that just a coincidence, or is that a little cause and effect between losing such a guru in Darren Burgess?
Oh, well, Darren will want me to say it's because of Darren, won't he? I think I'll make sure I give him a good plug. But no, look, Darren was outstanding in that job, and Ian McEwen that's come in and replaced him is doing a great job. I think we're seeing it across the league, aren't we, that there are a number of clubs and players that are dealing with injuries. Yes, we happen to be one of them at the moment. Some of them are soft tissue, and some of them are just through the game and the way it's played. So, a bit of a coincidence.
Do you think that's contributing to it, the early starts and the style of footy?
Yeah, I think there is something in that. Not for all of them. I think when you go through, I know, there's people that are in different positions to what I am that have probably got better answers in regards to that. But I think it is a bit of a contribution. I mean, we're coming off a 6-day break tonight, so you don't really get the chance to manage them. Maybe if we were on a slightly longer break, some of those guys that aren't playing would have been available.
He's wearing a suit, isn't he? He was saying in an interview in Juventus, just a little pay increase probably.
Yeah, I think he's had the hair done, the tanning, the teeth done. He's looking immaculate.
Yeah, good sir. What a life. Appreciate it, Murray. Good luck tonight and the rest of the way.
Yeah, have a good call. Thanks, guys.
Murray Davis, the Director of Coaching of the Adelaide Crows. Getting set to go tonight up against the Cats. Just repeating, there's no late change. Corbin Middlemas, Matt Clinch, Brett Deledio, Mark Murphy, Ben Cameron, your call team for Thursday night footy. 11.7 is the current temperature. Feels like temperature is 9.3. The overnight low is 11, and we're already hovering around 11 at the moment. So 15 mil of rain is forecast, and showers is the simple forecast for you tonight. And we've had plenty of those already.
We have.
Big jacket on the boundary. Keep yourself nice and toasty, Benny.
Yeah, I reckon old Mini Hands will be trying to stay nice and toasty down there, that's for sure.
Full preview to come. There's also a bit kicking around in the footy world. The new illicit drugs policy is out.
Yes.
So we'll talk about that coming up next. Plus the Bombers, did they swing the axe at selection? After Brad Scott's explosive press conference, of course, last Sunday after his team's demoralising loss to Port Adelaide. So we'll get into the teams, plus look ahead a little closer to the Cats and the Crows. It's on deck tonight here at Cardinia Park on ABC Sport.
Stay up to date with the latest news in less than 2 minutes with the ABC News Top Stories podcast. The biggest breaking news stories of the day and why they matter. The ABC News Top Stories podcast on ABC Listen or wherever you get your podcasts.
ABC Sport.
On ABC Sport, this is the AFL.
The well-trodden path. Lockett, Hall, Frank Lachlan, and now Curnow. The grass is greener at the SCG.
Relax, witness the greatest. Don't get better than this.
On his left, he couldn't bang through a third, can he? You bet he can!
Kicks from 45 on the run, and they've made it 6 in a row. What a goal! Nick Dacos takes the advantage, eyes the goals, and kicks it. DNA doesn't lie. Want it down. Oh, socket off the ground by Will Ashcroft. He's a freak. That is just that. Freakish.
Welcome to the 2026 AFL Premiership season on ABC Sport. On radio, on digital, and ABC Listen.
You take a seat, because it don't get better than this.
June 2003. That is the last time that Adelaide won in these parts. At Cadinia Park, it was a team that was loaded with their premiership stars. It's been a 23-year wait since Adelaide have won here. Back then, Finding Nemo was still at the cinemas. The iPhone didn't yet exist. Fuel was 90 cents a litre.
Shut up.
And Essendon, since then, have won not one, but 2 finals. That's how long ago it is since Adelaide won here at Cadinia Park. Welcome to Thursday Night Footy on ABC Sport. Corbin Middlemas, Matt Clinch, our number 1 picks, Marc Murphy and Brett Deledio. Ben Cameron on the boundary. There is no late change. The Cats up against the depleted Crows. The Crows pushing against a whole lot of history, and their case hasn't been helped at selection. Walker, Archie, Laird, Dawson, all unavailable. So 4 of their 6 most experienced players on their list. In comes Bond, Maley, Nankervis and Taylor. Meanwhile, for the Cats, they get the 2 Ollies in, so Henry and Wiltshire, while Dangerfield and Close are the 2 that are unavailable. Dangerfield, by the way, out hurt with a calf, and Close has been omitted. The Cats have done their best to try and dress that up, but for a guy that has played the previous 53 games, he's going to run around in the Magoos at the weekend. It's a miserable old day, it must be said. What's the sort of winter's coming? Winter's here. This is a rude shock. So after a pleasant start to the week in Melbourne and the greater Melbourne area, 9.3 degrees, the feels like temperature at the moment down in Geelong for the start of round 3. 15 mils of rain expected.
Was that a Game of Thrones reference, was it? Winter's coming?
I think so. I never actually watched the series. I know it's
do yourself a favour.
Never watched it.
He's not a movies guy either.
Is it good? No, I'm not.
It's not a movie, so that's
TV show.
perfect. It's a series.
Yeah. No, I'll get to it at some point. Big news in the footy world today. The illicit drugs policy is out and has been updated. We heard that this was on the way, obviously, a little while out with the reporting around it. But the strikes are gone, so they've disappeared. And the revised policy, and this is to quote, is focused on player health and well-being, improve health outcomes through enhanced care, governance and increased levels of accountability. So regular hair testing will replace the urine test, which we had up until that point, and can detect substances in a player's system for up to 3 months. Now, when positive, the player must undergo significant health assessments and interventions to enact behavioural change and be subjected to increased levels of accountability with escalating consequences. So step-by-step process, this is essentially how it will work. So step 1, you receive a positive test, you'll go through a behaviour change program, which may include healthcare interventions, but basically at that point, expect to get tested a whole lot more, so you're on the radar. If you return a second positive test, you will progress through to what is now called an individual management plan, which is overseen by the AFL's illicit drugs policy manager, which has been created now. So then all of a sudden you're under the AFL's guidance after a second test. If you keep offending from that point, you will be referred to a fitness to play assessment, which basically means you're taken out of playing and training until you pass this assessment to get back out there. And at that point, you'll also have your case be alerted to the CEO, the GM of footy, and the club president, who will all find out at that stage. And to get out of the fitness to play assessment, you'll either you need to go through these certain
but the coach doesn't know. Is that right?
Not at that stage.
Yes.
Yep. So at that stage, club president, CEO, GM of footy, all informed at point 3. And then you need to actually have success through the education programs to basically make it back to be eligible to play. It also includes support for players up to 2 years retired. Public use suspensions will stay, so in cases where players are found to have been using illicit substances, where the public knows about it, basically shorthand for bringing the game into disrepute, 2 to 4 game sanction. And this is the interesting kicker for me. There is a sanction of $250,000 on the club, $250,000, and individual deregistration, the confidentiality obligations are breached. So if it gets to step 3 and the president, the CEO and the GM of footy are alerted, and somehow somebody finds out and it gets traced back to one of those figures or anyone else as part of the process, deregistered from the game, $250K to the club. Oof.
Well, the interesting part will be if, say, for example, a general manager has to take a name off the whiteboard, and the coach goes, "Why is that?" He says, "Can't tell you, but he's not available."
Yeah, well, as if, I'm pretty sure the coach will know what's going on, won't he? But you can't tell him, but I'm not telling you, mate. Please.
So it feels like the most punitive part of the measure is towards the people around confidentiality, which obviously the players stress that is the most important part. I mean, the question that we'll always ask when it comes to these types of things is, does it pass the pub test? You think the average person in the street will think, yep, I'm happy with that the strikes are gone and this is the new revised illicit drugs policy for players in the game that essentially are on an average salary of close to $500,000?
No, well, it won't pass the pub test. And I think the previous strike policy didn't pass it either. It's always it's always been about looking after the players and understanding that it's a societal issue. And it's huge within younger people. So no doubt they're looking at it as a lens of trying to support and rehabilitate and educate as well before it becomes an issue. How often are they hair testing? Is that just once a year? It doesn't actually say.
It says at least a couple of times a year.
Yeah.
But if you test positive once, you'll be getting
on the radar.
a lot more.
And then are you getting urine tested or is that just repeat hair?
I think it's repeat hair.
Yeah. So it's there to try and support and educate, and hopefully it doesn't get to the stage where it's constantly repeating. But I understand the public would be like, oh, if I take drugs, I just get kicked out of my work.
Yeah.
So
it's sacked.
There's a lot of those emotive conversations around it, and people that work in mine sites, for example, that have to be sober to be able to be on site and everything else. But do you think really what we want in a policy, don't we? For lack of a better term, we want to get rid of the people that are taking the mick, don't we?
Yeah.
But we want to weed those people out that feel like, hey, I can do this and I can have a bit of fun on the weekend and I can do something that's illegal and really rort the system. Our reservoir of sympathy towards people out there that have substance abuse problems, I think everybody co-signs that I hope those people get the help they need, whether they're AFL players or other people, civilians living ordinary lives doing different jobs or whatever it turns out to be. I absolutely understand that, but I think what the AFL is absolutely keen to weed out, and do you think this process does it with hair testing, that essentially they will get the odd player that thinks, you know what, on my Saturday night I'm going to do it because I know what's the worst that can happen?
Yeah, well, the strike policy allowed that, didn't it? Because you could just self-report and therefore you don't even get a strike. But, I think it does. It's funny with these, when the AFLPA come in or the doctors come in, I just tune out because I was like, oh, this doesn't apply to me because I was never a drug taker and I still am not a drug taker. But it's like you got to understand it for your players when you're looking after them from a management point of view. It's like, well, this is the education that they need to fully understand it, So it's...
I think the important thing is are they independent assessors or medical practitioners are actually not just being someone to lean on and cry about it. It's actually there to support and actually try their hardest to try and make sure that these players are putting in practices and things to try and educate themselves and then not actually fall back into that scenario of using drugs. I think that's the important thing. And actually driving these young men hard and trying to support them in the way they do about it.
So step 1, independent healthcare person basically finds out about it. Step 2, AFL's illicit drug policy manager. Step 3, club officials, president, CEO. So basically that's the shorthand to break it down. Independent for first failed, second failed is AFL, third failed.
I'm not sure why the president's more important than the senior coach. Like I would have CEO, GM football and coach being aware of something. I mean,
I think where the broader public get upset with it all is the terminology around why players aren't playing. And it's like, oh, he's managed with personal problems or whatever it may be, and that's why. And when you just see a player being taken off the board, and you're like, well, this guy played unbelievable last week, and now he's not playing. What did he pick up in the game? And all it says is not sure. On the.
Is that fair enough though?
What do you mean?
Like, is it fair enough? Like, do we need that public?
Oh, mate, it doesn't worry me. I'm just gauging and expressing what I know the general public is like. Well, where's the explanation? Why do we not know what this player's because we do want transparency right across the board.
We do, but we also, I mean, I'm happy enough with that. And usually I'm always one of those people, basically saying, what's happening here and get to the truth and everything else. But
I think because it's been taken the P1 double snakes out of, people get frustrated with it. And that's why it's like, well, if you're going to be there taking advantage of this system, then out them. And therefore try and stop it.
If it was, though, a teammate of yours, if it became public, would the reputational damage be too significant?
Potentially. I mean, you can be painted with the same brush, can't you? It's like, oh, he's a teammate. He must be doing the same thing. So I get what you're saying now. I don't know. I've always had wrestled with this, and it's been tricky given my stance one way versus teammates and whatever else that have been the other way inclined.
But the reality is, if you worked on a construction site or you worked in an office job or do what we do, for example, and people, took mental health leave or whatever it turns out to be, and they were dealing with addiction or whatever it turns out, the chances are a lot of your colleagues wouldn't know about that.
No, exactly right.
So I can understand why that they want to uphold that in the
and some people go, well, I'm a tradie and I need to take a test to make sure I'm not on drugs or have alcoholism. Yeah, but you're also in charge of heavy equipment, which can kill someone. So it's a little bit different. Yep. So there's that lens of it as well. But I think it's such a huge issue in society. I think you can either do nothing or this could be the other option. So I think to try and educate and actually help support young people and hopefully get them off that issue of being reliant upon drugs or whatever it is, to actually be there to try and turn their life around for a lot of these.
Are we talking about these AFL players, stars, whatever? Are they reliant as their coping mechanism, or are they just dabbling in because that's a way to express themselves because everyone else is doing it and I don't want to be seen to be missing out, and I think it's cool.
A bit of everything, really.
The latter of what you talk about, then surely that's where this system steps in and hopefully catches those guys, doesn't it?
Hopefully.
I think the hard part, though, as well, is it relies on the AFL players and the Players Association being supportive of the system. Otherwise, there's absolutely nothing. So the first intent is, as you said, that support and education. And the second element of is always the part we wrestle is if there's someone who has repeat offences and this becomes consistent behaviour, how do they then try and protect that individual but also the organisation or the coders itself? And I'm not sure we're any closer to getting a resolution on that one.
Yeah, and that's, I always talk about, the perfect's the enemy of the good, that it's not a perfect system, but it's better than having nothing, which the players could say, hey, we don't want to have anything. I guess there's people like me and other people out there that will say, well, the players also have a chance to be absolute leaders in this area where they could say, you know what, we're going to agree as a collective that we don't want any of our guys having illicit substances. So the view that you're saying, Lids, and what you had in your career, we want everyone to do that. And we're basically going to say, right, we can be zero tolerance. And ultimately, it's up to the players to decide that. Yeah. They don't want that as a collective, as a group, that they want something like this, which is sort of geared towards trying to help improve the players. And ultimately, it's their health.
Exactly right.
It's a brutal way to look at it. So whether this goes far enough or not, ultimately, this is the system that's going to be in place to try and protect these young men with disposable income from themselves, later in life and once their footy career is done. Thursday night footy on ABC Sport. Your thoughts, by the way, on 0437 774 774. There's no late change at Cardinia Park on what's going to be a pretty wet, cold and gloomy night for what is March 26. Number one picks, Brett Deledio and Marc Murphy alongside Corbin Middlemas and Matt Clinch to call the action. Ben Cameron is on the boundary. All right, the rest of the round, the teams are in. It's fair to say Brad Scott conditioned us earlier today when he did his press conference. He was asked about whether a statement at selection was on the way.
I've never been a big believer in the statements at selection. Simple philosophy, but you challenge players to respond and they either do or they don't. So, you don't make, or I don't anyway, make knee-jerk reactions, but players know they've got to give the effort that's required. So pretty keen to give those players the opportunity to respond.
And just on that response, Brad, how optimistic are you that this team will bounce at the weekend?
I'm very, very optimistic we'll look very different to the way and what we produced in the first 2 weeks, but we've just got to understand what we're doing. We've got a very clear strategy and there's short-term risk in that. And in terms of the way that we need to coach, we need to have an attitude of we've got to keep teaching. We've got to make sure our players are learning what we're trying to execute. And as I said, we have a high level of optimism that what we produced in the first 2 weeks is nowhere near what this group's capable of, let alone what the potential is of this group. So we know it. The last 2 weeks have been very, very disappointing, but we also understand we've got work to do. But we knew that 6 months ago.
So another debutant on the way for the Bombers. Jacob Farrow comes into the lineup. Jade Gresham's in. Sardell Hooley and Archer Day Wicks all come into the Essendon team. The 4 outs. Let's see who misses out. So Redmond's injured. The 3 that have lost their spot out omitted. Jaden Ewan.
Yes.
Max Kondo Giannis.
Yep.
And Hussein El Ashkar.
Yes.
They're the changes.
2 first years and a second year. Well, I think...
What are your thoughts as an Essendon fan, Corbin?
So, what I would say, I mean, the Magoos lost by 85 points.
Yes.
So
it's a tough spot.
It does, and you cop an injury. Interestingly, Sharp's still in the team, but
you expect him to be out potentially.
Yeah, there's a big watch on there. So there's only so much he can do, isn't it? Between trying to get a spike out of the guys that are there.
Yeah. In defence of Kondianis, who is one of our boys, he got heat stroke after the game and spent the night in hospital and with gastro as well. So he had the double.
Do you reckon they could have just said, just through medical advice, maybe just misses this week?
Just misses this week because he's tired. Yeah, he just needs to recover. Yeah. But potentially they didn't rate his game either. I don't know. I'm not in the 4 walls.
15 consecutive losses for the Bombers, potentially 16 if they go down to the Kangaroos. It gets hard to see the...
Can you see him getting it done, Corb, or not?
The blue sky through the trees.
You would be so nervous.
I'm holding for 1 more week. And then they play the Western Bulldogs. And so if they lose this week, it goes, 15 or 16?
16 if they lose this week.
If they lose to the Dogs in the way they have done in the past, that should almost count as 2. So it should go from 16 to 18.
Yeah.
Because the Dogs usually beat them by about 100 points. Ooh. So that is not a good fortnight ahead.
They're not great games to be walking into the change rooms. When you're walking in and you know there's a lot of pressure on your team to win. And you know there's a lot of pressure on the opposition to win. And
the worst thing that could have happened was the Roos losing last week to the Eagles for the Bombers.
So the fallout could be significant.
So last win for the Bombers, round 11, 2025 against the Tigers. Longest losing streak historically is 17 losses. That ain't that far away.
That was the Essendon 34 year, I think, 2016. You're entitled to think it's going to be better, aren't you?
But either that or go the other way and just play kids and get games into them and to try and fast track, like what we're seeing with Richmond, and the Eagles. It's like, let's see where these kids can play. It's either that way or it's not. It's
a hard path to go down because then you're playing guys who are getting opportunities who might not be ready.
Well, they did that last year, didn't they? Because they had all those injuries. So we basically saw these kids last year.
It's a very slippery slope, I think, when you're just rewarding games for purely on the factor of youth.
Because you've been there though, surely at the Blues.
Yeah, and I can tell you from first hand, seeing guys who
hard work,
play too early, they lose confidence and they don't become the players they possibly could be.
And it creates a riff inside the 4 walls of the club because you're like, oh my God, what are we rewarding here?
That's right.
Would you have Zach Merritt in the leadership group? Sorry, Corbin, I know you're trying to move on, but the decision that Andy McGrath said, we need all our senior players. He's been around the leadership group in the club. He's one of our most senior players. If it was you as captain, Murph or Lids, it's a part of the leadership group. We'd be saying, righto, let's get him back in. He's with us for this season.
Maybe not publicly, but certainly have him in there as a voice.
Yeah, it's an awkward one, isn't it? I mean, he's been your skipper, he's your best player, but he also has been wanting to get out of the football club for a few years. But once you are there and you're there for the season, you're all in. So, I mean, you'd expect that he's an ultimate professional, that he's invested in the group while he's there.
Exactly. He's there to win.
And he wants the guys to go better than what they are. Like, he doesn't want to play on a losing side every week. So I think the more you can draw upon your most experienced, and yes, he's wanted to get out of there, I think you'd be silly not to have him in there.
Brad Scott addressed that today, by the way, speaking about the reports during the week.
Last year, Sam Durham rolled through those meetings. Joe Caldwell rolled through those meetings. I mean, that's just normal. There's been nothing abnormal this week, despite how you want to frame it. Player-only meetings, I reckon every club in the competition has it on a weekly, if not fortnightly basis. That's just normal. Zach rolling through our leadership group meetings, that's just normal.
I thought it was a very different tone from Brad today than perhaps the one he went with on Sunday. He basically tried to talk down Sunday's press conference and essentially said, hey, I didn't say anything that the players wouldn't have been aware of. They knew about it. It's sort of not much to see here. We know that this is the path that we're on, so things might, we knew they were going to take a long time, almost sort of the usual sort of very pragmatic Brad Scott. So I don't know if he sort of reflected differently on that one. I mean, we'll never know. Or whether he just felt like that was...
he said, well, I've been here before. He knows what's coming. He knows how to maybe prepare his players for what to expect. But
I thought on Monday, you come out and talk like that, you know, we're going to see brand name players drop out of the team, and
potentially
we didn't get that.
No.
We didn't get that at selection. The rest of the round, by the way, so for North Melbourne, firstly, Core, Wardlaw, Coleman Jones all come in. Your former teammate, Aidan Corr.
Yeah, Apples.
Griffin Logue, Jacob Constanti and Jack Darling all out of the team. Darling omitted.
Wow.
Also on Saturday, Brennan Cox and Jager O'Meara come back in for the Dockers. O'Driscoll and McDonald out.
Makes it better.
Trainer, Fall, Elgar and Gray, the 4 ends for Richmond. Broad injured, Tresice omitted, Lynch and Curvis injured.
That's a stiff injury list, isn't it?
They get a lot younger there.
For a young team.
And a lot more inexperienced against the Dockers. The early game on Saturday, Howard and Butler both in for the Saints. Caminiti out injured. Boxall's been omitted. Rising star nom from late last year. Meanwhile, for the Brisbane Lions, big ends, Gardner, Bailey, Morris.
Yep.
That's nice. So out goes Zakastelski, Annabelle and Tunstall.
Annabelle out for 3 or 4 months too with a shoulder, which is disappointing for the young lad.
And then tomorrow night, Moore and Howe, which we knew the big ends for Collingwood, and Oscar Steen will make his debut. The 200-plus centimetre ruck forward comes in. Will Parker omitted, Ed Allen omitted, Jack Buller omitted. So Buller had a couple of goes at it, the former Swans forward in Collingwood's front 6, but out now. Meanwhile, for the Giants, Leake and Hannaford both come in. Buckley out injured. Harry Rouston omitted. So he was meant to be one of the guys to sort of fill
this year. Yeah.
Missing midfield spots with so many out injured.
It takes time.
Meanwhile, for Port Adelaide, just squads at this stage, but Marshall, Bergman and Rosie all out. Meanwhile, Edwards and Milan Murdoch out for the Eagles, all 5 injured. And the game at the MCG, Cooper Lord's ill, so he's not going to play for the Blues. He's been good in the first couple of weeks. And Daniel Turner's out injured. He's not going to play for Melbourne. Chance for Tom McDonald to come in and play his 250th game alongside Max Gawn. Well, we've been running through the teams for round 3 of the AFL Premiership season. The 2 teams in front of us have made their way out. The Adelaide Crows to a banner which read, "Come on, Crows, it's time for Moose. Finbar's here, let's cut loose." So Finbar Maley, who's playing his 8th game of AFL footy, first game for the Crows, he's on the banner.
Well, I dare say that's the first time a debutant for a footy team has been mentioned on the banner.
That's amazing.
Go out on a limb.
It's amazing. So the Crows are out there in their home strip, so they've got their own hoops on tonight, obviously predominantly in navy with the red and yellow hoops across the chest and the navy shorts. And Geelong, which we often see, given they have a light base jumper, so they're predominantly white, which means
I like it.
Even though it's their
I do like the match up tonight with the jumpers. It looks good.
Yeah.
We were down here last year, the Bulldogs.
Yeah, it was hard, wasn't it? Dream time.
Opposite
not dream time. Indigenous round, wasn't it? It was the opposite, weren't they?
Confused me all night.
So the Cats are predominantly white with the blue hoops, and they've got the white shorts on to go with it. All right, let's narrow our focus. There's no late change here at the Cattery. There's no Dangerfield, so he's missing. Dawson's out for the Crows. They're both missing their skippers, and yet Adelaide clearly more hampered with 4 of their top 6 experienced players absent. What is a cold, wet night in Geelong. What are you on the lookout for, Brett Deledio, Mark Murphy, as we nudge a little closer to the bounce?
Oh, I made mention of it before, Corbin, about who's going to be the person or the players that can step up in the absence of a Jordan Dawson. Because I feel like all too often it gets left to him to be the guy who rallies the side and gets them going off the back of his own performance. So it's a great opportunity for young guys. I know Murray Davis mentioned Zach Taylor, who comes into the side. They've got Rochelle who'll spit through there, Rankin probably as well. You know, for these guys to stand up and take a hold of that midfield, but play with some bravery and try and take it up to what has traditionally been a dominant side down here in Geelong on their home deck. So, and the only way to actually beat Geelong down here is to take the game to them, I think, and not play slow or allow them to set up behind the footy.
Yeah, you're spot on. I think sides who come down here and try and be methodical by the way in which they use the football. Yeah, there's going to be times of the game where you can't always go quick, but you need to actually take this game on and this team on their home deck, because they do get quite high up the ground and try and defend really high up the ground. So if you've got some aggression and you've got some confidence in your ability to use the ball by foot, especially to go through the corridor and try and pierce it and get it out the back.
Yep.
I think their forward line looks more dynamic having Tex out of there. I feel tonight, especially on a greasy night. I think it's not a bad miss for Tex missing today, and he can rest up and come back next week. But I think the Adelaide Crows, if ever it's going to be almost a season starter for them, I think they've been quite good so far.
You're tipping them?
I'm going to go the Crows down here.
Wow.
It's a bit of an upset tonight.
Gee, that's a big call. So, Mark,
I'm with you, Murph, for what it's worth.
What?
Which you were last week too, and we missed. But anyway,
That's not a good omen, is it?
So we got 2 of our 5 in our commentary team already backing in the Adelaide Crows.
I'm just a bit unsure about the Cats' start to this year.
Not tonight. Back-to-back 6-day breaks for Adelaide at the start of a new season. So if you're getting together your list of gripes with the fixture and you're an Adelaide Crows fan, you can add another one to that list. Darcy Fogarty feels like big night for him. So as you said earlier, jury's out on the 3 tools. Yeah. No Walker tonight. It's not a perfect night for a key forward, but opportunity to
against a pretty good defence too, though. With Stewart down there, O'Sullivan, De Conning, Blitzards at times, like
albeit out of form.
Yeah, well, true, but yeah, we haven't seen them for 18 days either, so we don't know where they're at.
So I saw David King's numbers last night. So AFL contested possession in D50. Geelong currently ranked 17. And he went through the numbers of Henry and O'Sullivan, 0 intercept marks in the defensive 50. Blitz-ups, 0. A bunch of other guys. Lawson Humphries yet to win a ground ball.
Yeah, Blitz-up's been playing more in the ruck though, hasn't he?
But they're essentially 8 quarters into the season, and they're very unusual numbers for. Don't get me wrong, we love the back 6 of the Cats.
But their first game was they got touched.
That's why I'm unsure about them.
Yeah, so, that's fair.
6 out of the 8 quarters have been not trounced, but they've made it look silly.
But I think that's just numbers for numbers' sake. Let's not get too caught up in.
Just trying to build it up.
Yeah, I get it. But Adelaide they've been going slower. I think compared to a lot of other teams, they've been trying to play the kick mark game versus other teams are trying to get the ball moving by hand. So that's going to play straight into the Cats' hands.
They did that in the first half, didn't they, against the Pies? We were at that game and they went slow. They started off all right, but in that third quarter they went really quick and just put the game to bed, didn't they, in that third quarter against the Pies? I thought they were good last week until I thought the Bulldogs were just better when it mattered most. Their best players stood up. So they learned a few lessons out of that. But
they're also missing their best or most experienced players. So
that's right. But they did win most games of the season last year at home and away.
I'll keep picking holes.
But it is a tough ask for anyone to come down here and beat the Cats on their home deck.
Jeremy Cameron's another interesting matchup. At times he's played on Nick Murray, he's played on Max Michelani. On both occasions he's kicked goals in that. So without Patrick Dangerfield tonight, how much do you think his role will change? He can roam up the ground and help set up goals, or he can play closer to goal and be more of a threat?
I think they and I was a real concern on Shannon Neal, I reckon, in his first game of the season, but then to come out and kick 5 or 6 in his next one, 5 against the Dockers, I think he's just more stay at home. I think Ollie Henry plays better without Paddy Dangerfield in the side. I think he gets to launch of the footy a little bit more. I think with Paddy in that side, they become pretty centric towards him. He demands the footy, and as you would. I mean, he wins more than he loses.
Yeah.
But then Jezza, I think he gets that licence just to be able to go up the ground and wheel back. And if you can keep up with me, good luck, but not many can. So is it a Max Michelani who has to stay with you and try and stay with him, but then he's too big on the other side of it as well? So
give me a name. If you're Matthew next, you put in a name on the whiteboard. Who's the one? So, as Clinch sort of referenced, last time they met, Michael Annie got him. He had 15 and kicked 4, got a Brownlow vote.
Yep.
Game before that, he played on Murray, had 17, kicked 6.
Yeah.
Got 3 Brownlow votes.
Butts then. That's to be the next one.
He was a goal kicker previously, so he might be the right answer. Yeah. But if he takes him into the midfield, he can't go with him.
He can't, but I think Butts is more inclined to play on the bigger Shannon Neal. You probably have to just hope that he can't have the same impact, and you're hoping for more pressure around from the midfield and a bit of a team defence more so on Jez, because he does get so high and wheels back so quickly. It's very hard to defend unless you've got a like-for-like 195 player who can run and jump and be as athletic as what he is.
I think the other one too, like Tom Stewart, does someone play almost a negative role or make him more accountable? You look at the forward line of Adelaide, maybe it's a Neil Bullen who just tries to make him accountable. But
he's so crucial to their run too, though, isn't he? By getting up the ground.
Yeah, he is. It's sometimes you've got to rob Peter to pay Paul sometimes and go, well, you know what, we need to make sure that we're engaging Tom Stewart, making sure that he's not coming across and intercepting. Keys does do that on a number of smaller running defenders. So it'll be interesting to see. Other teams have tagged Tom Stewart and had some good success in doing it, because he does start up a lot of their offensive play by the way in which he comes across and supports his teammates.
What's the right balance for Isaac Rankin? He attended 10 centre bounces in his last match. Obviously, he missed a lengthy period through suspension, but to isolate him inside the forward 50 is such a scary matchup for opposition coaches, and yet you probably need his spark in the centre square from time to time.
Yeah, I mean, that's that moving chairs on the, or deck chairs on the Titanic, isn't it? That you want to be able to get the best of both. And you're not really sure. Like it's, I like him with, if he's not touching it, get him inside, let him get in and around the footy. It's a bit like Jez getting up the field.
Give him a licence.
You just call it as you see it, you know, and if not, well, then change over with Rochelle and away you go.
The Naz rule. You play wherever you see fit, son.
Well,
that's right.
We used to do the same thing with Dusty back in the day. It's like, mate, if you want to go, you know, start on ball and get it in and around and mix it. The problem was he'd always change after he'd had a big effort. We'd all had a big effort in the forward. He's like, I can't go. Can you go for me? That's the issue when they get let down on the defensive side of things because they don't have the tickets to be able to continue to go.
If you love Brett Deledio's analysis, and we all do, you can find him through ABC AFL Daily with a full preview of the round ahead. Comes out late Thursday night, early Friday morning. So if it's too late for you, don't worry about that. Get up early Friday, put it straight in your ears, and you can listen along to Brett Deledio alongside Ben and myself preview round 3 and every round of the AFL season available through wherever you get your podcasts on ABC AFL Daily. Feel like with the Crows we could talk about their record against the best and how fast they move the ball and everything else, but almost feels a little unfair on a cold, wet night in Geelong where they are missing so many of their key stars. All right, coin toss has just happened. Ben Cameron is downstairs. Two unusual skippers, given the fact that both Dawson and Dangerfield are out. So Alex Neil-Bullen was there with Tom Stewart. Ben Cameron's in the front row. Good evening, Ben.
Yeah, good evening, Corbin. Tom Stewart winning the toss, electing to kick to the Barwon River end of Cardinia Park. It is 11 degrees Celsius down here. We've already had 6 millimetres of rain. We're expecting 5 more. We've had passing showers in the last sort of 40 minutes or so. So the surface, I can see a little shimmer on it, just a little bit of water sitting on the grass. So it will be slippery and hard to handle the footy early on in this match. But apart from that, hopefully the worst of the rain stays away. Not many here. I think a few fans have stayed away and thought in front of the fire at home might be a better option tonight.
Thanks, Ben. We've got the window open up here, so we'll try and
embrace you.
Breathe it in with you. Murph's got the jacket back on. We're ready to go. Your thoughts throughout on 0437 774 774. The depleted Crows up against Geelong, who are always dominant in these parts. And they're also pushing against a fair bit of history too, having not won here in 23 years. Round 3 underway on ABC Sport. You're with Matt Clinch.
Edwards and McAndrew to square up in the middle of Cardinia Park. It comes to ground level. Little toe poke out to Rochelle, who gets the first clean disposal away. Hand pass out on the wing. Blitzouts tries to protect it. With Cumming lays the tackle. The umpire circles and will ball it up. The rain will continue to fall throughout the night. So the ball will spend a majority of the time on the ground. Edwards wins down the tap, but the umpire goes down as well. Rochelle gathers and Atkins lays the tackle. I get the feeling Tom Atkins is going to love these sort of conditions, Lids.
Yeah, absolutely. Nose to the trough type player, isn't he? Loves it with wet and slippery.
No late change coming in. Edwards reaching over the back, palms it down to Berry, and Holmes locks him up.
Michael, and he's the matchup for Jez Cameron that we were speaking about just before.
Those skinny wings. Edwards again, down to Smith, trying to get it out. Did so successfully in the end. Slides through to Clark to Blitzarves. In fact, it wasn't Clark, it was Wiltshire. The young man is in for just his 3rd game. Blitzarves has got it. Sweeps a hand pass to Cameron. An early touch for him. 55-60 out. He's wayward under a bit of pressure. Puts it into about row 6. Out on the full. There's 1 Lids for the night.
Well, 1 shot, yeah, not a great one, was it? But Max,
one out of the full.
Yeah, well, yeah.
I feel like Adam Ramanaskas had a running tally going one game as Murray kicks close to the boundary line. Blitzouts brings it down, it spills out. Here's a chance for Edwards. Back into traffic, gets a hand pass forward. Only as far as Berry, who's tackled. The umpire circles and will ball it up between wing and half forward on the Reg Hickey stand here at Cardinia Park. Thursday night footy on ABC Sport. Edwards trying to get position here against McAndrew. Umpire says he had a hold of it and it'll be a free kick the way of the Adelaide Crows ruck. Keeping, of course, Riley O'Brien out of the lineup. I expect as well, Murph, that we might see Riley Thilthorpe spend more time forward in the second ruck. The kick was smothered. Spills out the way of Wiltshire. Hand pass away to Blitzhouse on the run from 52. Tops the ping and misses to the left. Almost the perfect start from the turnover from the Crows across half back. They don't have to pay the price. Behind here for the Cats.
How's that on the left?
Been on light duties all week as well, blitz halves, but the oldest man on the ground out there tonight. Geelong intercept from the kick in. Stewart, hand pass to Manor, kicks into the pocket, and a nice mark for Martin.
Was a nice disposal going inside 50, and they're quite open pockets here at Clinch Park, so most grounds this is a pretty difficult shot. It'd be interesting to see if he elects to go the right foot banana or the left foot snap.
Left foot shape up.
He's reading the left foot, and Jack Martin, he is a beautiful user of the footy.
For the first of the night, Martin snaps across the body, misses near side or behind. No name, no pack drill, but off the SMS, a cold, wet night in Geelong. I don't see a roof on that stadium. We suggest it might have come from a little further south of us. 0437 774 774.
Wayne Miller brings the Crows back into play, straight down the middle in the direction of Fogarty. Shoved out of it. Jack Henry takes it for the Crows, bundles a kick inside 50. It eludes Wiltshire. Ollie Henry's after it, taps it to his own advantage against the boundary line. And Miller gives him a little shove that sees him out of play. Umpire says it's all legal, a throw in the left forward pocket. Ben Cameron's on the boundary for us. That rain has eased, Benny.
Yeah, it has. Those passing showers have just drifted away for the moment, but we are expecting more throughout the night.
Thanks, Benny. Thrown back into play. Shannon Neal doing the ruck work against McAndrew, who wins down the tap. Rochelle goes racing after it. Ollie Henry gets there first. Berry lays the tackle. It's hemmed in against the boundary in the left forward pocket for Geelong. So the players stand in this opening quarter. It's the Cats leading by 2 points.
No late change coming in. McAndrew tries to whack it forward, but straight to Holmes, who's then hugged immediately by Saligo. Ball spills out, picked up by the Crows there through McAndrew. Gives a hand pass, it goes back, and there's a free kick here out of zone umpire. Has he caught a hold? It's going against Wiltshire. Free kick going to go the Crows' way, and Michael Annie will take it. Ugly looking kick out to halfback. McAndrew underneath it. No mark. Ball slips through. Punched on by Atkins inside the forward 50. It's going to be that kind of a night. Collected by Bond. He's held up. And a ball up here. Still centre half forward for the Cats. They've got the first two scores, both behinds after 4 minutes.
Atkins and Manor both trying to get on the move, but it comes down straight to Rochelle of the Crows. A clearing kick into the middle of the ground. Stewart couldn't hang on to it off the hands of De Koning. Now tackled by Fogarty. Squeeze the kick forward, only as far as Thilthorpe. Adelaide's chance to go forward. Smothered by De Koning. Spills out. Stewart with a big tackle on Fogarty. Umpire says holding the ball. Geelong take it back in the middle of Clinch Park.
Yeah, as soon as you offend and you get caught, that's your prior opportunity. Oh, no.
And now Fogarty trying to prevent Stewart getting the ball moving quickly, and he's given away a 50-metre penalty.
He did take a step, Clinchy, but not enough to go off his line, and that you've got to still wait for the umpire to call play on. Ominous signs here early, though, with the way that the Cats are setting up. They are just owning that.
Well, it's once it goes forward half, isn't it? They just locked the ball in there. You looked at the last stoppage inside 50. There was 9 Geelong players set up outside the D50, opposed to Adelaide's 5. So once the ball comes out, they're set up beautifully to get the ball back in. As we've seen so far, 6 inside 50s to zip.
The 33-year-old defender, game 194, just 6 goals in his career for number 7 and the first of the night. Tom Stewart starts proceedings here at Clinch Park with a goal. And the Cats 1-2-8 lead the Crows yet to score. Adelaide haven't got it past halfway, and 6 inside 50s the way of the Cats. It's an ominous start. Brett Deledio and Marc Murphy with you on ABC Sport.
Yeah, exactly right, Clinchy. And you see, and Murphy, you made mention of that ability of the Cats backmen just to be able to set up, and they just own space so well. They don't care where the Crows forwards are setting up. They're trying to set up their keys to be that dump kick away so they can create a contest, but the Cats surround them. They're still able to get that drop off. O'Sullivan was at that point in time. De Koning's just owning a bit of space. He creates a stoppage. And then once Fogarty did actually win the ball back, gets that fend off, holding the ball, 50-metre penalty. The market for Tom Stewart to kick the first would have been pretty large, I would have thought.
Certainly wasn't on my dance card. So only his 4th goal in his last 166 games. Out of the middle, socket away by the Cats out towards half forward. No pick up there for the Crows, and stolen away by Bruin, who turns, kicks inside 50. Ollie Henry crashes the pack, spills to Martin, feeds a hand pass back to Holmes. Holmes shakes a would-be tackle, got a handball away. No, he didn't. Umpire said he threw it out, holding the ball, and a free kick for the Crows. And Michael Annie will be rewarded for the desperate defence.
Jack Martin did all the hard stuff and just fired at the handball too hard. It was too hot for Holmes in the end.
1-2-8 to yet to score. So first goal for Tom Stewart as Michael Annie goes back to Miller. He's got it out there on the eastern side, still at half-back. Miller, low trajectory drop punt out of defence, turns it straight over. And Cameron with the intercept mark for Geelong, 2 kicks from goal.
It's a really low kick, wasn't it? Give his forwards a chance.
Brett Deledio with you on ABC Sport. An 8th inside 50 for the Cats to start this game. Looking for blitz out. Spoils into the goal square where Jones clears for the Crows. Bangs it out towards half-back. Good mark taken by Cumming against Jeremy Cameron. Eyes dart in the middle of the ground. Nothing really on offer.
Can't. There's 2 key backs just standing there filling the hole.
So has to try and drive it as far as he can around the Reg Hickey stand. Thilthorpe caught behind. DeConing takes the mark and plays on. Gets a hand pass forward to Holmes, who drives it inside 50 over the head of the leading Shannon Neal. At the back, it's Worrell's chance to try and clear down low. Tough ball for Peatling. Couldn't take the mark. Spills it in the hands of Manor, who turns on goal and misses to the right-hand side. Had a bit more time than what he realises. And it's all Geelong here early. 1-3-9 to Adelaide, yet to score.
Still confident, Murph?
Not with 9 inside 50s to zip so far, no.
Clinchy?
Not as much. Just waning a bit.
Is Murray with the kick-out duties. Goes along to the wing. Out there is Thilthorpe, whacked away from him by Edwards into the path of Cumming, high up and under. Edwards just taps it down cleverly to the advantage of Smith, who turns, bangs it inside 50 and a chest mark for Ollie Henry. It's just rinse and repeat. They reload again. And that makes it 10-0, the forward 50 count to start this game.
Yeah, and that's the beauty of having a ruckman who can come out and play their role and just create a contest for you. It allows your backs to sag off and they get that +1. We spoke about it before. DeConning, too easy, and the quick entry gets Ollie Henry that chance playing in front.
Kicked 5 last week in the Magoos to win back his spot. And he starts his tally tonight. Dream start for the home team. 2-3-15 to zip. Not an inside 50, barely over halfway. And Adelaide up against it, undermanned away from home on a short turnaround. Thursday night footy on ABC Sport. The Cats 15, Adelaide zip. Marc Murphy, Brett Deledio on ABC Sport.
Yeah, well, the Crows just can't get any ball around the contest and get the ball with yardage going towards the goal at the moment. The ball's lived in the forward half of Geelong's, and as we've said so far, once they get the ball in there, they just set up so well defensively. So that the Adelaide Crows forwards are trying to do the right thing, getting up and supporting their midfield, but in turn, you're costing yourself because you're just leaving the Geelong defenders as the game as they want it. So they set up behind, get the ball back inside 50 and just get repeat inside 50s, and eventually you're going to score goals.
Adelaide going at 44% kicking efficiency in this opening quarter. Is out of the ruck, McAndrew gets the hand pass away and Peatling sends them up towards half forward. Off the hands of Thilthorpe. It's gathered by Connor O'Sullivan. Hand pass to Blitzhouse, knocked it down to Atkins. Cleverly tried to slap it in the path of Bailey Smith. Didn't take it first time, did the second. Drives up towards Neal at half forward. He's back to the contest. And it should be an Adelaide free kick going the way of Jordan Butts. He wastes no time with a chip over the top to Berry. His tackling intent has been impressive. Now getting a chance in the centre square as he looks out to the Hickey stand side and spots a player who's free. It's Ligo who rises and takes the mark against Tom Atkins. Can Adelaide try and get some rhythm and momentum going? It's all pretty stationary at the moment as he looks up towards half forward. Keys is the target. In the end, no one flies, and DeConing takes an uncontested mark for Geelong.
Cats aren't going to wait. Got a handball away to Smith. Hand pass into space. Holmes with the fancy footwork just toe pokes it up towards high half forward. Collected there by Atkins. Feeds it back to Holmes, who keeps on moving. Kicks to the pocket. Slides through the hands of his intended target. Falls through into Adelaide's path. And in the end, Cameron lays a heavy tackle in all of that. Bursting through the hands of Jack Martin, who hit up on the lead, and the last player up with the footy is Michael Anning.
Got lucky there, Nick Murray on Jack Martin. Just chopped the arm, but umpire didn't see it.
Ball up between the wing and the forward pocket for the Cats. Atkins met solidly by Cumming. Ball spits out. Peatling will grab it for Adelaide. Just kicks it out of the defensive 50. DeConing, hand on it. Spills down underneath a pack of players. In the end, it's just poked away by Keys. Down the wing, Pedler needs it to sit for him. Does. And then breaks a tackle from O'Sullivan. Hand pass releases Rankin into a paddock up front. There's no one in the attacking 50. Kick comes to Taylor. He runs onto it, and Taylor will goal. And you can trace that all the way back to the fine work of Pedler on the wing, the critical one-on-one victory, and it results in Adelaide's first of the night. Geelong 2-3-15, Adelaide 1 straight 6 as the rain falls on a cold night at the Cattery. Thursday night footy on ABC Sport.
It was sorely needed, wasn't it?
Yeah.
And Corbin nailed it. It was a huge 1v1, but not only was it a great 1v1, there was 2 Geelong support acts there ready to get the fumbled ball, but Pedler was able to fight through, and then it was just Adelaide Crows players off to the races. So they're actually the first time that Adelaide won a good 1v1 contest.
Yep.
And his teammates got hard towards goal. So that's what they need to do. They need to get up high, but then also rush back forward and try and engage their Geelong defenders. Otherwise, it's going to be a long night for the Crows. So good start, good 1v1 to get them going.
Marc Murphy with you on ABC Sport. The Cats had the first 10 inside 50s, booted 2 goals. Now Adelaide are on the board. Here's Tanner Bruin going to work. Kicks up towards half forward. Awkward bouncing ball for Worrell. Dealt with it well. Hand pass to Berry. Feeds it back to Butts, the reliable defender. High kick off a step. Dempsey underneath it. Saligo came in from the side. Lucky not to give away the free kick. Dempsey kicks into the pocket. Was Manor held? No whistle. And Cameron comes charging in. Lays the tackle. Ball spills clear. Here's a chance for Adelaide to try and clear on half-back. Cook comes into the middle of the ground. It's taken by Finbar Maley. Away to Saligo, and he chips the kick up to Thilthorpe.
Thilthorpe moves it on. Little handball away to Neil Bullen, who's had a win already tonight at the coin toss. Pokes it down to half forward. Blitzarp's the target, crashing into his back. And a free kick will go against
50.
Fogarty and all of that. Fogarty, as he is, not to be confused with his namesake Lockie from the Blues. Was that crude or was that
late?
I thought it was late.
It was pretty brave.
Okay. He's had an indifferent start, Fogarty. Give away 50.
Oh, he's in the air. Yeah, it looks crude, doesn't it? Sorry, but cool.
That's all right.
He tried to pull out of it, but certainly 50.
Gave away a 50-metre penalty, resulted in the first goal. That's his second 50 he's given away tonight. Myers receives a footy from Blitzarps, kicks inside 50. Cameron can't trap it, follows up, gives it to Ollie Henry. Hand pass away to Ollie Dempsey. Touched on the way through by Murray and deflects out of bounds right on the junction of the 50 and the boundary line, half forward for the Cats.
Got a little bit of a look at what Adelaide are trying to do there. They got 2 uncontested marks, then tried to get the ball moving too quick, but it's not a bad way to go about it, but then you've just got to hit your target, and Blitzarps got back and support really well.
Jeremy Cameron to do the ruck against Finbar Maley. Maley wins down the tap to Cook. Hand pass to Berry. In the right back pocket, sends it up. Needing someone to fly. In the end, it's Jack Henry from behind who brings it down. Charging through was Saligo. Can't quite knock it out. And in the end, the ball is locked up. O'Shea Mullen lays the tackle with good support from Connor O'Sullivan. And Ben Keys, the last player to rise. Geelong 2-3-15. Adelaide 1 straight 6. Blitzarps wins down the tap and then follows up his ruck work. Hand pass to Dempsey at half forward. He shins it off the inside. It bounces up to Manus. May still work. Hand pass to Tanner Bruin. Taps it to his own advantage. On the left, off balance to the goal square. Spoiled away by Cumming. Manor runs onto it and still finishes from 15 metres out. Great follow-up work there. Charging towards goal. He didn't take it cleanly, but he was able to drop it to his boot and put through Geelong's third. They're 3-3-21 to Adelaide 1 straight 6. The Cats by 15 points, 15 minutes into the opening quarter as the rain continues to fall here at Cardinia Park. Marc Murphy and Brett Deledio, your experts on ABC Sport.
It was just good forward footy there, wasn't it? That ability to keep it going forward. I reckon the Cats would have been maybe even a couple more goals in front had it been a dry night where they've been able to handle it cleanly. I reckon they've left a couple out there. They're just little fumbles and invites of pressure, doesn't it, from the Crows, but Manor there and that ability to be clean on that occasion and a quick snap. Very impressive.
I don't think Matty Nix will be too happy with his defenders there. Manor's just gone past 2 Adelaide players at the drop of ball. So a couple of Adelaide players there just ball watching, and Manor just wanted it more. Wanted to actually get their work rate to get to that contest. Just ran straight past 2 blokes.
3-1, 15-point lead for the Cats halfway through this opening term. Thursday night footy on ABC Sport. 6-6-6 warning against Geelong, but they get the centre break. Blitzarps down to Smith. Kicks to half forward for Geelong. O'Connor in from the side, takes the juggled mark. It won't count. A 150 gamer. There's going to be a free kick in all of that spotted, and it is going to be taken by O'Connor. He's as surprised as anyone. O'Connor's got it. Wants to kick into the pocket. Kicks it just short enough onto the chest of Ollie Henry. Wasn't smooth off the boot, but he got the desired result. And his medium forward takes the mark against the boundary line, right forward pocket.
I was thinking, oh no, we've got another out of bounds on the full, would you believe, after I'm saying how hard it is. It was Ollie Henry just snuck out the back there and he was calling for it for an eternity in the pocket. He does kick good goals like this, Ollie Henry. I'd be backing him in.
2 in the opening round fixture, then was left out. Kicks right to the goal line, not enough on it. Knocked away into the path of Clark, had it, lost it, spills to Dempsey. He too tackled, dispossessed, and the ump says holding the ball. That's a good win for Adelaide. They're going to win possession on the back of the Berry tackle. Adelaide footy last line of defence, down 15, 17 minutes in.
Fourth possession for Berry coming up. Leading possession getter for the Crows, while Smith leads the way with 6 for the Cats. Long out of defence from Worrell, up towards Thilthorpe. Pack forms over him. Stewart brought it down. Hand pass over his shoulder. Connor O'Sullivan picked off by Rochelle at half back. Awkwardly turns and kicks towards the boundary line, and Worrell's able to handle that. As a left half back, and Wayne Miller so essential to Adelaide setting up across half back. It's a short pass of coming over the top, but wants to go longer than that. Up towards Thilthorpe. And Fogarty in the pack. Finbar Maley had a go. He lost his footing. Rochelle front and centre. Squeeze the kick over the head of Keys, and racing back O'Shea. Mullen will get there first. Keys offers a good chase. Tangles with him. Ball spills clear. Blitzouts getting back. Keys does very well. Locks it in a 2-on-1. And gets Adelaide a stoppage at left half forward without conceding, holding the ball.
Yeah, great fight from Ben Keys there. The 2v1 just gives these Crows another chance of a 450 stoppage here.
Great footy story, yet to miss since joining Adelaide as a delisted free agent. Let go by the Brisbane Lions on the restart. Bruin got a hand pass back into traffic, picked up by Rochelle against the boundary line, half forward, kicks into the pocket, knocked away from Thilthorpe. Was he being held? Yes. Set the umpire in a free kick. It's a big Riley. Thilthorpe in the forward pocket, and it's going to go against young O'Sullivan.
Yeah, Rochelle's been good the last 2 or 3 minutes, just getting higher up the ground and getting his hands on the footy, just getting some yardage for the Crows.
Couldn't have started much worse for Adelaide, and yet if Thilthorpe kicks this, all of a sudden you'd think, gee, they've been completely outplayed. 4 in every 5 inside 50s in the game so far have been going to Geelong's end, and yet Thilthorpe snapping across the body, he goals. So Adelaide are taking making the most of the very few opportunities they've had going forward. And the Crows are back within single digits. Geelong 3-3, Adelaide 2 straight. 9-point game, 19 minutes gone in the opening term. Thursday night footy on ABC Sport.
He just got caught with the arm on the shoulder, probably more so than anything else there. Young Connor O'Sullivan on Thilthorpe. I always ask this question every year. Thilthorpe. It is it?
Yep.
Oh, someone else told me something different. That's okay.
Trust us, Lid. Stick with us.
Yes, I'll trust you, Clinchy.
Yeah, well, there wasn't much in it, was there? But
nah, not heaps. Boy, the guy that you made mention of is Rochelle. He's been clean in and around the stoppage where others have been fumbling, but then great purchase on his left boot there to get that inside to be able to give Thilthorpe that chance.
There you go. Cats had the first 10 inside 50s, Murph, and all of a sudden, despite the Crows only having 4, they're right back in this contest. Finbar Maley has had a run in the ruck, and now it's McAndrew, although great dancing work by Wilkshire in the middle of the crowd. He drives Geelong inside 50, flying in the air. O'Connor, who's gone forward, brought down at ground level. Hand pass from Butts out towards Jones in the right back pocket for the Crows. Now away to Cook. Sends a high ball up the Reg Hickey stand, asking for Darcy Fogarty to compete, but Jack Henry almost did enough to be paid the mark, not in the eyes of the umpire, and it spills the way of Neil Bullen. Cuts back on his right-hand side for Adelaide, up towards Thilthorpe, makes a good presence, brought it down at ground level. Fogarty runs onto it, tries to pierce the kick inboard, great vision, and finds Taylor to kick the opening goal for the Crows. He's 50 out, pokes it into the corridor, and Berry streaming forward takes the mark.
Well done, Fogarty. He could have had every right just to bang it on the boot, but Geelong's defence, there's probably 2 or 3 of them quicker back towards the Adelaide goal. So he couldn't just wheel and go, otherwise it would have just come back straight the other way. So he turned on a dime and then hit it on his left foot to the only Adelaide bloke who made some space. So well done just for having that bit of composure going inside 50. And now goes shot on goal as a result.
Tanner Bruin coming your way, Ben Cameron.
Yeah, he's got a cut sort of in between the eyebrows, sort of right where the monobrow would be if he had one, and the blood just streaming down his nose.
Sam Berry looking for his first goal of season 2026. After 22 disposals against the Bulldogs, 19 in opening round, and this kick just drifts from right to left and a minor score. Adelaide making inroads, but it's still an 8-point lead Geelong's way. 21 minutes gone, opening quarter. Thursday night footy on ABC Sport.
Cats hurriedly work it up towards Holmes. He's caught in a tangle. In fact, he's being held, so free kick goes his way. Hugh Bond just hanging on to the jumper. Lucky to miss last week, Bond. He was good against the Pies in that sick, wasn't he? Yeah, round 1 win, and then missed last week with illness laid out. Holmes kicks down the wing, punched away by Murray towards the boundary line. Bond can't keep it in, and out it goes. Front of the benches. Gee, it's a cold night down there. It's a pretty patchy crowd, it must be said. Ordinarily, it's pretty well populated for Geelong games, but understandably miserable night. 9 degrees, it feels like temperature. Showers forecast, 15 mil of rain. Thursday night footy on ABC Sport. McAndrew down to Berry. It's a hand pass away into a little bit of space, and the Crows work it out. And Curvis gives it to McAndrew, kicks to half forward. Oh, trying to take the jug with Marc Stewart. He's bowled over. Says keep going. No, he doesn't. He says free kick in a marking contest, and Stewart dealt with illegally, taken high by Rankin. So free kick for the 5-time All-Australian who kicked the first of the night. It's an 8-point lead for Geelong, 6 to go in the first.
And if you told me Corby kicked 1 goal in 26, 25, 24 and 23, I wouldn't have believed you.
Yeah.
That's how much it lives in the memory when a defender does kick a goal. As Holmes out of defence for the Cats. Connor O'Sullivan, great contested mark. Rising in the pack, takes it at left half back. Haven't done that so far in 2026, but that one will grow his confidence. Up towards Shannon Neal in a wrestle with Jordan Butts. Butts did well to get a fist in there. Spills out the way of Tom Atkins, stripped in the tackle by Peatling. Wilkshire gets a hand pass forward to Dempsey at left half forward. Cuts back on his right into the pocket. McAndrew leads out in front of Edwards, and the ball goes out of play for a throw in. Left forward pocket for Geelong. The Cats lead by 8 points, 23 minutes gone. Thursday night footy on ABC Sport.
You see the young ruck there with his lack of forward craft. He was just waiting and waiting. I was like, mate, hit up. Come into that space. They'll put on your chest.
Brett Deledio on ABC Sport. Thursday night footy. McAndrew, former Swan, palms it straight down to Clark, who's locked up immediately. Saligo with the tackle. McAndrew, former rugby union player. Former Sydney-listed footballer making the switch to the Crows as an SSP in the off-season. Won it down, but Atkins got it out to Cameron, who snaps goalward, misses near side. Behind, he's looked threatening again early for Jeremy Cameron. He had Butts for company there. It's a 9-point advantage for Geelong. They've dominated this opening term, 18 inside 50s to 5. We've still got 5 minutes left in this opening quarter.
Wayne Miller lights the Thilthorpe O'Sullivan one-on-one matchup, so kicks out in that direction. He marks at the back edge of the square. Riley Thilthorpe feeds the hand pass, but missed the intended target in Max Michaelani. Atkins takes it back for Geelong. Quick 1-2 with Myers. Looks out towards right half forward. Wilkshire tries to run onto it and does gather. Kicks over the head of Ollie Henry. Flying and not getting a hand on it was Cook, and now it's Chase Jones's problem. Clark slings him in a tackle. And not dissimilar from the one that got Bailey Humphries in trouble as he brought him to ground.
Yeah, I don't think there's anything wrong with that. Just looked worse.
Just that action, though.
Not his fault.
I don't like those. From the restart, Adelaide work it out. Peatling got it from Saligo and then gives it to Nankervis, who kicks down the wing, coming through to Koning, trying to spoil. Missed it. Skims off his knuckles and out of play.
What are you supposed to do there as a tackler in that sense? Because he's trying to spin to get out of the way, and you're trying to effect an effective tackle. What are you supposed to do?
The one thing you can't do is drive him into the ground. So he's got both arms held.
Yeah, but if you don't go hard enough, he gets out of that tackle.
I'm not sure his head hit the ground, which might help him out on that occasion. Rankin trying to get a little soccer out of there. Back into dispute. Picked up by Atkins, trying to extract it. Ball bobbles around. Gathered by Bond. Hurried kick forward. Thilthorpe dangerous. No mark. Comes back to him. Hand pass out to Keys. Collects it half forward. Gives it to Rankin. Left foot boundary side. Ugly kick. Top of the goal square. Skids off the wet turf. O'Connor spun around. Got it out. DeConing back to O'Connor. Runs straight into trouble. He's caught. And the umpire says, I'll have it. Ball up. Good tackle there. Fogarty coming from the blind side.
He almost should have held off another half a second. Then Fogarty, I reckon he might have got him cold. I didn't know he was there.
Game 150 for Marc O'Connor, the Irishman, tonight. As it's tapped down, Bailey Smith just socks it out of defence. It runs end over end to Sean Manor. Good clean pick-up as he gives the hand pass to Stewart. Kicks up towards Dempsey. Great transition from the Cats from the deep 50 up to right half back as he waits for players to stream past. Decides to come in on the 45, and O'Connor takes the mark. Ben Cameron on the boundary.
There was also a blood nose for Tanner Bruin. They've got some gauze sort of stuffed up the nose, or gauze at the moment. I got there eventually. It came out and I knew it wasn't right. I was like, that's not the word. They got some gauze stuck up the nose of Tanner Bruin.
Oh, kick.
The kick from Myers was superb. And leading out and marking on his chest is Jai Clark. I'm not sure I'm going to Dr. Ben Cameron, but we got there in the end of the Cats. They're ending up with a shot on goal.
I'll tell you what was impressive there from their D50 was the spread of Ollie Dempsey and Bailey Smith. They both took off, which then gave them that out. And they were able to control the footy there. To get it in Brian Myers' hands, that's an elite kick to Jai Clark.
Only 5 goals in his career, Jai Clarkson. Not a known goal kicker. Out to the right. He gives it everything he's got. Won't quite have the journey. Crows try to bring it down. Neil gets a hand pass away. Cameron Hand into the left forward pocket. Kicks across the face. And Cook racing back takes the mark in front of Jai Clark. And will get 50. Clark didn't stand. He came a couple of steps in.
They've gotten lucky a couple of times now, the Crows, just on some of their drop balls, D50. It's kind of Cameron sitting there by himself at the drop of that ball. So it's getting a bit lucky, the Crows. They've had 20 inside 50s so far, the Cats.
Cook, who is a nice user, got it out to Nankervis on the hop, feeds it back by hand to Michael Lanny, and he retreats with the kick all the way back to Butts. Now the switch is on. At least it was, and Bond stops with the footy at centre-half back. 9-point lead for Geelong. Feels like they've dominated the game more than that. Kick comes out wide. Bruin, who's just snuck back on after the treatment. Ball slides through to Cumming, hacks it off the deck, picked up by Neil Bullen, runs the gauntlet, lost, tackled, taken to ground. Geelong crowd begging for it not to be.
Oof. That ball comes out in a tackle, it's not disposed of. Is that not holding the ball or not?
They did tell us too, if you try and shrug, that is your prior opportunity, but not on that occasion. Geelong by 9, closing in on quarter time.
McAndrew over the back to Rochelle. Coming a little slow to get rid of it. Tackled by Myers. They lose the footy. Tanner Bruin. Hand pass back to Myers. Dribbles up towards half forward. Miller left it behind. Manor gathers. Kicks towards the goal square. Dempsey sliding in. Takes the mark down low.
I think it was intended for him, Clinch.
No, I don't think so.
He's got a knack of doing that as the offside winger, doesn't he? So he just sits so far out, almost in the car park, but then just works so hard towards goal.
He sniffs a turnover, doesn't he?
Yeah,
as good as anyone.
Sensed that one coming and just takes off. It's almost a bit of a set play for them. You see it so often with him.
Luke Nankervis would have thought, he's not getting this, he's not getting this. Oh, he got it.
He's got it. Just got to get goal side.
Slightly right of centre, only about 20 metres out. Ollie Dempsey looking for the Cats fourth and to take some control ahead of quarter time. He pokes it through. And Dempsey's on the board. His 5th goal for the season. Just behind Shannon Neal with 6 so far in 2026. The Cats leading by 15 points, 4-4-28 to Adelaide 2-1-13. Half an hour gone in the opening quarter. Marc Murphy and Brett Deledio, your experts on ABC Sport.
Yeah, it was a tackle of Brian Myers and follow-up from Tanner Bruin. It wasn't Brian Myers' best kick inside, but Sean Manor, he's had a great start to this game. He's up to the 6 disposals already, 4 score involvements. He's had a hand in most things. Well, they haven't really dominated off the back of their inside 50s with 21-6, Murph, which is that is a very dominant quarter in terms of that. But just the 4-4 haven't really capitalised and put this game out of reach already for Adelaide. But that was a nice sliding mark and finish from Ollie Dempsey.
4-4 to 2-1. So Cats on top, but as Lyd said, could well and truly be more. Edwards palms it down to Rochelle, who's held up immediately. Ben Cameron on the boundary. Is there any significant breeze, Ben, favouring either end?
No, it's little more than a zephyr, Corbis, you'll be able to see on the flags on the far side of the ground, but you can't really feel it here at ground level.
McAndrew sockers it forward out of the middle. Adelaide keep it going forward, but only as far as Guthrie. Gives it to Humphreys. Handball away, finds Bruin. Now to Coney. Oh, hand pass back to Humphreys. Had a blue path, lost that. Picked up by Peatling. Peatling, quick hand pass. Bounced off the chest of Thilthorpe. He goes and gets it. Hurried kick forward. Wrong side of the behind post.
We can see that from here. Up.
I think it's out on the full, but the goal umpire is not so sure. In fact, maybe he snuck that in.
Maybe he did.
Maybe it is worth going to the replay. That's what we're going to do. So,
what's the soft call there?
Soft calls are behind.
Yeah.
It's our man on the boundary, isn't it? Ian Burrows?
He is. He's just arriving on the scene. So
back buzz in.
It's good quartet, by the way. Ben Cameron ordinarily gives us the fieldies.
Behind post at all times.
There we go.
On the scoreboard.
So it is a behind. Behind will count to Thilthorpe. Take one off the score. So or add one to Adelaide's score. Take one off the margin. It's now a 14-point game. Out of the 4 umpires tonight, 3 of them did last year's grand final. So Stevens, Meyer, Mollison and Howarth is the outlier. So they're the 4 men in charge tonight.
The tattooed one, Mollison.
Yes.
Betty.
As Tommy Stewart brings Geelong back into play. As we're nudging towards quarter time. The kick up towards half back. Off hands. It's rowed by Tanner Bruin. McAndrew brought it down. The kick around the wing. And chopped up by Michael Annie. Who dodges and weaves around Jeremy Cameron. And the siren sounds for quarter time. It's the Cats who lead by 14 points after an impressive start. 4-4-28 to Adelaide 2-2-14. The Cats had the opening 10 inside 50s. They put 2 goals. for the Crows kick their first goal at the 12-minute mark, despite Riley Thilthorpe getting them back within 9 points. It was a goal to Ollie Dempsey that has them 14 points in front at quarter time. 4 individual goal kickers for the Cats: Manor, Dempsey, Henry, and Tom Stewart with his 7th goal of his career in game, 194. While for the Crows, Thilthorpe and Taylor are their goal kickers.
Just on the SMS, 0437 774 774. Phil in Victoria, did you boys carpool tonight listening to Corbin's going along Nostalgia Road regarding petrol prices 20-odd years ago? So it was, 90 cents at that particular stage? 20-something years ago?
It's gone up almost 4 times.
Amazing. No, we split it, I think. You didn't.
I didn't carpool with Liz. No, I need some time off.
No, not tonight. Murph had the gymnastics for the kids, and Liz is coming from the other side of the city.
I was about to say, I have asked Lids in the past, and he highly values his time alone in the car with his music blaring. So Ben and I came together. So
it's important when you got young kids, I think, just to have a bit of time off. Not so bad to travel down the highway.
So we had 4 cars down here. Rich from Ocean Grove, I've just lit the firewood for the first time in 2026. Looking forward to toasting my toes and listening to my beloved Cats strut their stuff. Nice to hear from you, Rich. Appreciate that. And Tony on the tractor picking up on a conversation we had in the pre-game regarding the drug policy. What a joke. AFL and players be real leaders for once and adopt zero tolerance. Set a should be bigger and better example for our kids. Missed opportunity from Tony on the tractor. Thanks, Tony. Appreciate that. We'll leave that as comment. 0437 774 774. Your thoughts throughout the night. The thoughts of Marc Murphy and Brett Deledio next. To the Cats by 14 at quarter time. Thursday night footy on ABC Sport.
In Gardening Australia magazine, learn about fan flowers, mallee gum and top plants for autumn colour. See a grassland garden and get tips on growing garlic. Gardening Australia from newsagents and abcmagazines.com.au.
This is the 2026 AFL Premiership season with ABC Sport.
Edwards just taps it down cleverly to the advantage of Smith, who turns, bangs it inside 50 and a chest mark for Ollie Henry. It's just rinse and repeat. They reload again. And that makes it 10-0, a forward 50 count to start this game. Kicked 5 last week into Magoo's to win back his spot. And he starts his tally tonight. Dream start for the home team. 2-3-15 to zip.
Hand pass to Dempsey at half forward. He shins it off the inside. It bounces up to Manus. Makes it work. Hand pass to Tanner Bruin. Taps it to his own advantage. On the left, off balance to the goal square. Spoiled away by Cumming. Manor runs onto it and still finishes from 15 metres out.
4 in every 5 inside 50s in the game so far have been going to Geelong's end. And yet Thilthorpe snapping across the body. He goals. So Adelaide are making the most of the very few opportunities they've had going forward. And the Crows are back within single digits.
Slightly right of centre, only about 20 metres out. Ollie Dempsey looking for the Cats' 4th and to take some control ahead of quarter time. He pokes it through. And Dempsey's on the board. His 5th goal for the season.
The AFL on ABC Sport.
On radio.
ABC Sport Digital Radio.
And ABC Listen.
4-4 to 2-2 to start round 3 of the AFL Premiership season. Cats by 14. Brett Deledio, Marc Murphy on ABC Sport.
Yeah, they didn't really capitalise on their dominance of the ground territory. 22 inside 50s to 7. They're the Cats. To only kick the 4-4, you'd be a little bit disappointed with that. And I mentioned it through that quarter. I think the wet ground obviously makes it hard to be clean. But Sean Manor started the game incredibly well, and he has been clean with the 6 disposals already. Bailey Smith's been relatively clean for the Cats as well with some drive. But they've had a really even spread right across. Hasn't been one player getting it 14 or 15 times and the rest are just there or thereabouts. They're playing a really efficient game at the moment, the Cats. Their
defenders are getting involved, aren't they, as well?
Defenders involved. They're up squashing the ground, but they've got a willingness to play on and go forward to the mark. I've seen DeConning do it a couple of times. O'Sullivan just trying to flick the ball on. When they get their chance to keep the ball in motion versus going back over the mark and going slow. And we've even seen the Crows try to do that on the flip side. So it's a game where I feel like the Cats will be, we've excuse me, started pretty well, but we should have been able to capitalise a little bit more.
Yeah, they structured up really well then, the Cats, and I think looking behind the ball, they had probably 7 or 8 defenders at various times when the ball was in their forward 50, and that just sets up all their repeat inside 50s. That's where they they go so well down here. Adelaide just got too high up the ground. Their forwards got too high, got up to the contest. And that sometimes occurs when you're trying to help out as a high half forward and go, well, I need to come up and get up to the next bloke and then come to support, tackle, pressure. But then you just leave Geelong exactly what they want behind the contest. So after about 15 or 16 minutes, Adelaide started to get their hands on the ball a little bit more around the contest. And the Adelaide forwards started to re-engage, which I think that's the message that Matty Nicks would have for his forwards especially is, all right, boys, don't just ball watch. We need to make sure that you've got your opponent engaged in the contest so that when the ball does come forward, that they just don't get an opportunity to intercept and come back straight at us. So boys around the contest, let's get busy. The defenders did a pretty good job considering the amount of ball that went in there for the Crows. So I think both teams would be happy by the way in which the scoreboard's almost lended itself at this point in time.
What about the Cats back six? We put them on a bit of notice. So only 7 entries and yet 4 scores. 2-2 from the 4 entries. A small sample size, but what have you made of their start?
I think we've made mention of how well they've controlled and kept it in their front half. Concern. I mean, that one that got out the back was a really good win from Luke Pedler, wasn't it? That 1v1 with O'Sullivan coming up to try and stop that, but it got out the back, and therefore the high forwards that were up the ground were able to race back. But ultimately, they've controlled territory in this game.
Fogarty giving away 2 50-metre penalties already, one that led to a goal, the first of the night. It's a 14-point lead for the Cats, and the second term's underway. Thursday night footy on ABC Sport. Off the square, socketed out of there by Mullen, up to the wing, picked up by Jones, sweeping Polyfarmer hand pass off his knees, trying to get it to Neil Bullen, floats through towards Keys, who's ripped the ground in a heavy tackle, and penalised, holding the ball. Have some of that, Tom Stewart, the tackler, and rewarded. He'll get it and swing his kick out wide to Humphreys on the wing.
He looks up towards half forward, tries to send it in the pocket. Blitzers used his body against the smaller Cook and comes down with it in the left forward pocket, 45 metres out from goal.
Strong grab, wasn't it? I know he was advantaged by the way in which the ball came into him, but he just held off his opponent really nicely, protected the space. Not sure he's got this distance in him.
Did you not see he's left before? He knocked it through from 55. That was his opposite.
Well, okay, we'll see.
15 years in the system for Marc Blitzers, one of the most versatile for Chris Scott across his career. He's out to the left. This will take his best, and it won't be this. It's to the goal square where they fly. Shannon Neal brings it down. Manna fires on goal. It's offline to the right. It bounces just inside the field of play.
Just again there, Matty Nicks would be just spewing, I reckon. Just seeing another drop of ball contest, ball at the front. Manna's just first one onto it again. So defenders from the Crows need to get really busy here, especially some of their midfielders who are defending down there, because too many drop of ball wins for the Cats.
Cats by 14 points, kick into the city end in this second term. One down by McAndrew, but into the path of Ollie Henry. He's tackled immediately. Murray brings him down, ball and all. Ball up again, forward pocket for Geelong. Up it goes. Edwards hooks it back down to a dangerous spot. Peatley, no first possession. Get out of here, kick to centre half back. Stewart tries to put his fist through it, slips off his knuckles, down towards Humphreys. Hand pass to Smith, Geelong back with it at half forward. Hand pass to Wiltshire, bounces a kick into the pocket. Jones hits up, meets it, tackled, lost it. Now Manna collects for Geelong. He's tackled, taken to ground. He got a kick away lying down somehow. Whacked away by Neal, back into dispute. Atkins got it out towards Ollie Henry. High kick into the pocket. Oh, it's spilt down there. That falls the way of Martin, who turns and hooks it through for a goal. And Isaac coming with the blooper in all of that, drops the mark, trying to take the sprawling effort, and in the end it just offered an easy crumb for Jack Martin, and he kicks the first of the second term, 5-4 to 2-2. Thursday night footy on ABC Sport, 20-point break for Geelong. Brett Deledio, Mark Murphy.
Yeah, got caught going a bit each way there, didn't he? Yeah. He thought that, well, I can get this maybe on the half volley, and then the more it hung in the air, he thought, no, I'm going to go for a mark here, and just got away from him in the end. And when you go to ground trying to mark the ball there, it's just
got to keep your feet.
That's just a pure error, just in terms of your decision making about how you're going to attack that contest. So you need to just pick it up as a half volley, keep the ball in front of you rather than going to ground. That's just a bad error, and Jack Martin pounces on that and kicks a goal.
So work to be done for the Adelaide Crows as the Cats strike first, and Edwards takes it out of the ruck, gets a hand pass forward, then races after it. Couldn't get there first in front of Peatley. Ricochets out the way of the Crows, and Wayne Miller clears up towards Neil Bullen. Brought down by Stewart as it got to the back of the pack. And a chance for the Cats to try and build. O'Shea Mullen, the Irishman, just chisels a kick out to Max Holmes.
How good's that left foot? Just kick no more than 30 centimetres off the ground.
Cats have done that so well with the Irish players. Although this kick up towards half forward. McAndrew was best position, couldn't hang on to the mark. Does lay the tackle though. And Sean Manor and a ball up 55 metres out from Geelong's goal. The Cats had 22-7 inside 50s in the first quarter. They've started once more with the opening three.
Ball up here, half forward for Geelong. Ruckshire down. Atkins fights his way through. Got a hand pass away. Smith left it behind. Two Cats go and get it. Martin eventually to Holmes, to Atkins. Atkins trying to give it back to Holmes. Worrell had it, tackled, lost it. Ball spills out of play. And we'll have the boundary throw in 60 out from the Geelong goal. Mentioned Marc O'Connor a couple of times. 150th game tonight. Of course, a premiership player with Geelong, and also won an All-Ireland title in the off-season with Dingle, who won their first ever GAA title. So went back home. A number of his mates went and watched him. I know Patrick Dangerfield flew over. What's happened here?
Free kick against Cats.
Yeah, what's that they saying? It was
Scooped it out.
Last disposal out of play, or was it deliberate out of bounds? Of course, even if it deflects off someone's foot, or if it is technically last disposal, and now Peeling went to take the kick, it's not his, it's going to Worrell.
Do you reckon they forgot the rule?
It's a great question.
Yeah, I don't know.
Hayden Myers.
I was listening about Marc O'Connor. I thought we got sidetracked.
That was a good story, though, wasn't it?
You had me hooked.
Here's Worrell on the back flank. 20-point lead for Geelong. He kicks it for Adelaide down the wing. Off hands it spills to Rankin. Always dangerous as it opens upfield. What a pass. Threads it through to Taylor. Hand pass to Rochelle. Rochelle goals. And that is some precise ball movement. Rochelle celebrates. He should get to Isaac Rankin, because that was a dart that set up the Crows' third goal of the night. And they are hanging about in this game. 3-2-20. Geelong 5-4-34. 5.5 gone in the second term. It's just a 14-point game. Brett Deledio, Mark Murphy, ABC Sport.
Yeah, exactly right. They are hanging about. And that was, I mean, we know the class and skill of Isaac Rankin. He sorely missed in their final series last year, the first game that they played this year. But coming back in, still finding his feet, a couple of kicks that haven't quite been at his best in the conditions, but that one was an absolute scorcher to Zach Taylor. And then Josh Rochelle just spreading from contest again, and that ability, once he's spending more time in that midfield, getting forward, he's always going to put that one in the book.
Crows fans hope they can be a 1-2 punch throughout the season. Rankin and Rochelle back in the middle of the ground. McAndrew follows up his ruck work against Edwards. Can't knock it clear. Edwards eventually wins that. Hand pass to Bailey Smith. Another possession for him, number 9, as he kicks up towards half forward. Miller did well not to give away the freak against Clark. Then races back onto it. Almost brought down. Just gets a hand pass away. Down low for Butts. Dempsey lays the tackle. Umpire circles holding the ball. The big winder.
Is that because he had a hand free, or why would they play that one against him? He sort of picked it up at his bootlaces and kept moving forward.
Yeah, I don't
Was it
agree
no
with that
attempt? I'd love to hear the explanation on that one.
That's got to be the only reason as to why, is because he had a left arm that was free to
potentially free to drop it on his boot.
But yeah, I just get nervous when you're not encouraging the guy to try and put his head over the football and win the ball himself, and gets tackled straight away. It's a free kick.
I think he's tough. Picked up the footy, tackled immediately, and Ollie Dempsey's trying to make him pay. Chance for his second, out to the right, 45 metres out. It's not a bad effort, but it stays right. In fact, it is a bad effort. Fails to score, out of bounds on the full. No change to the score. It's Geelong by 14 points.
Another one.
Is that number 3 for tonight?
Wow.
Out of bounds?
Yeah, they don't count there, like when you're having a shot on goal.
They all
I think it's more
up.
out on the lids. When they kick it out of bounds, out in the wings.
In between the arms.
They're the ones I was talking about.
No, fair enough.
All right, Miller brings it back into play. They all leap at it. Half forward for the Cats. Spills down though to Berry off the back flank. There's one. Right on cue. Kicks it out of bounds on the 4. You think 3 or 4?
I think that's 4.
Yeah,
no.
So Cameron at the start, that one there.
Yeah.
Okay, so that's 3, yeah?
I think
that's the first one.
It's at least
GST.
3. The over-under's 3.5. As the kick goes down to half forward, but it's a turnover from Geelong and straight into the lap of McAndrew. Picks off the Sam de Koning kick. Goes, back to Michael Annie, almost spilt it. As Martin stands the mark, comes Corridor, the daring kick to Butts. 14-point lead for Geelong. They've dominated the inside 50 count, 27-8. So the Crows will be pretty chuffed that they're this close, so heavily undermanned on a cool night at the Cattery. As Murray goes with a long kick off half-back down the line, and it's just touched out of play. Ben Cameron, you're right there on the spot. Was that out on the full?
That was touched in the field of play, just by about 20 centimetres or so.
Can you yell out and just let them know that it's a skinny ground, Ben?
It's just
God.
That's what happens. That's what happens when it's narrow, Murph. The ball goes out on the full.
Lewis, you in?
I think Matty Nix might come down from the coach's box if this continues at some stage. Berry got it back to McAndrew, kicks up towards half forward. Rankin worked out of it, bounces out the way of Peatling, hand pass inboard. And Taylor has to try and slap it on. They've kept it alive, gathered away by Cumming. Hand pass to Murray, back to Cumming on the Reg Hickey wing. Can give it all the way back to Worrell, so they've conceded about 30 metres and then kicks up inside 50. Fogarty trying to shove out the younger Connor O'Sullivan. That's a good mark. Another contested mark, he's second of the game. As he marks in the right back pocket, swings it out to Lawson Humphreys.
Humphreys, exiting kick from the back pocket, looking for Smith. He's now outnumbered. Nice from Bailey Smith. As Bond collects and tackles him out of play, so throw in between wing and half forward for Geelong.
Yeah, it was a good tackle in the end, wasn't it? Because they were away then, the Crows. He didn't stick that one.
Boundary throw in between wing and half forward for Adelaide. Holmes passing through the stoppage, taps it to his own advantage, runs into Clark, who fumbles it himself, straight to Saligo, pumps it deep for the Crows, kicks to full forward to Coney, good spoil, down to Rankin, dangerous, he's tackled, great work, Mullen holding the ball. And a free kick going to go to O'Shane Mullen. As Rankin went to run away, Mullen, perfect tackle, pinned one arm, held the ball in with the other. Rankin couldn't release, and that's holding the ball. 14-point lead for Geelong, 14 to play in this first half.
Geez, Mullen just closed that space quickly, didn't he? Rankin had probably 3 or 4 metres on him, and by the time he picked up the ball, Mullen was straight onto him.
The voice of Marc Murphy alongside Brett Deledio, Matt Clinch and Corbin Middlemas calling the action. Ben Cameron down on the boundary as the Cats wax with it inside the defensive 50. To Koning's kick up towards Wiltshire, can't take the mark, and Worrell kicks it inside 50. Down low for Pedler, can't take the mark. Myers gets back, hand pass set, Mullen a challenge. Pedler regathers for Adelaide, loose hand pass to Rochelle, he wants a free kick, doesn't get it. Volleyed off the ground by Bailey Smith, only as far as Saligo, who's directly in front, just inside 50.
Well, they just outworked them then, the Crows. The drop of the ball, they had probably an extra 2 numbers in their forward 50, and it almost looked like they made a meal of it with a missed handball, but then Bailey Smith just hacked one off the ground, which is an interesting call in itself. He needed to just at least try and pick the footy up and absorb a hit.
Career high in so many of his numbers last season, 14 goals, 5 for Jake Saligo as he leans back on this. It's going to be short. Big fly in the end from Finbar Maley. Can't hang on to it. Stuck underneath him and Jack Henry, and the umpire will ball it up. It's only 10 metres out from the Crows forward line. And the players stand in.
Umpire works out who the nominated rucks are. It's Blitzharps and McAndrew. Blitzharps palms it down and Mullen gets it out of there. Hurried kick to half-back. Murray edged underneath the footy. Ollie Henry did really well, then wins it. But he's got to go. Didn't take it clean. Punches a kick down to half-forward. Cameron just hooks it over his head into dangerous space. Worrell needs a kind roll. He collects. Beautiful work, Worrell. Running back towards his defensive goal mouth. Gives it to Millerer. Hand pass away to Michael Lanny. He kicks in front of the benches. Keys almost collides with Rochelle. In the end, it's tapped over the line. And there's a free kick in all of this. It's been spotted. Ben Cameron.
I was just worried about Ben Keys momentarily. He went flying into the advertising hoardings, and I think he might have hit some of the Crows physios as well, near where they sit on the side of the bench.
He's getting the free kick, so that always makes a player feel a lot better. He jumps up, grabs the footy, drives it down to half forward for Adelaide. It's out the back of the pack in the marking contest. Holmes scoops it up. Great pace as he as so often shows and displays. He does so there. Short kick to DeConing. Hand pass away to Myers. His handball finds O'Sullivan. Now on to Bruin.
And they've worked this beautifully by hand. Up to Manor. He's got Bailey Smith streaming inboard. Gives him the hand pass away. He gets the left half forward. Looking long towards the goal square where Cameron and Neal are both there. Off hands. Can't take the mark. Max Michael Annie didn't clear it. And Clark's onto it. He chisels a kick off the outside of the boot and it goes out. His kick only went about 3 metres as it bounced out of play in the right forward pocket.
We have been robbed about 4 or 5 hours on the falls. That was right on the line. This could easily be a 7-8
blowout already.
It could be a 7-8-9 out of bounds on the full night. Instead, we're on 3.
Geez, there's a couple of Adelaide defenders who are relieved as McAndrew slaps it down and spills to Manor. Hand pass to Martin. Hemmed against the boundary line. He misses out of bounds on the full.
This is ridiculous.
14-point lead Geelong's way.
Out of bounds on the full up to 4. There's been a few from...
shots on goal.
Shots on goal.
I'm not playing those.
There's also been a couple, though, that have been very close, not paid on the wings. So swings and roundabouts. Long kick up towards half-back for the Crows. Spills down the way of O'Connor. He's tackled and the ball up. Half forward for Geelong. Cats by 14 points. It's not raining for now, which is good. With showers are forecast all night, up to 15 mil of rain. It's a cold one. Feels like temperature around 9 degrees. Despite the fact it's still late March. From the restart, Myers keeps it alive. Hands it inside 50 for Geelong to Clark. Handball to Watkins. Centering kick. Worrell and Martin both miss it. Spills through to Cumming, who steals it from Bruin. And then a long kick out of defence. Big leap, Jack Henry. No mark. Back into dispute. DeConing passing through. Got it out. Blitzup's dropped to his knees. Cook wins it. Adelaide back with it. Handball to Keys. Handball to McAndrew. He retreats. Back to Peatling. Stepped off his line. Got a kick off his left. Goes out wide. Finds Rochelle against the boundary line eastern side.
Ball to play on. So Clark came charging at him. Had to compose himself and spots up Cook. And Marc's under the Hickey stand. Geelong by 14 points. Veers out to the right. Kicks up towards half forward. Was Fogarty held? No. Geelong free kick. O'Sullivan was.
So 3 big 1v1 wins, hasn't he, O'Sullivan?
Yeah.
Had the 2 contested marks and then that free kick given then.
And with no Taylor Walker tonight, Darcy Fogarty hasn't been able to make his presence felt. A long kick up the wing. Brought down by McAndrew. Ball pinballs around. Clark drives desperately after it. Tom Atkins tries to wrestle it clear from Murray. Umpire circles and will ball it up. Geelong 5-4-34 to Adelaide 3-2-20. A goal apiece so far in this second quarter.
Repeat ball ups here, same spot. Thilthorpe caught on the bench for now. He's just hanging around down there with Ben, waiting to come back on. Thursday night footy on ABC Sport from the restart. Peatling got it to Rochelle. Hurried kick inside 50. Jack Henry in the box seat. Pedler competes in the air, forced it to ground, and there's Fogarty. Scoops it up for the Crows. Hand pass to the pocket. Cummings got to bend it back. He does so expertly. Isaac Cumming with a neat finish. And all of a sudden, it's back to single digits. An 8-point game. Geelong 5-4. Adelaide still growing 4-2. So just 8 points in it, 16 minutes into the second term. There's only a very small pocket of Adelaide fans there behind the goals. They got a good look at that one. Marc Murphy, Brett Deledio on ABC Sport.
I reckon you called Pedlo, who made that big contest against Henry. And that's what it looked like. It was Jack Henry's ball. He had eyes and hands all over that. But because he made that contest, that allowed the boys just to get to work in that forward 50. That's a great finish there from Cheese coming from Broken Hill.
That's a difference, isn't it, when you're able just to find a way of bringing the ball to ground. Now, the previous inside 50, O'Sullivan gets that free kick from an indiscretion, whereas that opportunity there from Pedler, who just turned his body at the right time, created a drop of ball, and they get a goal as a result.
Marc Murphy with you on ABC Sport. Berry tried to break out of the middle, tackled by Bailey Smith. Now, surely Geelong have taken the advantage. Tanner Bruin out wide, kicks up to Myers. We heard the AFL saying they're going to call them immediately. The kick comes back inboard, though, from Myers, straight back to Bailey Smith. Inside the centre square. Blitzap's us all on his own. Miscommunication there. I think he was on Finbar Maley as the matchup. He's 50 out, kicks to the pocket. Putz gets in there, gets a fist away to deny the lead of Neil. Adelaide look to clear. The kick comes out to Fogarty, who marks it right half back. Having got it from Neil Bullen. Adelaide with the last 2 goals in the match, but there was 10 minutes in between them. The kick looking for Neil Bullen, spoiled down by Bailey Smith. Pedler dances around an opponent, cuts back on his left, got round Connor O'Sullivan. The kick is not a good one. Getting back, Myers supports Humphreys and takes the mark for the Cats.
Myers wants to go, just runs straight past Thilthorpe on the mark, pokes a kick out wide, sprawling mark, taken out there. It's a good catch by Bruin. The start to the year he's had, so two of the top 5 disposal games in his career so far, so finding plenty of the footy through the opening 2 games. The switch from DeConing to Stewart, and then
Tom Stewart. He should know better.
He's put it out on the full.
He's played 250 here.
This is a pandemic. It's up to 5.
It spreads, doesn't it? Doesn't take much.
I would say well forecast, but there were people in this box saying, I can't understand how players do it. As Pedler kicks into the forward pocket for the Crows, spills down towards Keys. He lost it. Still live, forward pocket for the Crows. Stewart picks it up again, kick smothered, only goes as far as Smith. Works out okay for Geelong, tumbles a kick out of defence. Oh, Crows had it, lost it. Berry collects, tackled, comes out to Millera, hand pass to Nankervis. Short kick to Rochelle, not the required distance. Got a hand pass back to Millera. Bangs bodies with his teammate Fogarty. Behind all of that, there's a free kick for a high tackle against Jack Henry. And I think it's going to come back to Nankervis.
It is, yeah. Good follow-up there from all the Crows players. I've liked the game so far of Luke Pedler. I think he's won some crucial 1v1s, but he's not a big centre-half forward, but he's almost playing that role as the out.
He's playing the role of the brute down there for him at the moment, just halving contests and being clean, though, when he's had his opportunities. But they're just making the most of some of their opportunities now, the Crows. Looking at the inside 50s, 31 to Geelong, 17 to the Crows.
Luke Nankervis, first game since round 10 last year. The drop punt here, close to the left-hand goalpost. It won't have the trip. And in the end, knocked through inadvertently by O'Connor for a rush behind. So make it a 7-point game, 5-4 to 4-3. Geelong on top, 19 minutes into the second term, but they have had 14 more inside 50s. Ben Cameron's on the boundary on ABC Sport.
Brett Deledio's man, Cheese Cumming, just getting a little bit of work done on a left, or possibly right, actually. Lower leg injury. It's hard to see. They're a long way away from us on the Adelaide bench, but he was on the table getting a little bit of work done to a lower leg.
Thanks, Benny. Adelaide taking it back through Rochelle. He comes inboard to Wayne Millera. Has players in the corridor. Kicks to Worrell on the run. Looks up inside 50 to Keys. It's just too tall for him. And Humphreys takes the mark. Missed him by about a metre. And the intercepting mark taken for Geelong. Switches to the back pocket. O'Sullivan plays on with no one on the mark. Looks up towards Dempsey. Cook tries to take front position. Dempsey uses his body superbly. Takes the mark. Has players streaming past him. He gives the hand pass to Myers. Kicks inboard. O'Sullivan, Max O'Connor takes the mark. And he kicks to Cameron leading in the pocket. Beautiful transition by Geelong. Jeremy Cameron finishes with the fans leaning over the front row in the right forward pocket. And a chance for him to try and strike his first goal of the match.
There's a good bit of ball movement there from the Cats there.
Change angles, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was. They kept moving forward with the ball too. They didn't wait and go slow. Well, when they're at their best, they're lowering their eyes going inside 450. I reckon they've got a little bit too bomby going inside there, Murph.
5 disposals and a behind so far for the Corbin Middlemas as he starts in the gutter, opens up the angle on his left foot. It starts right and it will stay right, a minor score. So 2 behinds for Jezza. The Cats lead by 8 points, 20 minutes gone, second quarter, Thursday night footy on ABC Sport.
Josh Rochelle really just some of his important touches. Every time he gets it, and something happens from it. So just been really important throughout the midfield for the Crows.
Jones with the kick-out duties. Long kick to the wing. Edwards went flying through the pack. Didn't come down with it. Now the pack forms over the top of Jack Henry. Tackled by Thilthorpe. Ball up on the wing. Come on, Leeds. Why is he called Cheese?
I got no idea. That's what he was when I was at the Giants with him.
Gotcha. And you never thought, hang on, why are we calling this guy Cheese? He's rolled with it. There you go. That's how footy clubs work. 8 point. It just sticks. That's exactly right. 8 points, 5.5 minutes to go in the second term. It's Geelong's lead as Dempsey plays on. Oh, handball goes back to Atkins. He's caught. Spills out to Berry and the Crows are on. Gives it to Saligo. Short kick out to Thilthorpe. Plays on from about 80 metres out. Kicks to an unguarded goal scorer. He's going to need a con roll. He won't get it. And Stewart rushes back to collect. Swings it across the goal face and a mark taken in the back pocket by Guthrie. Thursday night footy on ABC Sport. They play a bit of kick to kick. Here's Stewart who kicked the first goal of the night to that Barwon River end. Now at fullback. Little kick to kick with Guthrie. He's got it again in the right back pocket. So 8 point game. That's Geelong's lead. 22 travelled in the second term.
Guthrie, who's been so reliable for the Cats, up towards half back. Edwards can't fly and mark taken in the end by Finbar Maley. Drives a long kick inside 50. Thilthorpe out number 2 on 1. Rankin bursting through stoppage and slams it into the fence. Isaac Rankin in the perfect position for a crumbing small forward, and he will not be stopped. He joins Josh Rochelle with goals in this second quarter, and Adelaide have booted 3 on the bounce, and the margin is just 2 points. Geelong 5-5-35 to Adelaide 5-3-33. the class of Isaac Rankin, how Crows fans have missed that.
Yeah.
Brent Deledio, Marc Murphy with you on ABC Sport.
Is there anything better, Murph, than a clean crumb from a small forward, hitting their pack at pace and being able to pick it up off their bootlaces and walk into an open goal? You give a little salute too, I reckon, on the way through.
Did he? He did.
I reckon he put the hand up on his way through. He's just like, yeah, not with me. Who was his opponent there that he lost?
Would have been Mullen. Mullen's had the job on him for most of the night so far, but that's just smarts too. He just got on his bike, and there was numbers right at the front of the contest.
Eyes didn't see it out.
And rather than run to the front as well, he just ran just a little bit to the side and just ran some space, and you just love seeing a clean pick up from a drop of ball there.
Just chalk it up, left index finger in the air. McAndrew, and the ruckman who picks it up, bangs it forward, turns it over. Jack Henry has an intercept mark in the defensive 50. Those keeping score goes short. Mark O'Connor has got it on the back flank. Told to move it. Closed down by Pedler. Long kick to the wing. De Koning given a shove, all legal. And Nankervis in for his first game in almost a year. Takes the mark on the logo. Eastern wing looks for Thilthorpe. He's caught at the back, and O'Connor covering across. Picks it off. Half-back for the Cats. 2-point lead for Geelong, but Adelaide have kicked the last 3 in the game. Time on second term Thursday night footy on ABC Sport.
Connor called to play on, so kick short to O'Shea Mullen. He can switch it to Tom Stewart, who marks in the left back pocket. Acting captain tonight with no Patrick Dangerfield. Up towards Martin. Reach across the shoulder by Braden Cook, gives away the free kick. And Jack Martin will take it on the wing. So Geelong leads 22-7, the inside 50s in the first quarter. Adelaide 14-10 in the second. How have they wrestled back a bit of that ascendancy?
Just got busy around the contest, but I think with ball in hand too, they haven't rushed themselves, the Crows. They've been able to use the ball, change of angles, uncontested mark game. But then when they have got the opportunity, they've gone quick. So just that variability in the way in which they've been moving the football, the Crows, is giving them some opportunities.
Thanks, Murph. Berry takes the intercepting mark from the Martin kick. Up the wing. O'Sullivan had his arm held by Maley and will get a free kick. It was a late whistle, but it was there.
It's been good this quarter. O'Sullivan held him up a bit.
All right, Cats are switching as O'Connor's got it. Hand pass away to Mullen, slipped over right at the exact moment he needed to. Got it back to O'Connor. Short kick to Holmes on the wing. Good spread from the Cats. Pokes the pass down to Myers. He just steps around Berry on the mark. Kicks from the right foot against the boundary line, looking for Cameron. Butts crushes the pack. Horton and Curvis left it behind. Still there for Ollie Henry. Hand pass back into dispute, and Curvis picks it off. Adelaide back with it. Gave it to Butts. Kick smothered. Oh, bounces away from Saligo at half-back. Smith's got it half forward for Geelong. Handball away towards Guthrie's tackled. The ump says, I'll have it. Ball up inside 50 for the Cats. Ben Cameron on the boundary.
Lawson Humphries has a corky, so he's had his thigh bandaged up. He's on the spin bike trying to keep it warm at the moment.
Thanks, Benny. Tom Atkins trying to spin out of a tackle, but Berry has him. It's been a tackling machine. He had 8 against the Western Bulldogs last week, Berry. Here's Atkins going to work once more, trying to feed the hand pass to Manor. Worrell careful not to give away the free kick for a hold. Martin slides in, trying to knock the footy clear. Numbers slide in and they wrestle for it. Umpire's going to play holding the ball. It's going to be a Geelong free kick.
Didn't he do it?
Deeming that on the very bottom of the pack, Hugh Bourne wasn't doing enough in his eyes to try and knock it clear. If you're going to have to help me on the replay to work out whether it was there, because Manor was stuck on that bottom of the pack as well.
He just put hands on it.
Yeah, it was a heap of hands on it, but he was on the ground and he did reach out and grab the ball. But then when you do that, when you're not on your feet, you're in trouble.
Yeah. He had it initially while he was on his feet and then tried to go back again.
Just that left arm. So Jack Martin looking for his second. And to answer back for the Cats. Composed from the right forward pocket, 25 metres out. And the Cats have just their second goal of this second quarter. And they're back to an 8-point margin. 6-5-41 to Adelaide 5-3-33. The Crows with 3 goals to 2 so far in this second quarter. But it breaks a run of 3 consecutive goals Adelaide's way. Martin with his second. Brent Deledio and Marc Murphy, your experts on ABC Sport.
Yeah, they've had the whole run of the play, really haven't the Crows. It's really been 2 goals purely out of, well, one just a bad error from, I think it was Cumming, wasn't it, who went for the mark deep inside there, D50, which then just gave Jack Martin an opportunity to kick a goal on a left foot snap. But then that one was just, there was no need to go and grab the football there. You just need to just let the Geelong player try and pick that up. When you are on the ground, you just cannot scoop the ball back in.
Can't reach.
You've got to knock it out. You've got to knock it out.
Umpire tosses it up back in the middle. Thursday night footy on ABC Sport. McAndrew and Edwards, as it has been for most of the night, share it down. Atkins almost got dacked, but got the footy out to Holmes. Geelong still with it. Kicks out to the wing. Touched on the way through, but got to Smith. Smith still on the wing eastern side. Hand pass to Guthrie. Pokes his kick to half forward. Here's Myers. Between wing and half forward for Geelong. Cats by 8 points. Time on in this second term. Spears a kick inside 50. Turnover. And there's Saligo with the intercept mark. He's got the new stickers this season. We saw that in the first couple of rounds with the ink on his left forearm. Different approaches on how you start the tattoo sleeve, whether you start up top on the shoulder and work your way down. He's started with the forearm.
Is he going the whole sleeve, is he?
Maybe. Maybe not. Maybe that might be it. And that might be the work for now. As Miller goes out wide to Rochelle. Long kick down the line and punched out of bounds.
I thought you knew something. That's why I asked.
I didn't know.
Ask Ben Cameron what he knows about.
Yeah.
Yes, correct. Benny, what have you got for us? Are they similar or different to Jacob Mollison's stats?
No, they're a bit different, but I thought he already had a fair few of those bands sort of around the forearms. So
that's Luke Pedler. You're talking about Luke Pedler.
We're not talking about Pedler.
No.
Sorry.
Keep up. We're talking about Jake Saligo, the man right on cue, who's tackled into the ground by Smith. Was an awkward landing too, as he came down almost high on his chest or his shoulder, but it's holding the ball. A free kick going Smith's way, and Geelong are moving it. Atkins has got it just forward of the logo, kicks inside a crowded forward 50. Cameron runs, leaps at the footy, can't complete the mark. Ball spills down Adelaide's way. Michael Annie's hand pass knocked down. Cameron's onto it, tackled by Michael Annie right on the bell. And that'll do us through a half of football. And really, it looked like early in the piece with Adelaide coming here undermanned at a ground they haven't won at in 23 years, that they were at risk of being blown off the park by this Geelong team, and yet they hung about, weathered the storm, and now they're well and truly in this match at the half. It's an 8-point margin. Geelong on top. The Cats 6-5-41. Adelaide 5-3-33. Jack Martin's got 2 singles for Manor, Dempsey, Ollie Henry and Tom Stewart. Meanwhile, for Adelaide, 1 each for Thilthorpe, Rochelle, Taylor, Rankin and Cumming. All right, half-time here at Cardinia Park. Thursday night footy, the on-ramp to round 3 of the AFL Premiership season with our number 1 picks, Brett Deledio, Marc Murphy.
Well, they did well to wrestle that game back, Adelaide, in that second quarter. I think their ability to capitalise on their dominance in and around the stoppages, well, not so much like just through clearances, but they're spread away from that as well.
Out of there too, wasn't it?
There's some cleanness. You spoke about Rochelle a couple of times. Just that ability to be clean but get that territory going forward, and they capitalised off the back of that. The concerning thing, I think, for the Cats is that they've had a heap more. If we go to the inside 50s for the entire game, they're still winning that, 35-22, but their 2 big forwards in Neil and Cameron have hardly been sided because I don't think they're big clunk markers. Jezza's are more of a lead up, get on the move and try and do that. Neil a bit the same. They're not the big jump at it, take a big pack mark, but they've been bombing that ball in. So if they can lower their eyes, the problem is Adelaide have been defending really, really well. Their ability to guard that space and Worrell, Butts and the like, their ability to stand out in front, take that leading lane away from, forces that long ball in. You're playing into their hands a little bit more.
You're spot on. When you look at the overall inside 50s of 35 and you've only got the 11 scoring shots as a result, then you're obviously doing something really well. It's not the fact of the Adelaide midfielders getting back and supporting. It's purely just halving contests and winning those 1v1s. So Jeremy Cameron, we know how good a player he is. He's going to kick goals at some point tonight, but he looks like he's just not finding enough space as what he usually would. So whether that's the way in which the ball's coming in, bombing it in too much, or it's the fact of the Adelaide defenders coming across and being that intercept support for their teammate, they're actually doing a pretty good job of that at the moment. And as you said, Adelaide just got busy around the contest then and started to actually use the ball, whether that by hand and foot, started to be composed at times or went quick at other times. So Geelong didn't get a chance to get set behind the contest, which they were doing really well in that first quarter.
Yeah, they're just denying those key forwards those options of being out in space and being able to use that. But, I mean, it's a good even contest, and that was the one thing that you wanted for this trip down the highway, Corb, was
I did.
It was a good even contest. I think, look, the Cats will probably be disappointed they haven't capitalised more on their dominance with the inside 50s, but they'll be also saying, well, how can we get better use out of what we have had rather than just trying to, kick it in long and deep and try and get a score off the back of that. Yeah. Because Adelaide has shown over the last two seasons, the start of this season and last year as well, that they can defend, a long high ball, and they defend really, really well.
It's been more than we bargained for, I think, after the start. I mean, when Geelong had the first 10 inside 50s of the game, you're thinking, oh, God, how long?
Geelong, a bit smelly, didn't it?
By how many? But credit to Adelaide. I mentioned earlier that the Cats have got 5 missing from their grand final team. If you think about the last time Adelaide played in September, they've got 8 changes from that side. So only 15 that featured in that semi-final last year against the Hawks. Probably 16 if you think Rankin's one of those. He obviously would have played had he not been suspended. But no Curtin, no Dawson, no Walker, no Hinge. Smith's retired, O'Brien, Keane and Laird. So 8 guys.
Some handy players in there too.
O'Brien obviously no longer part of their best team. Smith's retired, but the rest of them all find themselves on the injury list or rested for tonight in Walker's case, given the back-to-back 6-day breaks. We'll tell you what's going on for the rest of the round in just a moment. More of your thoughts too on the SMS. John from West Footscray. If a player punches the ball out of bounds, it should be a free kick to the opposition team.
Really?
John wants
so
to
you can't defend.
Well, I think he doesn't like the deliberate out of bounds, just to put words in John's mouth. But you know how essentially if you run towards a boundary line and just bang it 20 rows back, it's fine.
I would think that's not fine, isn't it?
You can.
You can do it. You're not allowed to. If it's come from a kick and you're a defender and you punch it out of bounds, that's just a throw-in. That's not a. No. But John wants it to be a lasso. John, come on,
deliberate out of bounds.
Last touch as opposed to last possession.
I can see where John's going with it when it's so blatant.
We want people competing at the contest.
Yeah, but why not punch it back into play?
You can't take everything away from the.
The momentum's going out towards the boundaries. You've seen tonight.
Sorry, you're cutting towards the boundary, but you wanted to backhand it back into the corridor.
Just playing devil's advocate. It'll force the defender to try and compete with you in the air, and maybe we take more pack marks.
It's hard enough to keep the ball inside the white lines as lids.
John, stick to your guns. John, we're up to 5 out of bounds on the full tonight. Marcus in South Melbourne after watching tonight's and Freo's match. I'm wondering if Geelong's superb midfield papers over a distinct lack of pace in Geelong's backline.
They don't have that dashing half-back, do they? They've got Stewart and Guthrie who give great drive, but they haven't. When they put Max Holmes back there, they look far more electric. But without that, they're very much a.
They got Humphreys as a good user,
but he's not overly dashing. Well, he is, but he's not express. But it cut the game and turn the game. So
he looked damaging in the State of Origin, but the way Geelong play is not necessarily that attack across half-back.
A bit more controlled, aren't they?
Yeah.
I like it though. It's a good call out. Thanks, Marcus. Keep them coming. 0437 774 774, the SMS number. See if you can get something to eat or drink at half-time.
Smell it.
Brett Deledio and Marc Murphy are off. More from Matt Clinch and myself, Corbin Middlemas and Ben Cameron on the boundary throughout the call. All right, the teams for the rest of round 3 coming up in just a moment. Plus, I'll tell you what else is happening in the world of sport before the second half. But before all of that, let's see what's going on in the ABC newsroom.
ABC News, hello, I'm William Howard Evans. Additional emergency resources have been put on standby in Western Australia, with severe tropical cyclone Narelle expected to intensify. The system could strengthen to a Category 5 overnight, bringing heavy rain, storm surges and damaging wind gusts. A warning zone is in place for the WA coast between the Pilbara and Denham, with the storm expected to pass close to Exmouth later tonight. Emergency Services Commissioner Darren Clem says there is still uncertainty around which towns will be impacted the most. Mr. Clem says resources outside the state could also be asked to assist after the system passes.
If we start to see significant damage over a wide geographical area, then we'll be looking to activate crews from interstate to make sure that we're dealing with things as quick as we possibly can.
At least 2 people have been killed in the United Arab Emirates after debris from an intercepted missile fell in Abu Dhabi. Sarah Amir has the latest.
The UAE's media office says 3 other people have been injured while several vehicles have also been damaged. Elsewhere, an Israeli ambulance service says it's providing aid to 2 people who've sustained injuries in a blast after an Iranian missile hit the north of Tel Aviv. A Pakistani official has also told the Reuters news agency that Israel has taken Iranian Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi and Parliamentary Speaker Mohammad Bagher Ghalibaf of off its hit list after Pakistan requested Washington not to target them. Meanwhile, China says it's ready to play a constructive role in the war.
The Iranian Women's Association says the federal government's temporary ban on visitor visas for Iranians is unprecedented and lacks compassion. The 6-month measure blocks entry for visa holders with concerns some may overstay as the conflict escalates. Home Affairs Minister Tony Burke says previously issued visas will no longer be honoured. Spokesperson Noz Husseini says the response fails to support people who are trying to leave a war zone.
It's disappointing that these measures have been put in place in previous conflicts, the conflicts in the former Yugoslavia, conflict in Ukraine, Gaza as well. The response from the government was that of a compassionate response. The Australian government offered visas under the Special Humanitarian Program.
A Queensland man has appeared in court accused of planning to fight in Myanmar's civil war. The 33-year-old was detained after flying into Brisbane Airport yesterday. Border Force officials have allegedly found night vision gear and military patches in his luggage and suspicious material on electronic devices. Police later searched a Rockhampton home. The man, who's facing a foreign incursion charge, has been remanded in custody, with the case adjourned until May. The Bishop of Broken Bay Diocese, which covers the New South Wales Central Coast and northern Sydney, has been appointed by Pope Leo to a new role at the Vatican. Emma Simpkin reports.
Archbishop Anthony Randazzo will become the most senior Australian at the Vatican since the late Cardinal George Pell. He's been appointed by the Pope as prefect of the Dicastery for Legislative Texts, which is responsible for interpreting church laws and ensuring their correct application. He's been the Bishop of Broken Bay since 2019, which oversees Sydney's Upper North Shore and Northern Beaches, as well as the Central Coast. The Archbishop will remain in Broken Bay for the next 3 months before taking on his new role in Rome. Pope Leo is due to visit Australia in 2028.
A jury in the US state of California has found the tech companies Meta and Google liable in a landmark social media addiction trial. A 20-year-old woman accused them of causing harm by deliberately designing addictive platforms. After 9 days of deliberations, the jury has awarded the woman $4.3 million in damages. The AFL's chief executive, Andrew Dillon, has shared his best wishes with Lee Ryswick, the league's first openly gay past or present player. On Wednesday, Ryswick, a former Brisbane Lion and North Adelaide SANFL great, publicly came out on queer community radio station Joy 94.9. Both clubs have released statements throwing their support behind the footballer. Mr. Dillon says it's great Ryswick was comfortable to share his story.
What we want to have is an environment within our AFL clubs, our AFL industry, where people can be their best, be themselves. And best wishes out to Lee and good on him.
You're up to date with the latest ABC News. More news is available at any time on ABC Listen.
There's no doubt that country music is bigger than ever right now. Join me, Outback Tom, as I get you around the artists that are blazing a trail. Listen to Country Club, Sunday night at 6 on ABC Country or anytime you like on the ABC Listen app.
This is the 2026 AFL Premiership season with ABC Sport.
Whacked away by Neil, back into dispute. Atkins got it out towards Ollie Henry. High kick into the pocket. Oh, it's spilt down there. Falls the way of Martin, who turns and hooks it through for a goal. And Isaac coming with the blooper in all of that, drops the mark, trying to take the sprawling effort. And in the end, it just offered an easy crumb for Jack Martin. He kicks it for Adelaide down the wing, off hands it spills to Rankin. Always dangerous as it opens upfield. What a pass, threads it through to Taylor. Hand pass to Rochelle. Rochelle goals. And that is some precise ball movement. Rochelle celebrates. He should get to Isaac Rankin because that was a dart that set up the Crows' third goal of the night. And they are hanging about in this game. Hurried kick inside 50. Jack Henry in the box seat. Pedler competes in the air, forced it to ground. And there's Fogarty. Scoops it up for the Crows. Hand pass to the pocket. Cummings got to bend it back. He does so expertly. Isaac coming with a neat finish. And all of a sudden, it's back to single digits.
Marc taken in the end by Finbar Maley. Drives a long kick inside 50. Thilthorpe out number 2 on 1. Rankin bursting through stoppage and slams it into the fence. So Jack Martin looking for his second. And to answer back for the Cats. Composed from the right forward pocket, 25 metres out. And the Cats have just their second goal of this second quarter, and they're back to an 8-point margin.
The AFL on ABC Sport.
On radio.
ABC Sport Digital Radio.
And ABC Listen.
Sounds there from the second term. The Cats, who led this game by 14 points at quarter time. They did lead by as many as 20 early in the second. Now lead by only 8. Adelaide have kicked 3 of the last 4 in the game. This is Thursday Night Footy on ABC Sport. The Cats by 8 points at the half. Corbin Middlemas alongside Matt Clinch, Ben Cameron on the boundary, Marc Murphy, Brett Deledio, our number 1 picks. What else is going on in the world of sport? So
you tell me.
Sheffield Shield final.
Yeah. We got a lot of rain today down in Melbourne.
We got 1 session. So 3 for 55, the Sackers asked to bat first.
Yep.
McSweeney's 25 knot. Carey's there on 11. Big partnership after the old Redbacks were 3 for 21. So they've put on, 34 so far for the 4th wicket. Feels like a lot's going to rest on their 2 best batters, Carey and McSweeney.
Who got the wickets?
Shared around, 1 for Boland, 1 for O'Neill, 1 for Sutherland. And Mitch Perry was the unlucky man to miss out. So he was second in Player of the Year voting. So took 32 wickets, got dropped for the final. But when Scott Boland's available,
yeah, he comes in.
That's what happens. So Boland, O'Neill, and Elliott are the 3 quicks or outright quicks there for Victoria. With Will Sutherland obviously as another bowling option. There's a call available, by the way. You can find that through ABC Listen. So just check out that for. To catch coverage right throughout the week. So 10:30 start each day, Australian Eastern Daylight Time for the first ball. The Football Roos, they're on tomorrow. So Ante Suto, the 25-year-old who was born in Croatia, he's on his first visit to Australia to play for the Socceroos. He's a striker for Hibernian, who play in the Scottish League. So he could be a little wild card for Tony Popovich leading into the World Cup later this year. So, of course, the Socceroos have qualified. They play Cameroon in an international friendly tomorrow night in Sydney. And then they play Curacao. The might of Curacao, the nation, they're coming to town. So Curacao, which I remember happening to look that up in Olympics past, basically, to get my head around that actually is pronounced Curacao, but it is. It's Tuesday night in Melbourne, so you can go to that Lids on Tuesday night and watch the Socceroos take on Curacao in their international friendly. Tuesday night.
Oh, bugger. Yeah.
Game 2 of the NBL final series. So this is the grand final between the Sydney Kings and the Adelaide 36ers. Kings lead 1-0, so that's coming up tomorrow night. There are calls available of this as well, again, through ABC Listen, so you can follow along. Kings at Sixers on Friday, and then the return game is played on Sunday in Sydney. But coverage from 7:30 Australian Eastern Daylight Time can be found on the ABC Adelaide button. On ABC Listen. So that's where you can find coverage of the NBL. The Morrie plant meet, we haven't got coverage of this, but that's this weekend, which means Gout is running in Melbourne. Hopefully the weather holds out. 9:21 p.m. to be precise. That's what time the starters gun goes off. 9:21 p.m. on Saturday night down at Lakeside Stadium.
Yes.
He renews his battle in the 200 up against Lockie Kennedy. So good luck to Gout.
So do you reckon he would have practiced at 9:21 like the West Coast Eagles have been practicing the 9:30 game kickoff? Do you reckon he's been practicing?
It's a good question.
I don't reckon he has.
I don't reckon he has either. I don't think it's going to bother him too much. Is that the guy's an absolute weapon. Just ran a 10:10 over the 100 recently. So he third fastest time ever by an Australian sprinter, and he's still only 18 years of age. And the NRL, it's week 4 of their season, so already underway between the Seagulls and the Roosters. It's half-time, and Manly lead 10-8 over Sydney City, so 10-8 is the score at half-time.
Who do we have coming out for the stall gift this year? Shakari Richardson? Is that who's coming out? That's huge.
Good shout, Liz.
That's pretty cool, isn't it?
My wife's an ex-runner, so I always take a keen interest in the stall gift. And that was big news to have someone of her star power to come out and run in it.
Should have been multiple-time Olympic medalist by now, so it's amazing what she's been able to do in her career. Proper international superstar.
Star for Power came out a few years ago too, didn't he? I reckon, and
pretty certain.
Yeah.
I think Gout was there last year, wasn't he? But in the end, wasn't there at the pointy end. I think no,
he started from the back marker.
That's right.
Came charging home. Christian Coleman is the other American who will feature in the men's side of things. So always a good tradition on Easter Monday, and of course footy with Geelong and Hawthorn. So it's been a big gap for the Cats.
Both. Yeah, I'll have that on one screen, and we can watch the live through the big
Otherwise, we'd be there, right? We would have gone out to stall, but we're at the G that day for our coverage on ABC Sport. Teams for the rest of the weekend. The Essendon team was highly anticipated, so the Bombers have made 4 changes. Redmond's injured, and then 3 guys omitted. Jaden Ewan, Max Kondogiannis, who's also had a bout of illness, and that maybe contributes to the reason he's not in the 23. And Hussein El Ashkar all out of the team. In comes Jacob Barrow to make his debut, a top 10 pick from last year. Jade Gresham, Sard El Hooley and Archie Wicks comes back. So they're the 4 changes for the Dons. Aidan Court, George Wardlaw and Callum Coleman-Jones all come in for North Melbourne. Logue's injured. Constanti and Darlene have both been dropped for the Kangaroos. Across the other teams, I mean, Richmond get younger due to injury. Broad, Lynch and Nankervis all unavailable for the trip over to Perth to play the Dockers, where Brennan Cox and Jago O'Meara come back in.
In a cyclone?
In a cyclone. Cyclone Narelle coming to town. 100 mil of rain they're expecting the cyclone to bring with it over about a 24 to 48 hour period. Darcy Gardner, Logan Morris and Zach Bailey all come back for Brisbane, so that'll help the 2-time reigning premiers. Dougal Howard's back for St Kilda to replace the injured Anthony Caminiti, and Butler returns in place of Hugh Boxall, who's lost his place. And Friday night footy, Darcy Moore, Jeremy Howe, Oscar Steen all into the Collingwood team. James Leake and Ollie Hannaford come back in for the Giants. So Buckley and Ralston, the 2 out.
Hannaford to debut.
Hannaford to debut. That also means no Daniels, no Bedford.
Yeah, that's surprising. They obviously want to give them another week, but I would have thought this is a game that they potentially could win with those 2 boys in the side.
I think they got the bye next, so I think the luxury of going. If they were touch and go to kind of, if you hold them out, they
would have been interesting on the Docklands too. Quick deck.
Yes.
A little bit of a surprise, hopefully, for the Pies. You never know.
Yeah, when last time they played there, it was potential. I'm not sure whether it was the last time, but when they played the Dogs there on a Thursday night, there was a touch-up from for the Giants.
Genuine touch-up.
Yep. Yeah, we were there, weren't we? Live.
First time ever the Conference played the Giants at Docklands. They've met 17 times previously, 9 at the G, 8 at the Showground. Here we go. Second half upon us here on ABC Sport. You're with Matt Clinch, the Cats by 8.
Blitzhouse starts in the ruck up against McAndrew. It spills down the way of Blitzhouse. He leaves it for Bailey Smith. Can't get a hand pass away. Chopped off though by Stewart. Gets a hand pass to Holmes, and the Cats will get a chance to go forward first. Hand pass back to O'Shea Mullen up towards Wiltshire. Shoved out of it by Miller, who races back after it. Dempsey after him. It spills off hands. Goes out of play for a boundary throw in.
Have you seen Ollie Dempsey play a minute inside yet of any of the games that they've played?
No.
Me either. There's all that talk of him becoming a mid and the size of his pipes and whatever else, but...
Would you like to?
I'd like to see whether he can. Why not? Another mix.
Game 61 for the former Rising Star. It's knocked down by McAndrew. Careful not to drag her back in. Tom Atkins tries to break away and he's tackled by Rochelle. Craig McRae was pumping up the $8 pints at Docklands on Friday night. I'm not sure if that's enough to get Collingwood fans across town, but they're trying to build a crowd. Spills out the way of Manor. Hand pass to Max Holmes over the top. Here's Martin for his third on the left. Jags it back. Did too much. Misses left to right and a minor score for the Cats, who lead by 9 points.
It's a better ploy going that way than what Dimmer did with the Tigers fans, isn't it? We just don't like coming here.
We hate coming here.
Miller goes short of the back pocket for Murray. Long kick out of the defence. Up to a contest on the wing. Oh, Fogarty arriving late, cleans out a couple, but got hands on the ball down to Rankin, pulls a kick inboard. Saligo, I thought he took the mark, not to be. Must have hit the deck on the way through, and we were blindsided by it. Smith tackles him. Did too on a ball up.
Jezza Cameron hit the ground pretty hard there, flying back with the flight to try and spoil.
8-point lead for Geelong. Early doors, third term. Bledsoe grabs it out of the ruck. Hand pass to Manor. Scoops it up. Handball away to Atkins. Goes off his right peg, it's smothered. Nice 1%er from Bond. Ball back into dispute. Bruin tracking it, slips over, lost it. Berry for Adelaide. Hand pass to Rochelle. Short kick to half forward over the head of Thilthorpe, and De Koning intercept mark at half back for Geelong.
That's the kick that's let Adelaide down throughout the night. They swing at the Cats. From De Koning to Manor, working hard up the wing, kicks to Shannon Neal. Possession number 3 in the match for him. As he drives a long kick towards the goal square, Martin caught behind. Worrell dropped the mark. Hand pass comes back to Cumming, back to Worrell. And Adelaide should be able to get out of defence by hand passing their way through to Butts. Now away to Bourne. Pierces a kick into the middle of the ground, and Rochelle is away.
Pokes a kick down the wing into space. Thilthorpe runs onto it. Marks, then kicks long, one out in the cage. Rankin lets it land out the back, rolls goalward. Pedler threw the boot at it. In the end, the ball curls across the goal face and sits up in front of the behind line, and Jack Henry calmly goes and collects. Goes short to Mullen. Need to avoid the turnbuckle on the way through. Pedler, after throwing his boot at it, just missed the behind post. Geelong swing it across their full back line. Jack Henry to O'Sullivan. Kicks down the wing. Martin marks. Handball away to Stewart in front of the benches. Kicks to half forward for Geelong. In from the side, Ollie Henry bursts straight through his hands. McAndrew at the back for Adelaide. Scoops it up. Got it away to Millera. Handball to Worrell. Caught by Ollie Henry. Just got a hand pass away, but a turnover. Manners got it for the Cats. Gives it to Blitzarves. Away to Holmes. And the goal. And Ollie Henry with the tackle in his front 50 forces the turnover, and it leads to good things. Holmes the first goal of the second half, and Geelong's lead is out 2. 15 points, 7-6-48. Adelaide 5-3-33. 15-point break for the home team. 3.5 gone in the third. Brett Deledio, Marc Murphy on ABC Sport.
Well, that'll please Chris Scott, and it's not just the the goal itself, but it's the tackle of Ollie Henry. We know the mercurial things he can do, the big high marks, kicking the flash goals, but that side of his game is something that you need to add to be a full-time part of this forward line for the Cats. Great tackle on Worrell that kept the pressure on and follow up. Max Holmes, when he decides to hit the loud button and go forward, he's hard catching.
Yeah, just too laconic then, Worrell, wasn't he?
He just couldn't make his mind up, could he, where he wanted to go with the footy?
Wanted to go inside and then just got confused.
He was looking for a loose player. There wasn't one in the end. Paid the toll. Back in the middle of the ground, McAndrew taps it down. Rochelle with a clearing kick. Sends Adelaide to half forward. Thilthorpe in a wrestle with the cone and gets to the back. Mullen's on it. Rankin onto him. Brought the ball to ground. Rankin pressuring him. Mullen gathers. The Irishman tackle dispossessed by Keys. Thilthorpe's hand pass missed the target in Saligo. And Geelong are out of defence by Holmes. Having kicked the last goal. Sends it up the wing. Ollie Henry presents with Neal. Crashes the pack. Comes down to Cook front and centre. Adelaide inside 50 with a kick in the direction of Keys. Jack Henry couldn't hang on to it. Keys' hand pass to Berry. 48 metres out. Bangs it towards the goal mouth. Getting back Dempsey. Dropped the mark. Well, did he? Manages to hang on to it in front of Thilthorpe. Just doesn't have to claim the mark on the goal line. Tapped it just out of the hands of Thilthorpe and juggled it in one effort.
Dempsey goes long to half back. McAndrew got hands to it. No mark. Cumming bangs bodies with Wiltshire. Ball spits out. Worrell dragged off it. Wiltshire goes and gets it again. The young man in his third game for the Cats. Hand pass to O'Sullivan. Handball away to Martin. In front of the interchange gates. Kicks down to Cameron. Can't complete the mark in the greasy conditions. Ball spits out Adelaide's way. Millera to Rochelle under pressure. Neil Bullen waited for it. Dempsey didn't. Attacked it. Got it out to Smith. Kicks inside to forward 50 along the deck. Neil clean. Picks it up. Gives it to Martin. Hand pass into the pocket. Manor never took possession. Neil from the pocket trying his soccer skills not to be. Close to the line. Manor scoops it up. Kicks it back across the goal face, and it pitches and bounces out of play in the opposite pocket. We'll have a boundary throw in left forward pocket for the Cats.
It's working hard at the moment. The Cats up and down the ground. Jack Martin standing out as one of those who's getting really high up the ground, being an option for his defenders coming out of their D50 and then getting hard and impacting forward of the contest as well.
He seems to lose his opponent, who's Josh Worrell. Both have different objectives. McAndrew wins down the tap for Adelaide. Manners tackled by Jones, gives the chance to go down to Ben Cameron.
Hugh Bonder's come from the ground for Adelaide, just cradling his left shoulder, so a little bit of an issue there for the Crows.
Thanks, Benny. Geelong leading by 15 points with the opening goal of the second half. Spills out the way of Atkins. His hand pass chopped off by Rochelle of the Crows. Feeds the hand pass wide to Cook, who sends it up the wing. Thilthorpe worked out of it by DeConing. Clears a path for O'Sullivan. Gets the footy hand passing forward for Geelong to Blitzavs, who blazes away. Mark another one down. Corbin, number 6, out on the full.
Goodness me. Who would have thought?
They should know better, the Cats.
They should have known.
They should know better.
I knew.
It's a big tally. I think Hugh Bond's okay too. He's getting that left shoulder looked at, as Ben mentioned. That was in the marking contest with Cameron. Did well to affect the spoil, and then the heavy landing as his shoulder hit the deck. Adelaide win it out on the wing there. Keys away to Rochelle. Rankin before that, just brilliant. Got it back inside. McAndrew feeds a handball forward to Neil Bullen between wing and half forward. Kick wasn't good. Didn't favour Pedler, and Stewart in the box seat picks it off with an easy intercept. Takes the mark, gives it to Humphreys. Humphreys looks for Bruin. He slips over, and Blitzarves behind him there to mop it all up. Pedler was fuming with the kick too. Thought he was half a chance. One out in the cage.
Yeah, they haven't finished well enough inside going inside 50 in this third quarter, the Crows at the moment.
Stewart, short kicking game to O'Sullivan, who goes long down the wing, and there's a mark for Neil running back towards goal. Him and Cameron goalless so far. Kicks inside 50, and Braden Cook is a nice player, takes the mark and immediately switches across the half-back line to Worrell.
Had 2 disposals at half-time, Neil. He's doubled that in the third quarter. Darcy Fogarty with just 4 disposals for the Crows. Not really a night for key forwards. As Cook is called to play on at half-back. Has to turn it over, though, as Blitzavs juggles the mark, although Rankin did get a touch in there. Umpire says play on. Blitzavs band pass back to Mullen, back to Blitzavs, and now to Humphreys. Good composure from Geelong across half-back as he chips it to Myers. Can work it over the top to Pete Lean to Cameron. Joseph Cameron hadn't moved. He's on the AFL logo broadcast side. Swings onto that left. Off a step. It's spinning in all different directions. Bailey Smith spoils it down against Max Michaelani. Back to Smith. Hand pass to Myers. Cut around coming. Great chip kick. Not 15. Neil has to play on. Hand pass to Tanner Bruin. To Bailey Smith with a headband. Centering ball looking for Ollie Henry. Can't take the mark. Walk down. Here's a chance for McAndrew. Tackle. Dispossessed. No whistle. Spills out. Keys gets a hand pass away. And now Saligo.
Saligo, handball out of defensive 50. Pete Lean just scoops it up. Got it to Rochelle. Short kick out wide to Thilthorpe. He's held his width on that eastern boundary line. Is there anyone happy to move for him? He just pokes the kick out in front of Neil Bullen, who leads Bailey Smith to the footy. Butts down with the trainers behind play as Neil Bullen goes short to Pedler. Pedler looks to kick inside 50. Now he turns it over. He's unhappy with the efforts of his teammates going forward earlier, and that time had no one else to blame. Blitzarves takes the intercept mark at half-back. So he's going to kick it back to the tall timber of De Koning. He's got the size advantage. Can't mark, but follows up as it hits the deck. Handball out to his blonde-haired mate in Smith. Kicks down the boundary line. This will work out. Taken by Wiltshire. Gives a hand pass away to Manor. He kicks on goal, and in the end, the ball pitches and slides out of bounds. Left forward pocket for Geelong. Cats by 15 points halfway through the third. Ben Cameron on the boundary.
Jack Henry's come to the bench. He's got a stinger in the right shoulder. Hugh Bond has taken off his jumper to get his left shoulder strapped. It was a struggle to get that jumper off. Serious pain as he tried to lift the arm up to get the jumper off.
Thanks, Ben. McAndrew wins down the tap. Myers had it, lost it. Spills out the way of Manor, who chisels it towards goal, but it's rushed through by Worrell. But some friendly fire in the end from his teammate as he was trying to come back and support in the marking contest. Geelong by 15 points.
It was in front of his face on his back of his teammate's head.
Yeah.
He started the quarter well. Here, Manor. He's had the 7 disposals. I just wonder whether there was a better option going inside forward 50 there when
yeah, well, both teams are just battling with that last kick going inside 50, aren't they? They're both just been sloppy. You look at the inside 50s for both teams and just not getting any reward whatsoever. Geelong have had the 8 inside 50s for 1 goal, 2, and the Crows just breaking down every time they go inside 50. Only had the 4 inside 50s, but just their method going in just looks average at the moment.
Cats by 16. Adelaide trying to clear it. Kick up to the middle of the ground. Myers has got it tackled. Pete Lean holds him up. So Butt stays out there despite the head clash. Did get a little visit from the doctor, so shoulder concern for Hugh Bond. Go back to Banning just a moment for the latest on Henry as Adelaide work it out from the stoppage. Pete Lean to Cook, kicks into space, half forward. Thilthorpe collects. Nice work, O'Sullivan grabbed his hand, forces a little kick away. Saligo scoops it up, gives a handball to Cook, running boundary line. Cook kicks an absolute cannon. He just misses. 60 out on the boundary line at right half forward. Had the trip. Just missing near side. So 15-point lead for Geelong. Ben Cameron on the boundary, 11 to go in the third.
Bond's shoulder's been strapped up. He's about to come back on. Jack Henry still on the bench, testing out that right shoulder, but the physios have left him.
Ball 15, the kick from half-back from Tanner Bruin to Zach Guthrie. Got it back. It's a back inside defensive 50. On the bounce to Tom Stewart. Acting captain tonight. Kicks up towards half-back. Myers tangled with Cook. Did well not to give away the free kick. Bailey Smith runs onward. And here goes Geelong. Hand pass to O'Sullivan. Hand pass got in behind Henry. Tries to knock it away from Rankin. Now Bailey Smith's tackled. Charging in Saligo lays the tackle. Myers off a step. Clever. Over the top to O'Sullivan. He's at left half forward. Can give it back to Grime Myers. He doesn't have a lot of options in the pocket. So he cut back boundary side and just had a hand passer forward. On the roll to Jai Clark. His hand pass is chopped off. Butts takes it back for Adelaide. Hand pass to Cook. Cuts back on his right-hand side. He has players up the wing and finds Maley, who takes the mark.
There's a whole lot of Crows jumpers out here.
There's 4 of them all standing there together.
And yet they're in a slow play. Finbar Maley just stagnant, and now kicks off a step, makes it a tough one-on-one for Thilthorpe, but knocked out of bounds.
Just didn't work hard enough to separate. And they had 3 ahead of the football against 1 Geelong defender, and they all just ran in the same line. So it made it hard for the player with the ball to go, well, who's free here? They need to really spread and isolate.
That's still on the ground. The Doc's down there having a look at the vision. Get Ben to keep an eye on the Adelaide bench. McAndrew goes up uncontested, but whacks it straight to Bailey Smith. Clearance for the catch. Smith flirting with the boundary line, wanting to make it 7.
Get a lasso.
In the end, it's last disposal out of play on the hop.
I haven't seen as many lassos tonight.
No,
they
just go straight out, don't they?
Averaging about 4 a game. Is the early tally. Chase Jones with the free kick, long down towards Thilthorpe, slides at the back. Mullen, hand pass away to Stewart, kicks it back into traffic, middle of the ground.
Jai Clark flies, can't take the mark, bouncing onto it. A chance for Max Michaelani. Hand pass to Peatling, and now right half forward. The kick down low. It's a tough one in the end for Maley, can't take the mark. And it's gathered by O'Sullivan. Hand pass to Edwards to the run of Holmes against the boundary line. Trying to get around Peatling. Hand pass forward to O'Sullivan and now to Bailey Smith. Chips it up the wing. On the bounce, Adelaide are well set. Worrell runs onto it. 1-2 with Cook. Worrell trying to draw an opponent as he feigns the hand pass and now goes forward to Saligo. To Rochelle. This is more like Adelaide. The hand pass to Worrell as the rain gets heavier. Long to Thilthorpe. Trying to get back, and in the end, De Koning worked him underneath and took an easy mark. He switches it with Guthrie as the rain gets as heavy as it's been all night.
How you going down there, Benny?
These are big raindrops. Like,
wow.
They are sort of thick droplets of water that are falling from the sky at the moment. The Adelaide Docs are also trying to get out to check on Butts. It was Butts you mentioned with that heavy collision, wasn't it, Corb?
Yes, that's right.
Yeah, they're trying to get to Butts. They haven't been able to get out to him yet.
Thanks, Ben. Don't get too down there. Come back under cover if you need to. As people just scattering all around you. You can hear it pick up and just bounce off the roof above us. Saligo on the wing, kicks Adelaide down to half forward as it's chucking it down here at Cadinia Park. Saligo, hand pass away, and he's tackled high in the process. And get the free. It's a 15-point game, 7-7 plays 5-4, halfway through the third. Saligo kicks out to half forward, Peatling the target. He's lost it in the air, comes down to De Koning, hand pass to Smith, kicks into space on that eastern wing. Manor clever, just a toe poke further afield, runs onto it for Geelong. Hand pass wanted, Ollie Henry missed it. Murray went without it. Now Ollie Henry scoops it up, or tried to. That wet, greasy footy soccers it into his teammate. It's like a cake of soap trying to pick that up at the moment. In the end, the ump says, I'll have it. Ball up between wing and half forward for the Cats. Ben Cameron on the boundary.
They've got Butts with the hook and they've dragged him to the bench. They're giving him the concussion test at the moment on the Adelaide bench.
Wow. Thanks, Benny. Geelong by 15 points. Quick kick from Manor, squeezed up inside 50 and a good mark down low. Taken by Murray in front of Shannon Neal. Geelong 7-7-49, Adelaide 5-4-34. Just the one goal so far in this third quarter through Max Holmes. As the rain has started to settle a little bit here. The kick out of defence up to the wing. Peatling a little slow as he's tackled by Manor. Keys tries to make good. Hand pass to Cook for Adelaide. Finbar Maley didn't take it cleanly. Does regain it. Hand pass to Cook and now to McAndrew. Has Rochelle free. Chips it to him at right half forward. Gets the block from Keys. Tries to look up inside 50. Here's Bond, who marks on his chest leading up.
Taylor.
Taylor it is, yes.
Same boots.
There wouldn't be many blokes who, in conditions like this, would go, I'm going to use my legs here and take a bounce and just let the play unfold in front of them. And that's exactly what Rochelle did then. He took ground, he had some space in front of him and took a bounce. And when the forwards are running back towards goal like that, the defenders keep on chasing. So he just pulled back, beautiful little kick inside 50, and that's a bit of class from Rochelle.
Zach Taylor kicked a goal in the first quarter. Looking to strike back here for the Crows from 45 out. He likes it off the boot. He pumps his fist, and Adelaide have something to try and build on. Back to a 9-point lead Geelong's way. The Cats 7-7-49 to Adelaide 6-4-40. And Zach Taylor, playing in his 27th game, becomes Adelaide's first multiple goal kicker to join Jack Martin from the Cats. Good contest here as the rain has made the conditions challenging for both sides. Brett Deledio and Marc Murphy with you. Thursday Night Footy on ABC Sport.
Yeah, and that's what makes it even more impressive when the good players are clean with their ball use. And Josh Rochelle there, I've been really impressed with his spread away from contest, Murph. He's been at the stoppage, but then his ability to get away and create that overlap. He's had the 9 disposals already as he's come to the bench for a rest. But in this quarter, but that was
a different opportunity, and he does aggressive hard forward,
and that's what you need. You need a forward or a midfielder who can do that.
This buttsing, by the way, running into the back of McAndrew's head, so some friendly fire. It's exactly how the system should work. Doctors check the vision, wants a second look at him, compulsory, off the ground, concussion test underway. So Crows without butts for the time being, and despite he got the immediate visit from the doctor wasn't satisfied that was enough. They go and check the vision. They're having a second look with him. So as Ben informed herself on the bench, as Geelong work it up the wing, kick from Humphreys, eventually gets to Edwards. It's a free kick in the marking contest. 9-point lead for the Cats after Adelaide kicking the last of the game. Goes inside 50. Whacked away by Cummings. Straight into the path of Bailey Smith. True centre half forward. There's a free kick in all of this.
Yeah. Sloppy.
Which way is this going?
Bailey Smith.
So Bailey's going to get at what he was dealt with after getting rid of the footy.
No, it was in the tackle. Neil Bullen just came across too high, just too aggressive. So just lazy tackle, really.
Ben, it's all happening down there.
Oh, it absolutely is. So Steve Saunders, our man, the hamstring guru, caught into action for the first time tonight. He's working on Jack Martin at the moment. Max Holmes has gone down to the rooms with, I think, a finger issue. And Tanner Bruin's getting a lot of work on his hamstrings on the massage table.
Wow. And all that while Jordan Butts is undergoing a concussion test, the Scat 6. So Smith gets a second look at the kick, looking for the extra distance with the wet footy. He's put it out on the full. That's number 7. 7 out of bounds on the full tonight. And let's be honest, Murph, could have easily been in double digits already.
It could. I reckon 5 of those 7 have been shots for goal.
I hope Timmy Farrell's not listening, because my specials gig could be in jeopardy.
Cats by 9, 19 gone in the third.
Murray long out of defence, goes through the hands of Mitchell Edwards and goes out of play. So a throw in. Have you kept tally of how many are Geelong and how many are Adelaide?
No. I know they're 2 different colours, but it's not that sophisticated.
Here I was thinking that you've got a system here that's working for you. And I've sold you up the river there, sorry. Thrown back in. Here's a chance for Bailey having a run in the ruck to follow up against Edwards. Although Edwards gets a punch forward, up towards the top of the 50. Nankervis slides in, makes the tackle. Michael Annie trying to lock the footy in, and the umpire circles and will pull it up. And Ollie Henry on the very bottom of the pack. So Geelong 7-7-49 to Adelaide 6-4-40. A goal apiece so far in this third quarter. Edwards wins down the tap against Maley, but Berry charging in, slipped over, tackled by Bailey Smith. I thought the umpire was about to penalise him in tough conditions. Just lost his footing completely underneath him.
Butts having a concussion test. Holmes down in the rooms. Finger concern, the early report there. Hamstring issue for Jack Martin, and also Tanner Bruin having work done on the Cats bench. So all happening downstairs. More of that in a moment from the restart. Berry got a handball away to Saligo, to Cook through traffic. Adelaide with it. Handball to the boundary line. Finds Peatling. Hooks his kick back inboard. Slides down to half forward off the wet turf. Picked up by Stewart. Great tackle, Fogarty, who hunts him down and wins the footy between wing and half forward. And Darcy Fogarty with a big-time 1%er on the chase-down tackle. Hands it to Cook. Pokes the kick over the top to Neil Bullen. Almost collides with his own teammate. Ball falls out Atkins' way. He's tackled, lost it. Fogarty passing through. Knocks it in inadvertently in the direction of Pedler. He's a left-footer. Decides to kick off his right to the top of the goal square. It's a turnover. And Jack Henry takes the intercept mark. Fullback for Geelong. Cats by 9 points. Final 5 minutes of the third term.
Henry called to play on, so drives a long kick out of defence. To Koning's the target. Big fly, Finbar Maley. That's what he can do.
Got strong hands in the wet.
It's always in the kicking that's more of a problem. Did have a player streaming past, but ignored that in Cook. So drives it long. Fogarty sets himself in front. It clears through everyone to the back of the pack. Pedler, tackle dispossessed by Stewart. It spills out. O'Sullivan knocks it out to Tom Atkins. Quick kick out of defence. In front to Koning. Knocks it towards Manor. Adelaide desperately defending. Manor tried to knock it out. Free kick Geelong's way.
Yeah, Finbar just went to ground. He can't do that and slide into an opponent who's going to pick up the football.
You got some correspondence, Lids?
I have, yeah. No. The boss has spoken. It's been nice working with you boys.
And you gave him a shout out. I thought it's an Adelaide game. That's a bad start. He probably will be listening tonight as Matty goes short out towards DeConey. Long kick down the wing. He does listen lots of nights, of course, when it's not Adelaide games, but it's always something happening on ABC Sport. Intercept mark here. Defensive side of the wing for the Crows, taken by Josh Worrell. Unlucky not to be an All-Australian last year. Had an outstanding breakout season. Goes long down the wing. Scooped up by Maley. Handball comes out towards Peatling and then to Berry. Kicks down to half forward. Keys has got it. Centering kick for Saligo. who marks at right half forward, shifts it closer to goal. And this man runs around by himself all night. Zach Taylor marks uncontested again in the corridor.
Little pop-up sprinkler, hasn't he been tonight? Yeah. He just keeps getting free off the back of some, really good work rate, but then the ball movement as well and the ability just to find him.
Like his game. Ben Cameron on the boundary.
Butts has just run back out onto the ground. The Docs went and spoke to the AFL officials on the bench. Seemingly, it must have been to say, look, he's all good, and he's back out there now.
Good news. Thanks, Ben. Keep us up to date with Max Holmes as well. Geelong's reigning best and fairest winner twice over. So Zach Taylor to finish off his work. He pops it through for his third. And the young man's had a fair night. And Adelaide pull within one straight kick. It's Geelong 7-7-49 with light rain falling. Adelaide moved to 7-4-46. It's a three-point game. Time on in the third. Brett Deledio, Marc Murphy on ABC Sport.
Yeah, he's had a great game. He's worked hard and just found some space where he's just worked in some holes, really. And when Adelaide have looked at their best, they just haven't bobbed it in. I mean, we all know that Geelong love to get numbers back and support, but when they've changed the angles and lowered the eyes, they've caught Geelong out on quite a few times. So that's the method they need to look for. Even though it is wet conditions, you still just can't keep bombing it in. So
is that breeze picked up down there, Benny? Looks like it has from the flags.
Yeah, ever so slightly, I'd say.
Towards the Adelaide end?
Yeah, the Adelaide or Joel Selwood stand end.
And how heavy's the rain, Benny?
Nah, it's just it's somewhere beyond a mizzle at the moment. It's just a little gentle shower.
Not that thick rain it was previously. Myers trying to get out of the middle. Berry tackle dispossessed by Bruin. Spills away at Jeremy Cameron. Tumbles a kick inside 50. Ollie Henry did well. Almost got underneath it. Wilshire tries to sock it off the ground. He's 15 metres out from goal. It never gets there. Miller, top of the defensive goal square. Gets the hand pass away to Bond. Kick through the hands of Cook, and here's a chance for Holmes. Chips it towards the pocket. Not sure that's 15 for Dempsey. Call to play on. Kicks a high ball towards the goal square. Adelaide defenders getting back, and in the end it's rushed through for a minor score. Jordan Butts is back out there. And a minor score with the Cats leading by 4 points after Adelaide have booted back-to-back goals.
Fascinating stage of the night. Keep in mind, by the way, the Cats had the first 10 inside 50s before Adelaide had one. And they scored the first 15 points of the night. So from that point on, Adelaide have kept up more than okay without 4 of their 6 most experienced players. No Walker, Archie, Laird, Dawson all out. Crows on the back flank here. Just moving it through Taylor, who's kicked 3 of his own tonight. The 23-year-old in for his first start of the year. Goes short to Miller. 25.5 minutes into the third, Geelong by 4. Crows to half forward. McAndrew holds out his opponent, knocks it down to Rochelle. Hand pass releases Keys, puts on the burners, kicks from 45 out, trying to slide it through. One bounce, skids wrong side of the post. Rochelle again. 3-point game. Geelong still lead. Adelaide with all the momentum. 70 seconds to go in this third quarter. Thursday night footy on ABC Sport.
Lovely contest from Andrew then, just to get the ball, drop a ball, but also move it towards a teammate rather than just spoil it and hope for the best. Deliver it to a teammate at your feet and get the result in the end.
Kicks into the back pocket, Murph for Holmes. Holmes says, don't run forward, I'll give it back to you. And then switches to the back pocket for Tom Stewart. Big fly from Max Michaelani, who got on the back of his opponent. Lucky not to give away a free kick in the end. And Dempsey with a hand pass forward. Is it time for Geelong? Hand pass to Blitzavs, to Dempsey, and now to Myers, trying to draw Cook. Hand pass to O'Sullivan. Got round Rankin, who tried to grab him by the back of the jumper. Hand pass to Wiltshire. Kicks long towards the goal square. There was a whistle. As the bench been paid. It hasn't. It's going to come back.
If you get held after you've given away a handball, you can't run on. Is that normally 50?
Should be.
That's correct.
It was once upon a time, yeah.
Yeah, but they've just played downfield.
It's not okay.
Not sure that's the right call. Anyway.
Wilshire at right half forward, 60 from home, sends it long to the teeth of goal. Cameron, was he shoved out of it? He certainly played for the free kick. Punched away by McAndrew. Holmes front and centre, 25 metres out. He had time. He fires towards goal. Misses to the left-hand side. Geelong by 4 points. Of course, Adelaide led by 3 points at three-quarter time, round 22 last year before the Cats murdered the last 3 goals of the game to win by 5 points.
Oh, can't do that.
Oh, Crows trying to get it out of there as Neil Bullen just tumbles a kick down the wing. Looked like it was destined to go out of bounds last disposal. In the end, it deflects off the shins of Stewart, and as it would be in front of the goal mouth. If that went through for a goal, it would be a goal. It's also last disposal out of bounds against Stewart. So Adelaide fortuitous. Keys goes back to Rochelle, comes inboard to Nankervis, back to Keys, right on the bell. We're 3/4 done, and Adelaide, despite being significantly undermanned, are within 4 points. The Cats 7-9-51. Adelaide find themselves 7-5-47 and a 4-point game. Keep in mind, by the way, Geelong scored the first 15 points of the game. They led by as many as 20 points early in the second term, and Adelaide have chipped away. It was the Cats by 14 at quarter time, by 8 at half time, and now the Cats lead is just 4 with a quarter to play. It's all in front of us on ABC Sport. The goal kickers tonight, Jack Martin's kicked 2, put down 1 in the book for Manor, Holmes, Dempsey, Ollie Henry and Stewart. Meanwhile, for Adelaide, 3 for Zach Taylor, singles for Thilthorpe, Rochelle, Rankin and Isaac Cumming. The boys are going to have a cup of water at 3/4 time. They'll be back to give you their analysis next. This is 3/4 time, Geelong by 4 points. You're listening to Thursday Night Footy on ABC Sport.
New inspiration from ABC Books. Filled with hope and determination, a doctor shares her journey back from devastating injury against all the odds. Back on My Feet by Dr. Olivia Ong. Find it in bookshops and online.
This is the 2026 AFL Premiership season with ABC Sport.
Got it away to Miller. Handball to Worrell. Caught by Ollie Henry. Just got a hand pass away, but a turnover. Manners got it for the Cats. Gives it to Blitzarves. Away to Holmes. And the goal. And Ollie Henry with the tackle in his front 50 forces the turnover. And it leads to good things. Holmes the first goal of the second half. And Geelong's lead is out 15 points.
He switches it with Guthrie as the rain gets as heavy as it's been all night.
How you going down there, Benny?
These are big raindrops. Like,
wow.
They are sort of thick droplets of water that are falling from the sky at the moment. The Adelaide Docks are also trying to get out to check on Butts. They haven't been able to get out to him yet. They've got Butts with the hook and they've dragged him to the bench. They're giving him the concussion test at the moment on the Adelaide bench.
Zach Taylor kicked a goal in the first quarter. Looking to strike back here for the Crows from 45 out. He likes it off the boot. He pumps his fist, and Adelaide have something to try and build on. Back to a 9-point lead Geelong's way.
Butts has just run back out onto the ground. The Docs went and spoke to the AFL officials on the bench. Seemingly, it must have been to say, look, he's all good, and he's back out there now.
So Zach Taylor to finish off his work. He pops it through for his third. And the young man's had a fair night. And Adelaide pull within 1 straight kick.
The AFL on ABC Sport.
On radio.
ABC Sport Digital Radio.
And ABC Listen.
It is beautifully set up. Geelong by 4 points. They have led all night. Adelaide have not put their nose in front, but they are right in this game with a quarter to play. Geelong 7-9. They lead Adelaide 7-5. Brett Deledio, Marc Murphy with their take through 3 on ABC Sport.
Well, really outside the first probably 15 minutes, there's been a pretty even contest. Geelong looked like it was in that first 15 minutes. It was going to be a long night for the Adelaide Crows, but they started to structure up better outside of the contest, started to win their fair share of contested ball and clearances. So it's been quite even since that period, and almost the way in which Adelaide have been looking to go inside 50 has been a lot cleaner than what Geelong have been doing. So we know that probably the Geelong forward line with the likes of Cameron and Shannon Knoll down there, that Neil Shannon Neil down there, that they've got the key forwards who can bring the ball to ground. They're very obviously exciting ahead of the contest, but the way in which that Rochelle's been impacting the contest, just with his skills, Rankin as well. They look a little bit classier, don't they, through the midfield and their delivery going inside 50. It's all set up for a really interesting fourth quarter here. So looking forward to seeing how they go about it.
Yeah, I think off the back of Rochelle, who you mentioned, had the 2 clearances, but 12 touches, and there was question marks about his work rate, but can he play inside mid? He plays half forward. He's a forward of centre sort of player. He's done that still, being that forward of centre, but he's just read the cues really well and got out in front of the play and being able to deliver. He was the one who probably showed the composure going forward that was able to actually get them to capitalise on their... Because how many times
he's
in a row...
polish in there, isn't he?
Well, he is, but how many times in a row did we see you get it just to the back of the square and then turnover, and then it go back the other way, and Geelong would do the same. Their inability to finish going inside forward 50 will be something that both sides will want to polish up before the end of the season. But you're right. I think it's been a really even tussle apart from that first dominant 10 minutes from the Cats.
Yeah, Rochelle's been their key through the midfield. Smith's been probably their best player through the midfield, but probably hasn't used the ball quite as well as what Rochelle has.
I think half his disposal have been effective.
That's right. So, but he's probably got the more contested possessions, but you just feel that the drive coming from stoppage has been better when it's been in the hands of Rochelle as opposed to a Smith tonight.
Ben Cameron has been tested but has been outstanding early in the new season despite the inclement weather. He's on the boundary. Ben, you've been busy too. There's been a whole lot going on both benches.
Certainly has. So Max Holmes with a little bit of a finger issue. He's got the tape around the top of one of his fingers. That's fine. Jordan Butts had the concussion concerns in that third quarter, but he was ultimately cleared. Jack Martin had a little bit of work done around the glute, the lower back and the hamstring. He's fine. And just an observation there at three-quarter time. I mean, I remember Tom Hawkins speaking about how Geelong is a psychologically safe place, and it was interesting there at three-quarter time just how much listening Chris Scott did. He immediately went to Blitzarves and Jeremy Cameron and probably spent a minute, 2 minutes listening to them telling him what they were seeing and feeling out there before he really got with his the other players and gave them his message.
It's good coaching. What do you see? Ask the players.
Yeah, it just shows how much trust he does have in the players, and they're the ones out in the field feeling what's happening out there. So it just shows a coach who's certainly really relying upon what he's seen
with an experienced team. Yeah, with an experienced team that you can do that. I don't reckon Brad Scott's going to Richmond at this point in time with his team.
I was lucky enough to work with Roger Rashid a lot during the Australian Open. Of course, the great tennis coach, worked with Leighton Hewitt among various others. And whenever we asked him, what would you be telling your player? He said, the first thing I would ask is, what do you see? What does it look like for you out there? Which, interesting insight. And there's Chris Scott on cue. Final term underway. Crows within 4. Peatling gets a handball out of the centre square to Rochelle. Long kick forward and DeConey, right when he's called upon, takes a saving intercept mark at fullback for Geelong.
Jeremy Cameron being moved to the wing to try and get him involved in the game.
DeConey kicks wide. Wonso Sullivan carries ahead of him and Maley and spills out of play. If the hands are coming.
Shout out to Shannon Noel too if he's singing.
Sure. Used to be a lot of Shannon Knowles in the forward line. Tell the teams I'll play with, or what about me?
60 metres out from the Crows' goal. They're coming home to the Barwon River end. A rider screen for those of you watching at home from the boundary throw-in. Holmes hands it out to Smith, gets a kick through, knocked down on the way through. Blitzarves gives it back to Holmes, bursts through with speed. He kicks inside the forward 50. Ollie Henry lands on his chest as he paid the mark. Says no. Said Murray had a fair piece of it.
Yeah, jump ball.
Oh, not a bad call in the end. So we got a ball up here, 25 out from the Cats' goal at the City end.
Max Holmes said, see ya.
McAndrew wins down the tap for the Crows. Rochelle under pressure, squeeze the kick into the middle of the ground, and the foot race is on. Zach Guthrie should get there first. Fogarty offers a good chase. Pressures the hand pass back to O'Sullivan. Hand pass to Stewart, trying to step around Keys. Now Neil Bullen comes charging in. He puts the pressure on O'Sullivan. They do win at the Crows. Fogarty sweeping hand pass forward. Keys tackled and brought down. Great desperation from DeConey. Neil Bullen swoops onto it. 50 from home. Tries to send it along to the goal square. Phil Thorpe from behind. Jack Henry in front. It gets to the back. Adelaide don't have the numbers, and the reinforcements get back for Geelong. Tom Atkins just blazes away towards the boundary line, though. Keen to see it bounce out is Peatling. He turns to the boundary umpire, and he says, throw it in.
That's that out there. That's that speed that you're talking about in that back line, that they just didn't have anyone to get back and be able to support to then break away again. There was all their centre-half backs involved.
Thought we might have had a last disposal out of bounds.
I thought Blitzad's got a touch to it over the boundary line, but the umpire disagreed.
Critical final touch from the boundary throw-in. McAndrew pumps it down for Adelaide. Scooped up by Berry. Handball out towards Peatling. He gets a shove as he kicks it away. And that is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
I told you that's how many they'd have.
8 out of bounds on the full tonight.
I believe you said they wouldn't.
Free kick going the way of the Cats at half-back. The margin is 4 points. We talked it up, didn't we, into three-quarter time about how well the game was set up. I think it's fair to say both teams have come out breathing fire to start this final term.
Pressure's up, isn't it?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Game on both lifted. Mullen short to Cameron. Him and Neil, his fellow key forward, goalless tonight. Kicks to Smith. Marc's just inside the boundary line. Got off for the Cats with the wet blonde hair and the Headband on. And intermittent showers tonight on a cold, wet night at the Cattery. Smith down to half forward. Butts arriving. Punches it away. Atkins trying to trap it. Ball bobbles out. Berry's got it. Scoops it up. Got it out to Butts. Handball to Miller. A gang tackle. Ball held in. Says, I'll have it. 60 metres out from the Cats' goal. Coming home to the city end. Geelong by 4.
It's on a nice edge at the moment. So who can strike first? Neil doing the ruck work against McAndrew. McAndrew tries to get rid of him. Knocked on by Manor, cleverly to Dempsey. Slick hand pass to Myers. Right there with him is Jones. Forces the turnover and cleared out of defence by Murray. A dribbling kick along the ground. Looking for Finbar Maley. He knocks it into the path of Keys. Kicks up towards Thilthorpe. One-on-one with O'Sullivan. Thilthorpe reels in the mark. No one inside 50. Did O'Sullivan take a step? Umpire says no. Good composure from Thilthorpe, who chips it straight down the corridor and finds Alex Neil-Bullen.
Yep.
He's 45 metres out directly in front. Has he got this?
It's a great contest by Thilthorpe, and then just the composure, just allowing his Adelaide forwards and mids just to get ahead of the contest and provide some options. Great composure from the big man. He'll need to get every bit of it, in my opinion.
30 years of age, a premiership demon. Adelaide brought him in for these sort of moments to try and lead a young group. Alex Neil-Bullen starts outside 50, directly in front to turn the Crows in the lead for the first time tonight. He sends it straight through the middle. And the Adelaide cheer squad at the Barwon River end bounce to their feet and wave their flags. Adelaide hit the lead at the 5-minute mark of the final term for the first time tonight. 8:5:53 to Geelong 7:9:51. Marc Murphy and Brett Deledio, your experts on ABC Sport.
So important having such a big key forward like that, who's that stay-at-home, genuine beast who can just win those 1v1 contests. It's huge, because if it's the ground there, Geelong had the numbers around him. Yep. So just the ability to, not only just in the wet, but just to make great body contact, to take a great grab, and then have that composure. So important for their forward line.
Murph and Clinch's tips looking a bit better, Liz.
It is, yeah. We did question it.
Saying them well tonight, Liz.
Yeah, you just keep rubbing me nose at the reminder, don't we? This is great.
Here we go. Game on the line. Early stages, final term. Crows in front for the first time. Clark for the Geelong. Gets a hand pass out to Mullen. Long kick down to half forward. Oh, slides past a couple, including Butts, who goes to ground. Neil collects. Shakes a would-be tackler. Gives a handball inside 50 to Ollie Henry. He feeds it back by hand to Neil. Hand pass away to Myers. Up against the fence in front of a terrace. Trying to bring it back on the drop punt. He misses across the goal face. 1 point game. So Adelaide 8-5, Geelong 7-10. 53 plays 52, 6 gone final term.
Josh Worrell spinning the footy in his hands. He decides to go straight down the middle. Fogarty's the target, wrestling with Jack Henry. Henry gets a hand to it, running onto it. Hand pass came out from Taylor to Berry into the middle of the ground, trying to get it back to Taylor. Races after the loose footy. He's now tackled by O'Connor. Spills out the way of Adelaide. McAndrew got it forward. Hand pass the way of Saligo, knocked out of his hands, and Blitzavs gathers for the Cats. Cuts around Maley. Tries to send it up towards Jack Martin at half forward. Wrestling with Worrell. It gets to the back. Worrell's first back onto it. Gathers for the Crows. Hand pass inboard to Murray. Almost run down by Wiltshire. Kicks close to the boundary line. Maley trying to get there. Jeremy Cameron back with the flight. Takes the mark.
What do you thought of Jez's night?
He's tried reasonably hard. He hasn't really caught it, has he? Yeah. In the positions that they want him to have it.
It's been an almost night for him. He's not coming for company at the moment. It's back to Jack Henry, and Henry retreats all the way back to O'Sullivan, and now the rain sweeps through again just to add another element of drama. 7-10 to 8-5. Adelaide by 1, having hit the front for the first time tonight. Jack Henry receives it from O'Sullivan, goes down the line trying to claim the mark manner. Not sure he touched it first, and the umpire disagrees as well, so a ball up.
Not sure how far Shannon Neal thinks they can kick it, but you've got to get to it within a kick, mate. Give us a contest.
Neil says, I'll do it. I don't think the Crows have a nominated ruckman. Neil punches it forward into the lap of O'Connor. Hand pass away to Smith. Got to go off the left peg. Kicks to full forward. Toe poke from Blitzovs. Not enough purchase. Butts runs it through. And a rush behind. It was one of those ones where the man in front of him, Blitzovs, pretends he's not defending, trying to win a free kick. Umpire not buying that. Butts under enough pressure and scores a level. 53 apiece.
Oh dear.
Oh, that's not Wayne Miller's best kick. A turnover at half-back, taken by Clark for Geelong. Hand pass to Bailey Smith, trying to get around Berry. 1-2 with O'Connor. Smith off balance on the left, long to the goal square. Miller underneath it, can't take the mark. Clearing kick here by Bond. Bangs it out to half-back. Thilthorpe makes the target. Can't hang on to the greasy footy, though. Hand pass out for Jack Henry towards the boundary line. Clark tries to volley it off the ground. Only as far as McAndrew. Hand pass to Nankervis. Now to Cumming. Kicks up the wing. Jeremy Cameron back with the flight. Takes the mark. Position number 10 for Jezza. 2 behinds next to his name.
53 points each. 14 minutes to go. Jeremy Cameron goes short to Jai Clark. Sub in the prelim last year. Came in for the grand final, of course, in a losing cause. 60 metres out, kicks to full forward. McAndrew's back down there, hands to it, no mark. Ball slips underneath the pack, and the umpire circles and says ball up. 20 metres out from the Cats' goal.
They defend that long ball in so well, the Crows, don't they? They've done it all night, really.
Here we go, almost the 24th man. The Geelong chant starts up around Cadinia Park. O'Connor hands it out to Ollie Wiltshire, who shoots goalward. He's across the face. Bounces and runs out of play opposite pocket, so boundary throw-in. Scores still level. We've now travelled 9.5 minutes in this final term, 53 each of 2.
Bailey Smith averages 31 disposals against the Crows, up to 34 tonight. Leading possession getter, Josh Rochelle with a career best 28, thrown in. McAndrew in front position, barreled out of it by Neil. Myers races after it against the boundary line. Under the pressure of Max Michaelania, goes out of play. So thrown in the right forward pocket for Geelong. Scores level at 53 apiece.
Surprised Jezza Cameron's not in this stoppage, running around his left.
Neil in front position, palms it down, looking for Martin, can't take it. Berry gathers for the Crows, hacks the kick out towards the boundary line. Rankin offering a quick chase. It skids off the turf past him, and umpire Burrow says he got a hand to it, throw it in.
But he knocked it out of bounds.
It's almost ridiculous in a way.
It is, isn't it?
You're not trying to keep that in. You're just trying to get a touch on it, so it's not a free kick.
It's kind of the new deliberate, isn't it? Instead of the crowd cheering for it, it's the players scampering over there just to touch it out of play. Boundary throw in. McAndrew slips over. Blitzarps keeps his feet. Hooks a kick inside 50 for Geelong. Clean bowls a couple. Marc O'Connor's out the back. Scoops it up. Kick smothered. Bond with a 1%er superb. Hacked off the deck by Worrell out to half-back. That will work.
He's been good, Worrell.
And Cook takes the mark. Left half-back for Adelaide. That was a 40-metre soccer.
It was, wasn't it? Good purchase.
Cook against the boundary line. Ordinarily a good user. Right on cue. Turns it over. Straight to Mullen. Takes the intercept mark. Cats go downhill. Scores level at 53. Short to Myers. Myers chips it inboard, and here's Martin.
Couple of blocks. O'Connor puts one on for Shannon Neal. Martin's called a play on. Sends it to the right forward pocket. Up goes Murray. Makes the spoil in front and punches it out of play. A throw in the right forward pocket. All of a sudden, the inside 50s in this final term, Murph and Litz, 9-3.
Yep.
Geelong's way.
Yeah, and same tail, isn't it? Just finding it hard to actually get a mark inside 50 of the Cats.
And Adelaide trying to get that run out of defence. Neil in front against McAndrew. Palms it down to the front. Berry takes possession. Bailey Smith takes him. It's still locked in the right forward pocket for Geelong.
The entries haven't been great, but Shannon Neal's not really getting that separation to be able to put the kick out in front of him.
Deep forward for the Cats. Neal palms it down. Ball spits the way of Berry and then Martin. They both fumble it. Smith got it out to his dash brother Holmes. Kicks goalward and Cumming ushers it through for a rush behind. It's only the second lead change of the night. Geelong back in front by 1. Adelaide have kicked the last 3 goals. There's 12 minutes to go. This is Thursday night footy on ABC Sport. Geelong by a point.
Not long quarters, Corb, so we'll get plenty of time to analyse this game. Worrell out of defence, up to Thilthorpe, who was looking for the body against De Koning. Let De Koning slide past and did enough to juggle the mark. Right half forward for the Cats. He's got Max Holmes all on his own. Chips it over the top of him, close to the boundary line, and Holmes couldn't gather it inside, out on the full.
Who kicked that?
Hang on.
Number 9.
Sam De Koning.
What are you doing, man?
Everyone's starting to feel the pressure a little bit. This is taken by Jake Soligo for the Crows. Sends it as high and long as he can up the wing. Thilthorpe held out of it. Blitzarps uncontested, spoils it out of play. So
who was our texter? They wanted to know he wants that to be a free kick.
It was John from West Footscray.
John from West Footscray. So that should have been a free kick against because he double fisted it out of bounds.
Deliberate out of play?
Yep.
Oh, well, sort of more with John on that one than some of the other ones, to be honest. He should have taken the mark. Thrown back in. Blitzhouse wins down the tap against McAndrew. Clark onto it for the Cats. Hand pass into the path of Martin at half forward. Drives it inside 50. Neil one-on-one with Butts. Butts lets it get out the back and it trickles end over end. How to play up against the left behind post. Adelaide desperately defending. 10 inside 50s to 3 Geelong's way in this final term. It's the Cats by a point.
Yeah, just poor inside 50 yet again. Just got to put it to space for a teammate.
Yeah.
Give him put him advantage at very least.
Boundary throwing deep forward for the home team. Neil grabs it out of the ruck, hands it to Manor. Hooks a kick across the body and across the goal face. Dempsey and Cook competing for it. Slides off hands and out of bounds opposite pocket.
Well, they're winning most of the football here, the Cats, but just lacking that last bit of polish just to put it on the scoreboard. Completely owning this fourth term. 10 inside 50s to 3.
So 14 minutes into the last, they've kicked only 2 goals since the 3-minute mark of the second. The boundary throw in, McAndrew overran it. Neil hooks a kick into the goalpost. And that was very nearly a 7-point lead for Geelong. McAndrew just had a clean bowl him on the shallow boundary throwing. And Neil missed his moment. Cats by 2 points, 7-13 to 8-5. 14 gone in the final term.
Chase Jones brings the Crows back into play. Kicks long up towards Fogarty at half-back. Spoil made by Blitzavs. Tapped by O'Connor close to the boundary line. O'Sullivan kept it in. Back to O'Connor. Clever little topo to Clark. Kicks long towards the goal mouth. Jack Martin trying to clear a space. Dempsey in from the side. Dropped it. And Butts gets a hand pass back to Worrell. Adelaide's clearing kick under pressure. Neil brings it down. Murray lost his footing. Neil hand pass back to Tom Stewart at the 50. In front, Butts can't take the mark. Adelaide defending once more. Nankervis runs onto the loose footy. In the right back pocket. Kicks up towards the effort of Maley. Spoiled by Jack Henry. It gets to the back of the pack. Atkins one direction. And then the other was Taylor. And last touch by Taylor. Atkins is claiming the free kick.
Did he buy one there? It was off Taylor?
That was right.
Adelaide have not won at Kardinia Park since round 10, 2003. Cats leading by 2 points. Over 900 games of experience missing for the Crows tonight.
That's a 23-year wait for Adelaide. They're down by a couple of points still, having put their nose in front of the final term. De Koning marks at centre-half back, switches on to Blitzarps. Blitzarps kicks down the wing. Phil Thorpe punches it away, close to the boundary line. Wiltshire turns his opponent inside out, kicks Geelong inside 50. Martin scoops it up, shakes the tackle. Martin goals!
Class.
It's game-altering. Martin's got 3, and the Cats have got an 8-point cushion. 10 to go in the final term. And the Cats with a critical goal, 8-13 to 8-5. It's an 8-point lead for the home team. Thursday night footy on ABC Sport. Our number 1 picks, Marc Murphy, Brett Deledio.
I'm not sure who that was playing on Jack Martin just then, but he rolled the dice. He was like, either this is going to bounce over his head or Jack Martin then goes and attacks the footy. It might be Worrell, I think it is.
Yep.
He's like, I mean, they're going to live or die by this, but Martin, how clean was he? That ability to go at it and then break the tackle as well, just to make an absolute certainty of it. Just a little step up in class there. He's been clever all night, I reckon, Jack Martin. And rather than just throw it on his left, he actually just fought through the tackle. Yes. Knew he had him on toast, didn't he? And just had a few little short steps, pushed off, and great finish with a banana.
Adelaide had the loose. Max Michaelani in defence as well. Out of the middle. Rochelle gets it for the Crows. Quick hand pass away. Peatling high to half forward. Phil Thorpe presents. Big punch away from De Koning. It ricochets into the middle of the ground. Blitzhouse surrounded by Crows trying to get a hand pass forward. More in hope than anything else. Wiltshire slick. Hand pass to Clark. Left half forward for Geelong. Long to Martin. Wrestling in from the side comes Henry. Can't take the Martin. That's Ollie. It spills out the way of Martin once more, or Shannon Neal. Neal gets the hand pass back to Ollie Henry. Kicks to the goal mouth. Cook juggles the mark in front of Dempsey.
Good defence. Well done, Cook, for getting back there to help out.
Geelong by 8 points. 17 minutes gone, final term.
Cook runs it to half-back, kicks, looking for Phil Thorpe. He marks overhead. Turns and kicks on the 45 to Neil Bullen. It'll be the same story of last week, or can Adelaide write their own yarn in this final term? Neil Bullen short to Maley. Can't complete the mark, slides out of bounds as Clark sees it out. Remember last week, trailing all night, Adelaide hit the front in the final term. Dogs came back to win it again.
That's some good things, Clark, tonight. He's had the 7 disposals in this final term for the Cats.
That was brave, wasn't it? Going back with the flight.
Adelaide hit the front, final term here, fallen behind now. Blitzarms grabs it out of the ruck, one-on-one with Maley, hooks a kick to half forward for Geelong. Clean bowls a couple. Murray and Ollie Henry running back. Henry makes contact. Murray got the ball out to Worrell. Hand pass over his shoulder. Bond clean. Got a handball inside to Murray. Runs out of room. Kick smothered. Smothered by Manor, and it ricochets off Bond's boot. It's out of bounds on the full.
Jeez, that's another one.
That's number 10 as Manor kicks to full forward for Geelong. Dempsey's down there. Ollie Henry on his backside. Pack forms around him. Up says, I'll have it. Ball up in the goal square for the Cats. They lead by 8 points. 8.5 minutes to go. Good pick up, Murph.
Ollie Henry's almost like Tony Lockett tonight, playing out of the square. It's been down there that much.
Neil slaps it down. Manor on the move. Couldn't gather. Atkins tackle. Dispossessed. Jones has it stuck to his chest. And Myers makes the tackle.
He's had an almost night, Ollie Henry, hasn't he?
Yeah.
So his hands on a lot of ball, but hasn't been able to rein him in.
That's why Corby's one of the best in the business, marking down number 10 out in the full and still calling as trying to knock it clear. Bond, desperate defending for the Crows. Martin tries to extract it. Nowhere to go as Bond lays another tackle. We're 15 metres out from the Cats' goal. They put it 1 goal 4 in this final term to Adelaide's 1 goal after the Crows hit the lead at the 5-minute mark. Jack Martin answered back, tapped down to Ollie Henry over his shoulder. He kicks it only as far as butts. Metres out from his defensive goal line. Clearing kick looking for Keys. Humphreys makes the spoil. Bailey Smith tries to knock it out for Geelong. Only as far as his opponent as he's locked to the bottom of the ground, Alex Neil-Bullen. And the umpire will board up at right half forward for Geelong. Cats by 8 points. 19 minutes gone. Final term.
Ball has lived in Geelong's forward half the last 10 minutes as Maley knocks it away close to the boundary line. Cook collects. He's tackled, taken to ground.
Just trying to hold up the damn wall at the moment, aren't they? The Crows, just Geelong keep on peppering.
15-3 inside 50s.
Yeah, and Isaac Rankin's been on the bench for quite some time.
That's the quarter. 15-3 Geelong's way.
Yes,
50s it. Wow. Game on the line. That includes Adelaide putting their nose in front for the first time at the 5-minute mark of the final term. They trail by 8 now. From the boundary throw-in, half forward here for Geelong again. They eventually knock it out through Smith. Got it to Myers. Hand pass back into dispute. Clark somehow extracts it, still bobbles around, throw a blanket over 20 of them. Smith got it out, straight to Rochelle. Kick chopped down by Blitzarms. Ricochets close to the boundary line. Picked up by Peatling, tumbles a kick forward up to halfway. Oh, Jack Henry left it behind. They all go back, try and gather. Stewart fighting his way through, tackled, dispossessed. Says keep going. Swallowed his whistle with the game on the line. Now a call comes. And it's a call going Geelong's way.
Very lucky down the Cats. Saligo put an arm over Graham Myers' shoulder. He didn't need to. Tom Stewart he took about 4 or 5 metres, didn't he? Thought it was Jonah Lomu. Did he get rid of the ball?
Myers places it down the wing and Ollie Dempsey runs onto it. He's at right half forward. So 21 minutes gone. Geelong by 8 points. Crows have only been inside 53 times in this final term. Dempsey long, big fly from Martin in front, can't take the mark. Desperate defending from the Crows once more. Trying to knock it out is Finbar Maley. Players dive on top. Sean Manor has one for Geelong. And the umpire will board up 40 metres out from the Cats' goal. Jack Martin was the other and Bond on the very bottom of that pack. Plenty of numbers around this stoppage as Neil wrestles with Maley. Spills out the way of Murray. Stripped in the tackle. Atkins tries to knock it out to Neil. Comes the way of Jack Martin. Bailey Smith tries to sock it off the ground. Gaining millimetres. Hand pass comes out to Worrell. Clearing kick to space at half back. No one there though for Adelaide. Just Connor O'Sullivan who'll run on the loose footy for the Cats. He can try and draw an opponent. He just drives it inside 50 once more. Adelaide well set. Manor lunging forward. Almost got hands underneath it. Can't take the mark. Footy stuck underneath him. And at the very bottom of the pack is Jones once more. It's an arm wrestle all of a sudden.
Feels like it's finishing the way it started with just a weight of inside 50s for the Cats. And Adelaide hanging on. Their back six keeping the minute. Despite the lopsided count, the territory battle the Cats have won. From that ball up, we've got another one as Murray's tackled. Forward pocket for the Cats. They lead by 2 scores. Comes down to Clark. Slips over, trying to get rid of the footy. Saligo tackled by Myers. Gives it to Peatling. He's pushed out of play. Boundary throwing.
It's almost getting to the stage now where Adelaide need to get aggressive with ball in hand. If they get a chance to go through the corridor and try and score, they need at least 2 scoring shots from here to win with just under 6 minutes to go.
So inside 50s for the game, 65-39. It's plus 26 Geelong's way for the night. They lead by just 8 points. Final term from the boundary throw-in. Comes down the way of Maley. Somehow got it out towards Bond. Took on the tackler. Caught. And says ball up. So just under 6 minutes of game time to go. We're in time on in this final term. Geelong by 8 points after Adelaide led for the first time earlier in the quarter. Thursday night footy, ABC Sport.
What can Matty next do? Isaac Rankin comes up to the stoppage. Off hands, it's taken by Clark. Volley almost out on the full by Jones because it's inside the arc. It'll be a throw-in.
Yeah, Jez is like, oh, you kid me.
Another 5 metres and it's a Geelong free kick.
Plenty of high speed in that from Jezza to go over the boundary line.
It's a throw-in 45 metres out from Geelong's goal. They lead by 8 points. You feel like one here would finish it. For Adelaide, can they take it down the other end? Neil gets to the front, slaps it down. Butts knocks it on for Adelaide. Charging on Rankin, can't gather it. Ricochets out to Rochelle. Kicks over his shoulder towards the boundary line. Jack Henry just gestures, this is mine. It's going to be a last touch free. Cats will take it in front of the interchange bench, leading by 8.
Jack Henry just pokes the pass, short to Holmes, not the required trip. Feeds a hand pass down to his mate Smith. Spins back onto his right boot. Kicks into a crowded forward 50 to full forward for Geelong. Punched away by Butts and through for a minor score. So rush behind. Geelong by 9 points. Still 5 minutes to go. Adelaide need 2 straight kicks. 24 minutes gone in the final term.
18-3. The inside 50s in the final term. The way of the Cats. Worrell tries to send it as long as he can in the middle of the ground. Thilthorpe the target. Clears him. At the very back, Humphreys bumped as he tried to get a kick away. Then volleys it up towards half forward. Ollie Henry in front. Free kick over the shoulder. Desperate defending from the Crows, but just a little sloppy in the end from Murray, who got him high. And Henry will take as long as he can. And directly in front, try and convince he's within range. He veers out to the right. Sends it long into the pocket. Cameron's the target. It clears him. And also the efforts of Nan Curvis. A couple other Crows getting back and off hands. It goes out of play in the left forward pocket for Geelong. The Cats by 9 points. They've booted just 2 goals since half-time. The Crows have booted 3, and yet it's Geelong who lead by 9 points.
19-3. A forward 50 count in this final term with the game on the line. Geelong by 9. Boundary throw in. Tracking at Manor. Tackled by Michael Lanny. Ball up. Forward pocket for the Cats.
They're trying to even up the numbers outside here, the Crows.
Sand slipping through the hourglass as McAndrew knocks it down and tackled immediately bombed.
Rankin's just come down and sent one of his key defenders back there to try and even up the numbers.
Rucks let it bounce. Manor tackled, lost it. Was he taken high? No. Nankervis got it away to McAndrew, drilled into the ground. Says, I'll have it. We'll have a 4th ball up, very similar area on the ground. 25 out from Geelong's goal. Geelong by 9.
McAndrew wins down the tap against Neil to Nankervis. He's tackled immediately by Atkins and Bailey Smith. They try and wrestle the footy from him. The umpire says he'll ball it up. 40 metres out from the Geelong goal. Cats by 9 points. Thrown up. McAndrew wins down the tap, Berry down low, tackle dispossessed by Martin, spills out Geelong's way. Ollie Henry tackle, good work by Rochelle. Hand pass came out to Holmes though, around his body towards Dempsey at full forward, got up, almost held onto it, protect the chest mark. Toe pokes away, Wiltshire just can't finish. A couple of Crows jumping over each other. Bond over the top of Worrell. It's in the goal square for Geelong. Dempsey over his shoulder. Dempsey puts it through for his second. And that might be the knockout punch. 26 minutes gone in the final term. Geelong with the last 2 goals of the match and they lead by 15 points. 9-14-68 to Adelaide 8-5-53. And the scattering of bodies by the Crows defenders in the defensive goal square. Eventually it's Ollie Dempsey who makes the pay.
Yeah, just by weight of numbers, surely just getting the ball in there 19 times in this last quarter. The Cats, they've been everywhere. They've owned the first quarter, they've owned the last quarter when the game's been on the line, and Adelaide just haven't been able to get any sort of purchase on it. And Geelong just too good when the game's required it. They just kept fighting and finding a way, didn't they? But Adelaide just, it's like it was a hot potato. They just could not get a glove on it or knock it through.
Well, you can't knock it through now, can you? They're so paranoid.
I saw a highlight of a couple of fans just missing on the high five.
Poked his mate in the eye.
The game started with the inside 50 count, 22-7 Geelong's way, and it's 19-3, now 19-4 in the final term, with the game on the line as Berry gets a free kick out of the middle, long kick forward, spills to Rochelle. He's tackled straight away, centre half forward for the Crows.
67-40 for the tie game.
Adelaide need to make something happen in a hurry. Saligo mowed down, good tackle, blitz arms. Holmes pokes it away, middle of the ground. Worrell sends it back inside 50. They all miss it. Ball slides through to Guthrie, tackled, ball up. It's the second week in a row Adelaide staring down the barrel of putting themselves in front in the final term, only to be headed again. Blitzarps wins the hit out. Saligo has it, lost it. Just knocked away towards Rankin. He gives it to Rochelle. Rochelle's hand pass back into dispute. There's a whistle in all of that, holding the ball. It's going to go against the Crows as Rochelle didn't get rid of it properly in the tackle. So free kick for Geelong and free kick for Myers at half-back. Cats by 15.
Myers in no hurry. Eventually forced to kick it long down the line to the Hickey stand side and intercepting Marc, taken by Nankervis. Time is precious now. He bangs it as long as he can. Thilthorpe leads up, can't take the mark. Sliding over was Fogarty, who couldn't keep his feet. Spills out the way of Geelong. O'Connor got it to Bailey Smith. Kicks towards half-back. And Max Michaelani with a hand around Clark gives away the free kick. And Geelong in no real urgency to move it, although Clark spots a free one-on-one. Out on the far side, it's Manor up against Bond. Manor works it to the back and then races after it. Can't take it cleanly. And it goes off his hands and goes out of play between wing and half forward on the Hickey stand side. Geelong leading by 15 points, 29 minutes gone in the final term.
They just had hardly any opportunities ahead of the football in this last quarter. The Crows, Rankin hasn't touched it in this last quarter.
15-point game. On a night where goals have been hard to come by and it's tough to transition the footy from the boundary throw in. Free kick against Geelong, and so Berry takes the advantage and goes darting away as everyone stops. Kicks down to half forward. Guthrie kills it. So he whacks it over the head of Neil Bullen and out of play. So a throw in between wing and half forward for the Crows. So Good Friday footy for Adelaide next. They play Fremantle, so that's going to be a double header. It'll be the traditional game, the annual game between North Melbourne and Carlton to start the day in the afternoon, and then Adelaide will host that night against the Dockers, which is a fun game of footy. As Rankin got it away, and then the quick kick comes inside 50 for the Crows by McAndrew. It's not marked, and in the end we'll have a ball up as Neil Bullen and Guthrie hold it to one another inside their forward 50 for the Crows, down 15 final term.
Last two goals of the game the way of the Cats. Tom Atkins from the stoppage, clearing kick, only as far as Michaelani. He takes the mark 60 metres out from home, feeds the hand pass to Murray on the run. It's not a bad effort. Got it. Oh. Goal umpire was watching the top of the left goalpost, particularly close, but it was the right side of it. And it's a two-score game for the Crows, but there's 30 and a half minutes gone on the clock. Geelong by 9 points, 9-14-68 to Adelaide 9-5-59. The Crows' first goal since the 5-minute mark of the final term when Alex Neil-Bullen put them in front. And it was a long-range goal from Nick Murray.
Just the second of his career, Clinchy, so he's played 70 games. It's only the second time we've seen him kick one.
It was a good strike, wasn't it? From just outside 50.
But you've only been inside 58 times in the final quarter. Yeah. The defenders are probably entitled to have a crack.
Absolutely.
Brings it back to 9 points.
Bad rush here at the front door. The Crows will be trying to get this on the run.
All right, let's see what they can do. McAndrew just knocks it into open space, but Rochelle, wrong-footed, is running by as Max Holmes collects, takes a bounce, gives it to Myers. No. Myers tries to retreat, turns it over. Went to go back to Dempsey, kicked it straight to Nankervis. Kicks down to half forward. Here's Thilthorpe who marks. He rolls immediately, kicks it deep to full forward. Rankin one out in the cage. Oh, he tried to mark on the goal line and spills it through for a rush behind. Maybe the Shepherd lids might have been the way to go.
Had to be the Shepherd. They had to work him under earlier, didn't he?
Yeah. Thilthorpe can't believe it. 8-point game. Geelong with the footy.
Stewart brings the Cats back into play. O'Connor up with one arm, makes the spoil. And it goes out of play at right half forward in front of Taylor.
What was Brian Myers doing, by the way? Yeah. Go forward, mate. Put it deep inside forward 50.
Well, it was online as well. Rankin just had to shepherd it through. In the end, it was O'Shea Mullen who did get a hand to it, so maybe we're not giving Rankin enough credit. From the throw-in, Atkins tries to break away, gathers the footy, kicks around his body. Max Michaelani's the loose across half-back, bounce eludes him. Now he has to deal with Clark, gathers the footy, hand pass inboard to Millerer. He's corralled. Non-officiating umpire blows his whistle. Free kick Adelaide's way.
Yeah, tried to swing him around too far after the tackle, went on with it.
So we'll come back to Wayne Miller, but it loses fluency for Adelaide. So Miller around the back to Worrell. Time is of the essence. Into the middle of the ground, through the hands of Rochelle. Couldn't hang on to it. Geelong through Atkins. He left it behind as well. Holmes gathers, chips it out to Manor. He marks on the broadcast wing. He just takes his time. He can chip it up to Graham Myers, who marks centre wing and gestures just for the Cats to hold their composure. They're going to do it once more. The Cats defend their fort, and it's 15 consecutive wins at Kardinia Park against the Adelaide Crows. The drought for the Crows will stretch for a 24th year, and they'll meet again in round 13.
The greatest team of all, we are Geelong, we're always on the ball. We play the game as it should be played, at home or far away. Our banners fly high from dawn to dark, down at Kardinia Park.
Geelong win by 8 points, 9-14, 68 to Adelaide, 9-6, 60. The Cats led by 14 points at quarter time. They had 22-7 inside 50s in that opening quarter. They had the first 10 before the first goal for the Crows came at the 12-minute mark. The Cats by 8 points at half-time, by 4 points at three-quarter time. The Crows hit the front by 2 points at the 5-minute mark, but Geelong with 2 of the last 3 goals of the match.
Stand up and fight, it's always our ambition. Throughout the game to fight with all our might, because we're the mighty blue and white. And when the ball is bounced to the final bell, stand up and fight like hell.
So we had 3 lead changes throughout the match, but it's Geelong who prevailed by 8 points, 9-14, 68 to Adelaide, 9-6, 60. For the winners, 3 goals to Jack Martin, 2 goals to Ollie Dempsey, individuals to Manor, Holmes, Henry and Tom Stewart. That's Ollie Henry. While for the Adelaide Crows, 3 goals to Zach Taylor, including 2 in the third quarter. Individuals to Thilthorpe, Rochelle, Rankin and Cumming, alongside Nick Murray as well. So the Cats make it 2 wins and 1 loss. They turn their attention to Easter Monday against the Hawks, while for the Crows, without the experience of Taylor Walker, Rory Laird, Dawson and Archie, the Crows unable to carry some success onto the road, and they're now 1-2 with the Dockers on a Friday night at the Adelaide Oval.
0437 774 774, the SMS number. Let us know what you made of that. 0437 774 774. Thursday night footy on ABC Sport. Corbin Middlemas and Clinch upstairs. Brett Deledio, Marc Murphy, our number 1 picks. It felt like the game ended how it started. So if you look at quarters 1 and 4, the inside 50 count equaled 41-16.
That's a smashing.
And in the end, if you have 25 more inside 50s, it doesn't matter how plucky your defence is and you're undermanned without so many of your stars. It's going to be tough to try and win those games.
Yeah, you're right. And I think it was very similar to last week's game, actually. You know, a side coming up who, without some of their stars, they're better players, and then being able to do it. The game was evenly poised at three-quarter time, but then ultimately, I mean, the Cats should have put that game further to bed. You know, they kicked, 2 goals, 5, was it in the last quarter? Yeah, 2-5 to 2-1. You know, they could have easily been...
They smacked them early in that quarter, didn't they?
Well, they just, with domination of territory. They just had no answers. And just as soon as they come out, their backs were just under siege at the Crows. They come out, the ball would go straight back in. They just weren't able to capitalise the Cats when it could have been, the game further in their favour if they capitalised early in the game and then later in the game as well. It's probably not as close to three-quarter time, but to Adelaide's credit, I don't think they've lost any admirers tonight with their ability to fight on and find some other players, and I speak of, probably Josh Rochelle, probably the one who stood out. There's been a lot of talk about him going into the midfield this year. Has he got the tank? Can he do it? Is he just a front half player?
Big game.
But yeah, he had a big game, and he kept trying right throughout the night. Peatling and Berry both put their hand up. Cook was really good on the wing, I thought, for Adelaide. I thought he was impressive, and held up in the defence. I thought Worrell, tried his backside off for most of the night as well, but ultimately, I think, the Cats they'll learn a bit from this. I think their inside 50s, while the dominance was there, but they bombed away a hell of a lot. Yeah. Their key forwards were largely unsighted for most of that game. So there's some work to do, but ultimately, I think they'll be pleased to get the 4 points and move on.
Yeah, I thought the Cats midfield, Bailey Smith was great all night. Terrific. I thought Max Holmes really started to get going that last quarter too. So, yeah, they've just got contributors across the board. And on the night, I suppose they had too many winners compared to where Adelaide sit. Probably Isaac Rankin just didn't get into the game whatsoever. He had a few important touches that led to goals, but at the end of the day, he's only had the 7 touches. So he probably just needed to get into midfield a little bit more and try and insert himself in on the game. That last quarter, he was off the ground for quite some time, which was surprising. Whether or not it was just the way in which the game flows sometimes, where he just
there's no stoppages because no goals
couldn't get back out there. But I think from that point, it should have been right. Isaac, we haven't seen enough from him tonight. Let's go through the midfield and try and spark us through there in that last 5 or 6 minutes to give us an opportunity. But I think the Cats just had too many contributors on the night, and when the game was there for the taking in that last quarter, they just wanted it more and worked harder.
So who calls that or didn't call that? Is that player-led? Is it Nick's-led? Is it a conditioning thing?
I would think that it's mostly, no, we want you to play front half because they need, it's a wet night and they're looking for a spark down there. 1v1, you're backing in Isaac Rankin majority of the time, aren't you? But, I mean, they've only had, they've had 45 inside 50s, but not a lot of it was to his favour. But you've got to give credit probably to Oshane Mullen too, and the work that he does.
It was very good.
In terms of shutting down a small forward or a midfielder at times. I think his ability, his strength and his speed just doesn't give Isaac Rankin a sniff.
I don't think Rankin's probably at that stage in his career yet where he can just go, I'm just going to go wherever I want. So that comes with time and a bit of experience. But he's probably sitting there on the bench with 7 or 8 minutes to go, having had 6 touches. You go, well, put him on the phone. I want you through the midfield here. Give us 3 or 4 minutes of burst. Get yourself some hands on the football. Feel good about yourself. Then get hard forward and kick a goal or 2 for us. I think that's the one thing that they probably could have added to the mix there in that last quarter. They sort of they went down doing the same thing over and over again, and it didn't end up eventuating for them.
After half-time, Adelaide put it 4-2 to Geelong's 3-9.
Yep.
How convincing is the win for Geelong? We know they're notorious slow starters and they build throughout the season, but Chris Scott would feel like they've still got a fair bit of work to be done.
I think just the finish more than anything else. And I'm not talking about the behinds. It's the weighted numbers of inside 50s and the lack of finish and polish that they had there. I thought they kicked it over Shannon Neal's head a number of times tonight. And it wasn't just him, but then they won the ball back, but they turned and just bombed it in. And that really played into the Adelaide Crows defence hands, I thought. On a night where it's wet, slippery, I get it that you just got to get into a dangerous space, but more often than not, it wasn't dangerous. It went straight back to the defenders of Adelaide.
Yeah, there's not too many games where Jeremy Cameron's not going to impact the scoreboard too often, is it? So they've had the 67 inside 50s, kicked 9 goals, 14. Jeremy Cameron's kicked 0 goals too. So
and Neil hasn't kicked one either.
That's right. Wow. So that's
have to check the history books the last time neither of them were.
Yeah, that's right. So I think there's probably more positives out of that than what there are negatives. So the Geelong Football Club are a professional outfit and go, you know what, we come away with a win against a side who's finished on top of the ladder last year. Yes, they've got some players out, but still you've got to go out and win games of football. They've done that quite convincing, and especially in that last quarter, they just dominated that entire last quarter and just owned the contest and outworked the Crows in the end.
There's a lot to like about, as you said, the Adelaide performance without over 700 games of experience and the 4 outs that they had. But ultimately, the professional team that Geelong are wear them down and they get the 4 points that matter. So 2-1 on the season after that opening round loss to Gold Coast. And Adelaide find themselves now 1-2 on the season despite leading Q4 in their last 2 games. Ben Cameron is down there with the winners. Are they on their way in, Ben?
They are, and this is such a professional bunch. It's very low-key down here in the Geelong rooms, like the family and friends. Very quiet, just another Thursday night. The coaches and a few board members just milling about, chewing the fat. The players, very nonchalant as they just sort of roll in, having a little bit of a yak between one another. Nathan Buckley just having a little hug with Sam de Koning and a bit of a chat. They'll eventually huddle up and sing this song, written by John K. Watts all of those years ago. So they're arm in arms, or arm in arm at the moment, and ready to go.
We are Geelong, the greatest team of all. Hey, we are Geelong, we're always on the ball. We play the game as it should be played. Hey, at home or far away. Our man is flying high, from dawn to night, and get in our heart.
So there they are. I'll come back to you in a moment with a guest.
Poor business in the Geelong room, so an 8-point win must be said too without Patrick Dangerfield in their lineup tonight. So their captain missing, but Adelaide with a boatload of guys out in what was a low-scoring affair in really horrendous conditions down in Geelong for late March. So it feels like temperature in single digits and showers across the night. There were huge water droplets at different times that came through. It was a
thick
cold,
rain, as Benny described it.
Cold, wet night here in Geelong. No fun for the boundary riders. He's done a great job down there, Benny. Barry from Port Adelaide off the SMS 0437 774 774. What happened to the review system by the ARC? That Zach Taylor,
I told you, that's what happened.
Lasso was clearly off Atkins on the replay.
Yeah.
And ends with a Jack Martin goal.
It did. He bought one by picking it up first and going back, and then the umpire was like, yeah, actually, that looked pretty close.
So they did say that the ARC would assist if enabled, like if there was, it wouldn't hold up play.
If there was doubt, but the umpire was
surely you can call that back though, can't you?
And review it.
So TV have focused a lot on this in the final siren. Clearly came off Atkins' boot, but the two feet were sort of tangled up, and Atkins has convinced the umpire that it came off the foot of the Adelaide player and grabbed the ball immediately, and you just wonder whether they're quick enough to be able to review that to overturn it.
We saw that earlier in the game where they ended up bringing it back for an Adelaide free kick down here in front of us. So that was probably 4 or 5 seconds post the actual incident. So if it's good enough for them, why isn't it good enough later on, especially when the game's on the line? But I think it's not too hard, is it, to be able to just have eyes on the screen, go, okay, that was incorrect, speak to the umpires in charge and pull it back.
Yep. I mean, at the very least, if there's any kind of doubt, which there had to be, in that something, they got it wrong. So whatever they saw incorrectly. But if there was...
But in doubt, you throw it in, don't you?
Well, that's what... Surely.
Yeah.
And I think everyone would be happy with that, wouldn't they?
But at that stage of the game, you're almost better off giving yourself the 15 seconds to try and get it right, because obviously possession at that stage.
Yeah.
Geelong get a kick inside 50 versus Adelaide being able to transition it down the ground. We're better off saying, you know what, if it takes 30 seconds, let's get the right call here.
Yeah. No, I 100% agree. Let me just see what's going on here. 15 consecutive games now, Geelong over Adelaide. 8 points is the lead. Geelong, the lead is the final margin. Geelong by 8 points over Adelaide. We will go down to Ben Cameron in just a moment. He's not ready yet.
Can we get a count on the out on the falls? I know listeners will be sweating on this number.
Yeah, so finished at 10. Did it? Yeah. Which I would think would, if there was an over-under on what the usual amount would be for a game of footy, I think 10's hit the over, hasn't it?
I would have thought so, yeah.
Pretty Let's set over 8.
Really windy out there.
Not that hard, apparently. Let's just to kick it in between the white lines.
It's not that hard.
Even though the lines are marked?
Yeah, even though the lines are marked.
Yeah, if you had issues with it tonight, it felt like the minute that it got mentioned again during play, the number just shot through the roof.
It did.
10 out of bounds on the full is what we had.
I'm just here for entertainment. That's why I mentioned it at the start.
only 2 lead changes. They both happened in the final term. This is Thursday night footy on ABC Sport. The Cats by 14 at quarter time, 8 at the half, 4 at three-quarter time. They fell behind in the opening 5 minutes of the final term, but then Geelong dominated the final quarter from that point on. They had 19 inside 50s to 3 at one point. In the end, the last 6 entries of the game went the way of the Crows, so it probably looks a little better 19-9, the inside 50 count in the final term, but make no mistake, the Cats dominated that final term as they did the start to the game. They raced out to a 15-point lead before Adelaide had scored, and in tough conditions, the Crows might have spent their petrol tickets getting back in front or getting in front for the first time, and then the Cats really were the better team down the stretch. I mean, you talk about the soccer out of bounds and who it last touched and everything else is part of it. The other interesting part is I would love to know what would have happened if Rankin had decided to shepherd rather than try and take the mark on the goal line. You can never prove the counterfactual, but that would have made it a 1-score game. All the fine moments and stuff would have come into it, but ultimately the better team won. The Cats by 8 points full-time at Cardinia Park. Let's go back into the winners' rooms. Ben Cameron's down there, Thursday night footy on ABC Sport.
Yeah, I've got Brian Myers with me. A weight of inside 50s in the fourth quarter after a three-quarter arm wrestle. What changed in the fourth term, do you think?
Nothing really changed, as it was the whole game was pretty ugly and scrappy, and we kind of learnt a lesson that goals were hard to come by. So locking inside the forward 50 and owning that territory battle was pretty critical. And it came to work in the last quarter where we just put weight of numbers on them by just stacking on tackles, pressure, and then just finally getting a pretty lucky, but also not that lucky goal because of us how much we were putting pressure on them for.
Speaking of a lucky goal, do you mean from the free kick that resulted from Tommy Atkins maybe just pulling the wool over the umpire's eye. Are you aware of what happened there? Has there been any discussion between the boys?
No, what was it?
I think Tommy Atkins might have just socketed out inadvertently and then convinced the umpire. You went across that?
No, I thought it was their free kick, but I saw him take it, but I thought I was in a shit spot, so I wasn't certain to why or who or where that happened, but yeah, it must have been pretty lucky then.
So where were you when that happened? Were you on the bench or were you around the ground?
No, I was on the other side of the field transitioning, trying to get back because I thought it was their ball, but then, yeah, did we get a score after that? Is that what happened?
Yeah, you guys got the free kick in front of the benches and then it went inside 50 and it resulted, I think, in the Jack Martin goal. So, yeah, so you were on the other side of the ground and just saw it hit the foot and you thought, oh, that's their ball, I'm transitioning back.
Yeah, well, it's not my job, it's someone else's, and that's on them to get that one right, so...
Fair enough. I was watching on it at three-quarter time and I'm not surprised because I know how this Geelong operation rolls, but Chris Scott comes out and probably spent a minute and a half, 2 minutes speaking to Marc Blitzarves and Jeremy Cameron before he addressed any other players, asking them, I assume, what they were seeing on the ground. How much does that happen down at the Cats? And Brett Deledio pointed out that, you know, you're an experienced group and it's something you can do that you wouldn't with a young Richmond team or something of the like. But how much does that happen with Chris?
Yeah, I think he would have just been talking to them about their roles for the last quarter, to be fair. We wanted Jezza to get up the ground because it was very tough conditions to find marks inside forward 50 and Adelaide defended it so well. So he was going to be a starved opportunity and we want to get our best players into the game and we got him up on the wing to start last quarter and blitz into the ruck and who's so reliable. So I think he did a great job and that's probably what he was just going through at three-quarter time with them and then dressed us as he usually does.
I'll send you upstairs, Mark Murphy and Brett Deledio.
Hi, Ryan. Mark Murphy here. Congratulations on your game tonight. It obviously wasn't a day for the talls ahead, but Jack Martin, I thought, was fantastic tonight. He looked like he was working really hard up and down the ground and got some reward for kicking 3 goals too in the end. He must be pretty happy playing with the likes of him when he's up and going. He's a pretty talented player.
Yeah, for sure. Jack has been fantastic since he's come to us, and he's so selfless in the sense that, like, last week is Shannon Neal's day, then this week he can bob up and play his role like he did today. I think that's when you know you're a good side and that we're going to fire again is when you can not rely on one person or two people to get your goals. Like today we had Ollie Dempsey and Jack Martin kick our goals. So that means we have so many different ways and avenues to goal, which is so critical for a good side that teams can take out our other players and then we've got another person stepping up, playing a different way also that is, as I said before, it was so hard to get those marks inside forward 50, so we needed goals from other ways, and Jack and Ollie stepped up in that way.
I thought Ozen Mullen, he probably plays on you throughout the pre-season.
Yep.
I thought his ability just to close space on Isaac Rankin tonight was fantastic. His speed and power, he kept Isaac to 7 touches and just the 1 goal. That job's just so important for your team.
Oh, mate, he plays with me every pre-season session, and it sucks. He absolutely sucks. He's the best player I've ever played on. In the sense of defensive, like speed, power, ratio, discipline. Like he's so hard to play on, and that's when you see him do those amazing jobs when he's tagging to the midfield or today taking out Isaac. He's such an underrated asset to us and shows that those Irish boys can play.
Brian, it's Brett Deledio here, mate. I just wanted to get your thoughts on, you said it was a bit of a scrappy game. What are your key takeaways and things to work on to maybe tidy up going into your next one?
Nothing really in the sense, I didn't like our shot selection for the day. I thought that was pretty bad. But apart from that is like we played the conditions. I thought we got beat in transition a few times that you wouldn't want to happen in those conditions. They're the only really ways you get easy goals. But then I think we fixed it up in the last quarter in that sense. That was that we kept the ball in our forward 50. We applied the pressure and we kind of stopped that until right at the end. So I'm pleased with the effort. I don't think we'll ever look back on this day and think it was our best performance or remember it as anything special. But a win's a win and it's a long season, so you bank them.
Yeah, and this is just a bit of a quirky one, notice that the raindrops were any bigger than any other time you've been out in the rain?
Facts. In that third quarter, they were that big and heavy out of nowhere. It was crazy.
That's the man standing next to you, and Ben Cameron gave us some great insights on just how heavy the rain droplets were, and we're a little cynical up here, so you've backed him up beautifully.
That is correct. They were heavy.
That's great.
That's awesome. What do you do now, Graham, between now and Easter Monday? So the unusual quirks of the fixture, Thursday night game, all of a sudden you don't play till Monday week.
Oh, mate, it's been that weird. We've got, so much time again, and then we've got 3 games in about the same amount of days that we have off now. So I think you can lean on the experience of our group that we'll do it right. We'll enjoy the next 2 days, 3 days. We've got a few birthdays coming up, so we'll have a few nights out with the boys. But then you lock in Monday and get ready for Hawthorn, because Easter Monday, no matter what, is a big day. But the way Hawks are playing, it's a massive day for us, and you really want to go 3-1 rather than 2-2 to set your year up.
And Brian, it's Matt Clinch here. A couple of calf injuries for the captain. Do you think he'll be there come Easter Monday? What's his recovery been like?
I think he could play, like, if it was a final. I'm pretty confident he could have played at the moment, but it's just that we want to get him right at the right time of year. So it'll be how he goes for the next few days in training. And I think it's probably a cautious approach. If he's 100%, we'd still probably want to give him some more time. But knowing Pat, he'll probably be out there. So I have no idea.
Happy birthday for Monday too, Grant.
There it is.
27 candles. You got anything planned?
Yeah, we're going out to Lawn. We've got three of the boys have birthdays the next 3 days. So night down in Lawn with the boys will be great.
Enjoy, mate. Well done on the win.
Thank you very much.
Brian Myers in the Geelong room. So the Cats home by 8 points. Wasn't without controversy, as we discussed. There was a little moment towards the end, which I'm sure will be spotlighted in all the wash-up. Geelong were totally dominant with the game on the line. That 19 of the first 22 inside 50s in that last quarter, and ultimately that controversial free when it was a one-score game came off Atkins' boot last. It looked like simultaneous. They both touched it, but replay seemed to show it was last touch off Atkins. One thing that was for sure, the replay certainly didn't support that it was last disposal off Taylor, which is the way that the umpire ruled on the spot. And maybe all the experience of the 30-year-old in Tom Atkins able to fool the umpire, got the free kick. You know what happened? That chain led to a goal, put Geelong 8 points clear. So Jack Martin kicking that goal at the 16-minute mark of the final term, which leads to this off the SMS, 0437 774 774. Brett from Canberra. Come on, Corbin and team. Geelong always supported by the umpires in this competition. I'm a blue supporter, but it's very obvious.
Is it?
I agree with you, Brett. No, we know that Atkins, if he was batting and nicked one, he certainly wouldn't walk. But some people think they get looked after, the Cats, but I think they would have won that game anyway. They were dominating that last quarter.
I don't think that was the one reason, was it?
No.
Like, they absolutely dominated, give themselves a chance, but yeah.
I can already see sort of Adelaide supporters, and we work with many of them.
Well, they've been robbed a couple of times.
Why did you mention the conspiracy theories?
Can you imagine them getting out their chisel and carving another reason as to how the umpires denied them?
Tonight's not one of them.
The lay down Sammy when Sam Draper sat on the footy, wasn't holding the ball. They had the Ben Keys one with the post and everything else.
Jordan Dawson, Ben Keys, Sam Draper, Isaac Rankin. I think the AFL admitted fault on pretty much 90% of them as well. So
yeah, that helps the Crows, doesn't it?
Rich from Ocean Grove, one of those games when you say, give me an unconvincing win over a gallant loss any day.
Yeah, you got to take those 4 points, bank them, and move on.
It's sort of what makes Geelong often a top 4 side, really, is they're just so good at home, so hard to beat, and yet Adelaide couldn't get the game played in a style that teams like the Gold Coast Suns just run Geelong off their legs.
Yeah, their ability today to, what you said just then, is to be professional, get it done when they needed to. And like Ryan said, their shot selection was a little bit interesting at times, and they'll no doubt go to work on inside 50 finish. But other than that, they defended the ground pretty damn well, I would have thought, for half the game at the very least.
Yeah, that's
first
right.
And the last quarter.
And even the mindset too, listening to Grind talk then, saying, yeah, look, what we take out of this, we won't look back on it too much. We just take the 4 points and move on and play against the Hawks on a big Monday in a couple of weeks and try and set up their season to go 3-1.
Yep. Owen, the one-eyed cat off the SMS. Glad we got the points, but bad kicking is bad football. I think Geelong and Brisbane have both got a bit of grand final hangover syndrome.
Ooh, okay.
I think the one thing that we know for real is that the grand final is a week later after the prelim teams finish. It's 2 weeks after the teams in the semi-final finish. It's 3 weeks after the sides in the first week of the finals finish, and it's 4 weeks after the sides finish. Obviously, the other 10 teams as it was last year in the competition. So naturally, by the time they go on leave and they come back from holidays and everything else, there's 10 teams in the competition that are 5 weeks ahead of the last year's grand finals.
And the stats are against them. After having a smashing in a grand final, they're less likely to go ahead in the next year and actually win a final.
9 times from the year 2000. We've seen a team lose by 40 points or more in the grand final. The previous 8, 0 finals wins the following year between them. I think only 2 of the 8 have actually even made the finals, and they went either out in straight sets or went out in week 1. So Lids is spot on. That's the numbers are not in Geelong's favour there, trying to push against a bit of history. Josh in South Australia. Hi, gents. I was surprised by that the Crows got that close, given the number of outs that they had. Could they still be a contender from what you have seen tonight?
With their defence, yeah, I think they can be. And they're still not firing. And Isaac Rankin's just come back in. He was well held tonight. It shows the respect that the Cats have got for him by sending Oisin Mullen to him to play on him. But they've still got enough weapons, I think. I really like the move of Rochelle into the midfield. I think he adds a different dynamic in there.
It's what they're crying out for. That another midfielder who, what's he got today? He's had the 31, so that's his best game in terms of per disposal wise. I think he's played
7 clearances as well.
So he's done everything tonight that you would want from him. But his cleanliness with ball in hand is something that they really need, and they've been crying out for someone with a bit of pace and a bit of zig and zag. And if they can try and get Isaac Rankin to not get 7 touches, but to come up through the midfield and get maybe 16 to 20 touches, and support Rochelle, who's going to spend some more time in the midfield, and you include Jordan Dawson back into that side, all of a sudden they look a little bit more dynamic through the midfield.
We might just hold out here. We might be able to get something from the Adelaide room. So I know Matthew Nix is about to speak, so we'll have some reaction for you. Don't worry about that. For fans throughout South Australia that are keen to hear what happened with the Tricolours tonight, but an 8-point victory for Geelong here at the Cattery. Corbin Middlemas alongside Matt Clinch upstairs. Ben Cameron's down in the Crows rooms. Our number 1 picks, Brett Deledio and Marc Murphy. Your thoughts as well on 0437 774 774. Just rounding out, Geelong, the weight of numbers in the end. They dominated the inside 50 count, and in the end they had 67 entries to 45, and the lion's share of those came across the first and the final terms, where they went plus 25 in those 2 quarters alone. All right, let's go to the Adelaide rooms. Ben Cameron's down there. Ben.
Yeah, I'm down here with Sam Berry. What's your immediate reactions to that?
Yeah, I mean, it was a bit of a slow start, bit of a dogfight there, just wet weather footy, and yeah, obviously, we're all pretty disappointed not to get the result we were after.
There was an incident late in the game where Tom Atkins seemed to soccer the ball out of bounds and was able to fool the umpire that it was off, I think, one of the Adelaide Crows players. Where were you on the ground when that happened? Are you across it?
I am not across it. That's the first I've heard of it. I mean, it's just one of those ones, I guess. Footy moves pretty quick, and yeah, I mean, it is a tough one for the umpires sometimes when feet are close. But no, I did not see that.
None of the boys have been chatting about it in the immediate aftermath of the match?
No, actually, yeah, again, this is the first I've heard of it.
I'll send you upstairs. Brett Deledio and Marc Murphy might have a couple of questions.
Sam, well done tonight, mate. Disappointing loss. I just want to ask you about the move of young Josh Rochelle into the midfield, mate. I feel like it's something that we'd heard a lot about over the summer, but there was question marks whether he could do it and perform. But tonight I thought he certainly stepped up, mate. Was a clean ball handler and gave you some real drive out of the middle.
Yeah, absolutely. It's probably something we tried for a few pre-seasons, but I guess as the season come around, he primarily played forward. But no, I think he's obviously showing his talent that he's got. He's clean. He's a premier ball user. Stands up in big moments, and I thought, especially the second half tonight, he had some really big moments. And yeah, it was impressive.
You must be really pleased with the effort right across the board, mate. Missing obviously your captain and a couple of other veterans in your side, mate. To come away and only just not quite get the job done. You'd be pleased with the effort and intensity from the boys for most of the night?
Yeah, I mean, I am. We can't fault the effort, that's for sure. But, it still stings, and it almost stings more that it was only 8 points. And, we're coming there. There were a few moments late, but, again, just that last quarter, I think I had something like 22 forward 50 stoppages in the last, which is just unheard of. Credit to them, they played that really well. And, yeah, we just couldn't get the ball moving.
Yeah, Sam Murphy, mate, well done on your game tonight. Some of the learnings out of last week, you're almost there tonight. Have you had a chat to your other midfielders about some of the lessons that you can take out of what's happened over the last couple of weeks? Because you look like you guys are right up for the fight, just unable to try get over the line just there. You got Fremantle next week, a real opportunity against another good midfield to test yourselves out.
Yeah, absolutely. I think the main thing for us is especially to start the game as well, we just haven't been quite there with our contest. And, the first, I don't know what it was, 10 or 15 minutes of that first quarter, we just got punched in the face again. And then we're just fighting back. And it's a credit to the group the way we're able to fight back. But it would be handy if we're in the lead or something at quarter time and we didn't have to do that. But, yeah, I think it's just starting the game strong is going to be a massive one for us next week. And, yeah, our game, like every team, is based off contest. And when we get that right, we show that we are damaging.
Adelaide midfielder Sam Berry is with us on ABC Sports. Sam, it's Marc Clinch. Geelong had the first 10 inside 50. So do you think it was the absence of some of those senior players, or is it just an inability to adapt to the conditions and the circumstances?
Yeah, it's probably more the conditions and circumstances. We know our structure. I think, big Lockie McAndrew was getting his hand to it, and us as mids just weren't getting it done. But, yeah, first game of wet weather footy as well. It's been pretty hot over in Adelaide the whole time. So it was a little bit of taste of what winter's coming, and it is good that we got an opportunity to try have a crack at it tonight. But yeah, again, a lot of learnings from it.
And Zach Taylor's one who made the most of his chances tonight, equal career best with 3 goals. He seemed to pop up at all the right times. I think Lid's called him a pop-up sprinkler. He all of a sudden found all that space in the forward 50. What have you seen from him in the off-season, which was able to convert tonight?
Yeah, he's got beautiful skills. He's such a good user. And yeah, it's just great to see him make the most of his opportunities today. He was, late in. He only found out he was coming into the side yesterday. So, the way he was able to adjust from that, and after playing a game on Saturday as well, it's only 5 days. I think he made the most of his opportunity, and I'm absolutely wrapped for him.
Do you know who you'll get back for Good Friday, Sam?
I think, there'll be a few boys to test. I think Tex will probably come back, and then I think we'll get Dorse and Rory Laird as well. Well, those two will have to test, but I reckon they'll be back. But yeah, we'll see how we go.
Safe travels home, Sam. Well done tonight.
Thank you.
Sam Berry with us in the Adelaide rooms. It was a plucky performance by an undermanned Adelaide team. They got within 8 points, but that was they put their nose in front, obviously, in the final term, and the final margin was 8 points. Geelong prevailing 19-14 over 9-6. Well done to Ben Cameron too, and was a tough, rude introduction for boundary riders in the young season on a cold, wet night at Cardinia Park, but he's
oversized droplets.
Handled it beautifully down there with the extreme weather conditions. Ben was all over the controversial moment with the out-of-bounds free kick that was awarded to Tom Atkins. Should have gone the other way to Zach Taylor. At the very least, was there a possible third option? Could they have just spun it in like the old days, given there was some doubt? Well, Matthew Nix was asked about that at his press conference.
No, there weren't. There's nothing that stood out that changed the game from that point of view. A couple of things towards the end that we'll go and work on when it comes to those really close arm wrestles. Again, a quite experienced side we're up against tonight that did that really well, especially through the last quarter. So you look at the second and third. Hopefully it was a good contest, which was a contrast on the first. People will be watching thinking Thursday night, wow. So second and third, we felt like the game was back on our terms, and the last they just got on top of us a little in stoppage again. And when you spend your time in your back half on a ground like Geelong's, there's not a lot of room to come out. So we talk about earning the right to play a certain way. We didn't earn that tonight for long enough. And so, occasionally that's going to look like we lack a bit of speed and a bit of spunk in our ball use, but when you're kicking it in from your point post, it's hard to put too much speed on the ball. So,
do you feel like the difference in breaks between the two teams played any part in it, or was it just a matter of running out of tickets because you'd expended so much energy to get back?
We won't even go there. It's not part. You don't start like that because you've had a shorter break. There's something that we didn't quite get right in that space, which we'll look into.
Take us through Jordan Butt's incident, how it played out from your end. So he cops the hit, stayed out for a while. Looks like the docs had some communication on the phones. What do you know about how that all played out?
Yeah, I'm led to believe it played out really well as far as the AFL are concerned. Our guys, they're pros in that space. We don't put anyone at risk. But as far as I'm aware, I don't know all the detail. I've only been told, look, it was actually done really professionally. And we don't ever want to leave a player out there if there's any risk. And so I believe it was done really well now. I'm saying that secondhand, so, don't quote me on it, but I think they did a good job.
Certainly looked that way on face value, the Butts concussion test. So he basically was in a marking contest, ran into the back of his own teammate. So put his basically the nose in the front of his face into the back of Lockie McAndrew's head. Stayed out there. Doctor came to visit, so they can do that initial concussion test on the ground. If they're not satisfied, either if there's word from the ARC, for example, independent doctor sits in there back at HQ at Docklands, whether the doctor takes a second look himself on the vision and says, hang on, I'm not so happy with that and I'm not quite chuffed with the reaction I got on field, they can yank the player from the ground, which is essentially what they did. So he came off. They had to do the official SCAT-6 test, which is 15 minutes out of play, go through the correct process, has to be handled down in the rooms. Ultimately, he passed all those steps and he came back to play. It felt like, put your finger in the wind. I don't know what else you can do than that. It felt like it was handled as well as it could be.
Yeah, I agree.
Nothing more to add from us.
Yeah, it's sort of, but it's a good sign of where we've come from, haven't it? I remember a game down here, was the Jeremy Cameron game, was it, where he was involved in an incident, had the heavy landing, head whacked off the turf. Doctor came out to him and essentially pushed him away and said, no, I'm right, and stayed out there and never came off the ground.
I think players now understand that when the doctor's saying you've got to come off, you come off. So I think, even thinking back to when we played, if the doctor said, you've got to come off, you just kept,
get in my face. Have I been dragged, have I?
You just keep going.
Yeah.
So I think the players now have got that awareness going, okay, well, the doctor's come out, got to get the head checked, do a test, and then I'll be back out if everything's fine. I think they understand that now, and they went through the right protocols and did it well.
Do you guys do many concussion tests?
We had to do one at the start of the year, like to get your baseline, but then I never did one after.
What did it look like back in the day?
Have to remember cards. Is what I remember doing.
There was a series of different questions. I did one at Adelaide Oval once.
Yep.
And
you were concussed there?
I was concussed at a separate time there. So
I'm sorry. Yep.
Yeah. So it was a different occasion.
Yep.
And they give you like 10 words, and you've got to try and remember as many words that they give you. So they might say chair, table, pony, and they say, well, say the words back.
Wow.
And you can try and see how many you can try and get, which is your usual marker.
Yep.
And then they ask a few other random questions, and that's about it. And then they make a determination on if you're fit and able.
And you pass that on that occasion? Yeah. So I think that's changed a bit now, hasn't it, with the SCAT-6?
I think it's all probably adjusted and changed over time.
But that's similar premise, basically, to get a player to pass it. Off the SMS, is Jezza kicking 1,000 goals in the picture?
What's he at now?
739.
I don't know. He's talking about retirement earlier in the
He's only
off-season.
32.
Yeah, I know.
If he plays till his late 30s, he probably...
I don't think he plays till his late 30s. I think he's more inclined to hook the caravan up and go and travel and drive around Australia.
I think they have a pretty good balance down here, though, don't they?
Oh, they definitely do.
So,
but I don't know how much Jezza wants to continue to play until he's nearly 40.
What's he got to kick 260, does he, to go?
Yeah. Yep.
A few 80-goal seasons to get him close.
4 more years.
Well, not if you're kicking 0-2.
No, not helping us tonight.
Doesn't help.
Just on the MRO watch, I've got my antenna up a little more on the Jai Clark tackle. I think he'll be okay, given I'm pretty sure Chase Jones' head never actually hit the ground, which will save him.
Yeah.
But we obviously saw that heavy rotation and into the ground last week with the Morris Rioli case, and Morris was fine, but Bailey Humphries, we know, is missing 2 games of footy. The concussion test we touched on was another little flashpoint of the night, but seemingly all handled well on the Jordan Butts front. A couple of other injury concerns. So Hugh Bond had a shoulder strapped, but went back out there, continued on with the rest of the game. Likewise, Max Holmes with his finger. We're always on high alert when Jack Martin has anything done with his glutes and his hamstring. As you would know, Murph. But
calves. He's got no calves. Somehow kept on picking calves. Similar to you.
But he kicked 3 and obviously came back on and ultimately kicked what will prove to be the match winner, which has been much discussed. So there's a couple of little things to keep an eye on coming out of tonight, as we've touched on a few times. Easter Monday for the Cats and that traditional blockbuster with the Hawks, and Good Friday for the Crows. I'm actually looking forward to that. That'll be a fun game. So Crows at home, 1 and 2, need to win to square themselves off against the Dockers, who Freo obviously still to play tomorrow, but the Dockers have the chance to go 2-1. Sorry, Saturday when they play Richmond. So that's Good Friday, and then the Dockers will be on the 6-day break back to Adelaide. Votes in the ABC Footballer of the Year before we look at the rest of the round?
Yes. I could have given a number of people a 1 voter, but I had someone else down there and I've changed.
Ooh.
I've gone with Jack Martin for 1 vote. I thought he was terrific in that. He was clean. He kicked 3 goals too. didn't have a heap of the footy down there, but was the difference in the end, I thought, in terms of cleanliness, but kicked, the leading goal scorer on the ground.
Yep.
2 votes, I went to Josh Rochelle. I thought he was fantastic for the Crows, and had they won, he could have easily got the 3. But the 3 votes today goes to Bailey Smith. 40 disposals, 16 of those contested, 10 tackles to go with that as well, 7 inside 50. So I think his meters gained would be right up there.
It was very good.
Today, his ability to run and break the lines was terrific.
I like it. 3 for Smith, 2 for Rochelle, 1 for Martin. The votes in the ABC Footballer of the Year from Brett Deledio. Counts by 8 points down here at the Cattery. Did you see the reports during the week? He's going to do some media work, Bailey Smith, so keen to change his football image. He's going to sit in the box with, I think it's Channel 7 on the telecast later in the year.
How's he going to not
Specials
swear?
on Channel 7.
How is he going to not swear?
They might have to go on delay.
Tune in.
Yeah.
He might be a footy nerd like Jack Ginnivan.
you
Maybe we
reckon?
just don't know about it. I don't think so.
Jack strikes me more of a guy who's cued into what's going on. But Bailey might be. But I don't reckon he's watching too many other games this weekend, now that he's got Thursday and the boys are going down the lawn for a couple of sherbets.
Yeah.
I don't reckon Bailey's sitting at the pub watching it on the big screen.
Geez, those stats you ratted off, though. 40 disposals, 6 clearances, 10 tackles. Like, they do it so well, Geelong, to target the right players to come into their system. While they never bottom out and they're perennially in contention, and you compare it with some of the other sides who have their cracks at free agency and they can't quite get the right targets or they can't eventuate into the players.
It's an attractive proposition down here.
Oh,
though.
yeah.
Like, a big country town. You're playing in front of your home crowd, like a beautiful stadium, but you get to live just out of the city. It's 5 minutes to everywhere. It's different to...
Yeah. It's also that they love an underpriced asset, don't they? When it's sort of, here's this guy who's
coming off a knee, then played in the wrong position, or at least not in his preferred position. Comes down here, market's a little bit lower. They feel like he's here, he's getting paid there. Danger comes back from, he wants to come home. Jez, I don't know how I think they're just paying him. He just wanted to play with the.
But look at Jack Martin, for example. So we got him in the votes tonight. When he was done, there was probably a lot of people thinking, there's not another home for him in footy. And Geelong 100%. Thought, you know what, we can get the best out of him. And I guess if you got
it's a free hit. Some of those ones, aren't they? So
and if you've got a culture that's able to put up with it, like you can in Bailey's case.
Zach Tui's probably a good one in terms of the undervalued. He put on another 200 games here, didn't he? I reckon after being at Carlton.
Yeah, second to BNF at Carlton and let him walk. But anyway,
well, I know clubs like Geelong and Collingwood, they certainly market it that way. Lids, you're in this space, aren't you? Where they basically say to players that want to come to their club, hey, come play for us and we'll extend your career. So it's not as if you're approaching 30 or whatever it turns out to be, you'll only have 1 or 2 years in the system. Look around. Like, we're happy for you to play well into your mid-30s and we'll
they've got
make it happen.
Yeah, they've got a great track record, don't they, of just trying to lure those guys who looking to finish off their careers and play in a successful outfit and have a good work-life balance. So they've been able to get quite a few guys coming down the highway and seeing another way of how football can be outside of the Melbourne bubble. Come down here and enjoy football.
Yeah,
be interesting to see if Zach Butters gets lured down.
Yeah, they've nailed their Irish players and then their local players like Tom Atkins and Tom Stewart, who they've sort of picked from left of centre,
Lawson Humphries.
Yeah.
From the Waffle Twos.
The Twos. Amazing.
That's incredible.
The rest of the round, so Collingwood and Geelong tomorrow night. Of course, you can hear all these on ABC
Collingwood
Sport.
Giants. Yep.
Sorry.
It's all right.
Collingwood and
Shannon Knoll today. I'll let you off that one.
That wasn't out on the full, that was. That's 11.
That's 11.
Collingwood and GWS tomorrow night. GWS have won 8 of their last 12 against the Pies. They've never met under the roof at Docklands. They will tomorrow night. It might be a good thing it is there, given the fact that the weather's pretty grim again up in Melbourne tomorrow. What are we in for, do you think, tomorrow night? Are you Pies or are you Giants?
Well, I've gone the Pies, and I think it's just that the Giants just haven't quite got their cavalry back just yet. I thought potentially if there's a chance, Daniels Bedford may be coming back into that team, but they still need Sam Taylor to get back in there. Josh Kelly's still a while away. Cadman's a chance. Is Cadman been named? Did he get named? No,
he's another one away.
He's still out.
Just too many out.
Tom Green's obviously still out. So it's
would have been tempting, wouldn't it? Like they got the bye next to kind of go, we'll rush, Bedford and Daniels and Cadman and chuck them all in, and they probably think
got to play the long game.
Hold them out one more.
Last week it hurts more so now when you want to hold them out over that bye when you arguably should have got the win there at home.
Collingwood get Darcy Moore back in and Jeremy Howe, but they dropped Jack Buller, who's their player they picked up from Sydney. They were happy to let Brodie Myercheck walk to Melbourne, get an extra year at the Demons. So Collingwood's forward line's got more questions than answers at the moment, so I'll be interested to see how they go on the roof.
Does Howe go forward?
Possibly.
I don't think so. I think it's Buller plays Cameron in the ruck. Buller. Steen, who's making his debut.
Yep.
And then McStay, you have to be the man.
Yeah, we'll see how that goes. Last time they met, by the way, was opening round last year. Was the game, by the way, where Nick Dacos cramped.
Yes.
Everyone was a big hoo-ha, all the rest of it. Bedford ran
too old.
There was no Bedford, obviously, available for them tomorrow. It takes us to Saturday, so St Kilda and the Brisbane Lions, first double dipper of the year. So it's not a double header, it's a double dipper, they tell me at Dockland Stadium. So that is St Kilda, Brisbane in the morning, or 12:35 start, as good as. And then there's also a game there that night when Essendon played North Melbourne. But Saints and the Lions, sort of little sneaky modern-day rivalry, given the jawing at each other from Fagan and Lyon about the inflated market and everything else and the role that
I
the
don't
Saints
feel the
play.
rivalry.
You're not feeling it?
I'm not feeling it. I think it's like an off-field war of words.
But it's pretty rare that you get two coaches nowadays, not potting each other, but at least criticising the other
Yeah, but
for
they
the way they
tried
go
to
about
flatten it out, didn't they, this morning?
I think Ross was a bit, and the Saints were a bit put out when Fagan's comments first arose.
And then doubled down.
Yeah. And then they're basically saying, hey, well, we stand by our position. And
yeah. I think the players couldn't care less about that.
I agree.
Yeah, but
Chris Fagan hasn't been a long
fodder for all of us.
Chris Fagan has been a long-term contract kind of guy as well. So what he was trying to say is it pushes up the price for everyone else. If you're giving these long-term deals for players that are maybe not in the top 15 players in the competition, but the way he articulated it, St Kilda certainly took offence.
I think that's what happens when you're back-to-back premiership team and you've got players who might be your best 7th or 8th player. They get off big contracts, big money to go elsewhere.
He's conditioning.
You get frustrated probably by the fact that you're a coach where guys should be at a certain level and they get offered more money to go somewhere else. So maybe that's what he's alluring to.
So if you
it's in his best interest.
Yeah, no
to
doubt.
keep the market down.
If you were Zach Bailey, would you stay at Brisbane or would you take the cash?
Well, this is what I think he's doing. He's conditioning Zach Bailey and his management as to what should be expectations.
Is the management listening?
Well, it depends on what Zach wants to do, really. Ultimately, it's up to him. I'd be... I don't know. Like, if it was me in that position, like, I'm sitting there thinking, I've won 2 flags. If I went 3 this year, it's like...
You're part of his management team?
Yeah, funny that.
Yeah. Are people listening in your corridors where you work?
I take in everything that goes on in the footy landscape.
They're rubbing their fingers together, I reckon.
You know that.
Fremantle and Richmond, Cyclone Narelle's on the way in, so up to 100 mils of rain in Perth expected, so it's going to be a wet one. Tiggs, by the way, obviously their team's interesting. They went with Campbell Gray in the end, but that's about it to replace Nan Curvis, so there's no Samson Ryan. So they haven't got a
I think he's back, though, potentially, but he needed a game. And Oliver Hayes-Brown was the other one who played last week, but he might have got hurt as well.
So Trainer, Fall, Elgar, the Elgar Rhythm, and Campbell Gray, the 4 that come in.
It's a good nickname, that Rhythm, isn't it?
Great. Yeah, it's great. So they're the 4 that are in, but no recognised ruckman to try and take on Darcy and Jackson. If it's pouring, it's going to be an interesting game or change the dynamic of things altogether. And then lastly on Saturday, Essendon and North Melbourne. We'll talk more about this, I'm sure, as we edge closer to the jump. But the Bombers making 4 changes. Newen, Kondo Giannis and El Ashkar all listed as omitted. Redmond out injured, so haven't got the heavy sort of selection axe there. Who do you like, North or...
I think North. I think North.
I think North too.
North or the Dons.
Essendon have won their last 12 in a row against the Kangas, but they have lost their last 5 at Dockland. So we spoke about that historical part of the Bombers, potentially 15 consecutive losses. So it's always fascinating whenever you face a team that you'd normally beat as to how it goes down.
Second longest win streak in footy, that, 12 in a row. So the only one that's longer is 14 Geelong over North. So North, unfortunately, are on the wrong side of both those. But there it is. And then on Sunday, 2 games to round it out. Port Adelaide up against West Coast. So the Eagles are a 4.5 goal dog there.
Couldn't do it. Could they, the Eagles, 2 in a row?
They got a few favours, didn't they, in selection? So Rosie, Bergman all out for Port Adelaide. And then Carlton up against Melbourne, which the last 4 games between these 2 teams all decided by single digits. That goes back to that famous semi-final, of course, where felt like the stand was shaking at the MCG. Back in happier times, Murph, when the Baggers were up and about on their run to the prelim in 2023.
Was that the Blake Acres goal, wasn't it?
Yes.
Yeah.
I've tipped the D's.
Me too.
I've tipped Carlton.
Yeah.
Big Max is 250th. I think
Yes, and
he'll
Tommy
carry
McDonald's.
Melbourne over the line.
You got a tip?
I think Melbourne. There's a fair argument going around in the record that Max Gawn is the best ruckman we've seen in the game.
Yes.
As an 8-time All-Australian.
Soon to be 9. Potentially.
It's a hard argument to try and knock him.
2 games. We'll debate that tomorrow on ABC AFL Daily. For those of you on the West Coast, you might get it in your podcast feed tonight. It is coming up. Brett Deledio's around for that, so you can find it through the podcast store, ABC AFL Daily. Thanks to Murph and Lids, to Clinchy, to Ben downstairs, to Stu Birchmore, and to the cult figure Adam Jones back in the studio. The Cats home by 8 points. Here's how we called it. Edwards just taps it down cleverly to the advantage of Smith, who turns, bangs it inside 50 and a chest mark for Ollie Henry. It's just rinse and repeat. They reload again. And that makes it 10-0, a forward 50 count to start this game. Hit 5 last week into Magoo's to win back his spot. He starts his tally tonight. Dream start for the home team. 2-3-15 to zip. Down the wing, Pedler needs it to sit for him, does, and then breaks a tackle from O'Sullivan. Hand pass releases Rankin into a paddock up front. There's no one in the attacking 50. Kick comes to Taylor. He runs onto it, and Taylor will goal.
Hand pass to Dempsey at half forward. He shins it off the inside. It bounces up to Manus. May still work. Hand pass to Tanner Bruin. Taps it to his own advantage. On the left, off balance to the goal square. Spoiled away by Cumming. Manor runs onto it and still finishes from 15 metres out.
He kicks it for Adelaide down the wing. Off hands it spills to Rankin. Always dangerous as it opens upfield. What a pass. Threads it through to Taylor. Hand pass to Rochelle. Rochelle goals. And that is some precise ball movement. Rochelle celebrates. He should get to Isaac Rankin because that was a dart.
So Jack Martin looking for his second. And to answer back for the Cats. Composed from the right forward pocket, 25 metres out. And the Cats have just their second goal of this second quarter. And they're back to an 8-point margin.
So Zach Taylor to finish off his work. He pops it through for his third. And the young man's had a fair night. And Adelaide pull within one straight kick.
30 years of age, a premiership demon. Adelaide brought him in for these sort of moments to try and lead a young group. Alex Nilborn starts outside 50, directly in front to turn the Crows in the lead for the first time tonight. He sends it straight through the middle.
Phil Thorpe punches it away close to the boundary line. Wiltshire turns his opponent inside out, kicks Geelong inside 50. Martin scoops it up, shakes the tackle. Martin goals. It's game altering. Martin's got 3, and the Cats have got an 8-point cushion.
Hand pass came out to Holmes, though, around his body, towards Dempsey at full forward, got up, almost held onto it, protect the chest mark. Toe pokes away. Wiltshire just can't finish. A couple of Crows jumping over each other. Bond over the top of Worrell. It's in the goal square for Geelong. Dempsey over his shoulder. Dempsey puts it through for his second, and that might be the knockout punch. The Cats defend their fort. And it's 15 consecutive wins at Kardinia Park against the Adelaide Crows. The drought for the Crows will stretch for a 24th year, and they'll meet again in round 13.
Bludging on the blind side.